Support for the Hawks Nest podcast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below the waist, grooming champions of the world. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped just launched their 4th generation trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. You heard that right, the 4.0. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer just for you. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with my code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. You know the name, you know the time, you know the place, and I know you guys are coming aboard because we're feeling good today, aren't we? We are feeling so nice. Oh, so nice. Our Seahawks start off the year quite pleasantly. But just quickly off the top, I want to put a big thank you out there to the newest sponsor of the show. That's right, we actually here have a true blue, honest-to-God sponsor now here on our show. That is going to be Manscaped, manscaped.com. This is the best as far as the world champions in men's below-the-waist grooming. They are doing a little campaign here to give me a little chance to check their products out here before kind of sponsoring it out here to you guys, making sure I like them, and man, do I like them. Got the nose trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. I'm one of the first people out there to be able to have a chance with it. Very sleek, well-designed, optimized trimmer. They've got a lot of different settings put on it, including, which is really good for me, the travel setting where you lock that sucker in and then you don't lose all the battery when you're traveling, right? Because I don't know about you, but I've had a few of those bomb threats where you're stuck inside an airport and you're saying, no, really, there's not a dynamite in there, I swear to God. As well as, most importantly, all of us have been out there, right? You nick the bean, you nick the what was that, something about Mary reference with the peas and carrots or whatever. But you get down there and you're trimming it in a little sensitive area. You want to make sure it's taken care of. You don't want to do the $20 CVS bargain basement trimmer. No. Go to Manscaped. Go to the guys that are going to do it right, because no more nicks, no more cuts, no more cutting yourself, then going into the shower and then feeling that hot water tear into that nice cut. And all you guys got to do is go to manscaped.com, use my code NEST, that's right, NEST. You'll save yourself 20% off and free shipping. 20% off and free shipping. So please go over there, and thank you, Manscaped, for sponsoring the show. I do appreciate it, folks. We are on our way. You know who else is on their way? You know who else is rolling? And folks, it's going to take me some time to get over to the chat. Leland, I see the $20 donation. I appreciate it. I'm going to get you, but you guys are going to have to give me some time on this one. You're going to have to give me some time on this one, folks. There's some unpacking of bags in this room we got to do. Because our Seahawks went into Indianapolis again at that 10 a.m. start time. Again with the nation questioning us. The national pundits, the national skeptics, the national talking heads all saying, you ain't going nowhere, fellas. Even those in our own land going, I don't know, I think this is the year it starts to fail. This is the year it starts to go down. And by no means does one game draw certainty from their point of view. That story may well yet play out. But it didn't play out today. Not this hour. Not this game. Our Seattle Seahawks came in and gave us an end-to-end football game, the likes of which we really haven't seen over the last couple of years. At any given one time, it always seems like one side of the ball is hitting on all cylinders or the other side of the ball is hitting on all cylinders, but they can never quite mesh them together like a team. But in this game, that was not the case. You saw both sides of the ball, given one given time, somewhat dominate the football game, but each side of the ball was solid throughout. Even when Seattle couldn't score, they were still not just getting these meager 3-and-outs where the offense was mustering nothing and putting a tired, beleaguered defense back onto the football field. And conversely, on the other side of the football field, even when the defense was giving up its share of yards on the ground and in the air, not really on the ground, but more in the air, they still kept them to field goals. They still stiffened up in the red zone. Often I've talked about it to people who get very fanatical about the want and need for this team to somehow become this attacking downhill scheme type team. I don't disagree with those folks who'd like to see that. I don't disagree with those folks who say that's a better brand of football to sometimes watch. Because watching your team get slumped, slowly bled up the field at times can be a bit painful. But the returns are the proof is in the pudding. Coach Carroll's defenses over this time of 10 years have more often than not been solid and sometimes spectacular. We don't know where this given team is going to position itself. Every single year is completely different in football, in my opinion, in so many respects, especially when you're turning over year in and year out. But this defense showed all of those little hallmarks of what we would hope they would show to maybe potentially become upper level this year. Now, it was against the Colts. There is going to be more bigger challenges on the offensive side of the ball they're going to go up against. They certainly seem to have Carson Wentz's number, as I believe Seattle's now 7-0 playing against him in his career. But what we talked about this offseason leading into this game on the defensive side of the ball was what we saw. Limit the big plays, stop the run, turn that offense into a one-dimensional attack, make the quarterback beat you by operating within that one-dimensional mode. And let's see if some good things can't happen. Let's see if that pass rush can't hunt. And the pass rush hunting in this game was the element in recent years you've been missing. We'll stop the run, but then the teams will go to pass and there's no pass rush, and so then it starts to fall, the whole scheme wobbles and falls over. But when the pass rush is there and not needing to necessarily come from one guy, every guy can take his turn. But when it's across the board, people are all bringing that consistent pressure, everyone's getting their moment to flash, then within that, boom, that's where you've got your defense running right. Does it equate to an elite defense, top 5, top 3? I don't know. But it means that it's fitting to its schematic fixings. The way Coach Carroll draws it up with the blueprints like an engineer drawing up some lakeside house hanging off a cliff, that was what you saw in this football game on the defensive side of the ball. And offensively, le magnifique. What is there not to like? Russell Wilson operating efficiently. I thought that they would try to throw in this ball to game to start things off, try to get him a little more into a rhythm. I guess Russell doesn't need a rhythm, as they just hammered with the running game kind of over and over and over again with a couple of Russell Wilson scrambles in there. But then came a moment where I have oftentimes been one of those folks who does, in moments, God forbid, kind of push on Russell on certain attributes of his game. Say, man, if you could get this just a little bit better, or if you could get that just a little bit better, or you could get this a little bit better. Not a lot of things. I've often tried to put this in perspective, where if you look at the quarterback position and you got 50 attributes, 50 different things, great deep ball, great arm strength, great decision making, ability to go through multiple reads, good against the blitz. I mean, we just go through the line, right? Russell's got a majority of those by far, even upper level to get into really close to that 50 mark. But the place that he'll sometimes not quite show as much on the field, which I think he has in his game, is a throwing with anticipation. Not needing to see the guy wide open, but being able to throw that ball before the guy breaks open. And then that first Tyler Lockett touchdown, what you saw there, where he drops back, throws it up. I've seen him in time, especially when Doug Baldwin here is make a throw like that before, where it's a trust throw and he's putting it to a spot. But that's throwing with anticipation. That route is to go as essentially like a 9 route up the field, and he sort of turns it into a skinny 9. Where it sort of gets out into the end zone where there's the open field to Lockett. And Lockett does a great job on the adjustment, also played really well in this game, no doubt about it. Now, the Russell throw there, the Russell bomb, those were typical Russ stuff of what we kind of normally see. But we also got to see some of those other workings that I've talked about with this offense. You saw linemen going laterally at the snap in the running game, rather than just everything going downhill as a battering ram up against the middle of a defense. They started to go wide. Admittedly, they weren't able to work Rashad Penny much in this game because that calf acted on up a little bit again, but they were still efficient in the running game, and Carson was good in the running game. In the passing game, you saw them working things around the part of the football field where there was a lot more, pre-workings pre-snap and post-workings post-snap. Guys going in motion this way, coming back this way. You get a couple of pulling offensive linemen. The one play that stands out to me in particular on the touchdown drive that ended with Everett, started out with Everett as well, where you see Eskridge come along on a fly sweep look. Russ fakes it to him. He goes out into his route, like it'd be a route, but then turns into a lead blocker. You get 2 pulling linemen in space to that side. Then you get the ball in Everett's hands, and you just love the way this play's set up. We got 3 guys out in space ready to block for this guy. He's a good guy as a yak guy anyway. That's the type of again, they're not the flashiest plays because it goes for 9, 10 yards and you go, okay, was 10-yard play. That's what we need more of in this offense. Stuff that's schemed up and making it easy on Russ on those kind of given plays. I would have expected him to maybe throw a little bit more in this football game, but they must have just really liked what they saw in the running game and to be able to get it done. And again, you can't argue with it. At the end of the day, they posted nearly, 400 yards of offense efficiently. This was also a game that was really shrunk down. It felt like one of those games that was going to be over in about 45 minutes after the first quarter, where the clock just was getting bled dry right and left. So it's going to be kind of nothing but really good to talk about in this game. I'm not taking any final conclusions from this saying, see, this is what I've been telling you guys, and get up on my big soapbox here and my high horse and get pound my chest and say, see. I'm not going to do that because, again, it's one football game. It's playing the Indianapolis Colts. We're going to get a backed into the corner, wild beast-like Tennessee team next week that's going to have their pride and heart challenged by their coaching staff all week long. So it's just one game. I'll put it in that kind of perspective, but it's one game that if you're writing this down and saying you got your generals, your Seahawks generals of coaching staffs in a room and it's smoky because they all got cigars in the off season, right? And there's whiskey in front of him and Carroll's sitting there with his hands on the table, sweating like it's the regular season game, and they're drawing it up. This is how they draw it up. And that's a wonderful thing to see because it's not by accident. It's not by Russell Wilson magic. It's by how they want it to be done, because that means you can replicate that. You can do it over and over and over again. All right, I have pontificated enough here. I'm sure we are going to have plenty of folks here in the chat with a lot to say here. I want to thank Brendan Nelson as well for coming on into the show last week. Awesome feedback from everybody there. You guys seem to want to see more of that, so I'm going to try to set up with Brendan if we can maybe do a once-a-week gig on this, if it's going to work for him within his schedule too. We'll see if we can kind of fix it or line it up, but I really appreciate having him come on my show. I'm definitely want to go over into his next, and thank you to all of you guys who, new Brendan followers coming over to us, and thank you to everybody who subbed over to his channel, heading over to him. Again, great win, guys. I hope you're hyped. I hope you're hyped on this one. Leland Kimball, thank you for the $20 donation. I am sorry for taking a little bit of time to acknowledge it. Randall as well. I thank you to both of you guys. You get the double salute on that, but I appreciate both you guys on that. I'm sorry. I wanted to get you guys know I got some stuff to get off my chest at the start of this one, so I had to go a little bit. But Randall says, well, that game went about as well as I could have envisioned. Loved the tight ends. Defense was fantastic. Taylor was as advertised. Running game looked good. We were balanced. Balance is key to life and football. Hashtag go Hawks. We're always going to remain a balanced football team. In my greatest hopes for letting Russ cook, I never wanted to really get beyond, realistically never really wanted to push beyond getting beyond like 52-48 as a pass to run combo. I was never looking to go 60% of the time. Just pass a little bit more than you run with the Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. But it's still nice to see when you run it like that. You're efficient running, you're efficient passing. You can't get more efficient than that. I think Russell darn near posted a perfect quarterback rating in this game. Hard to get past beyond that. Everybody looked good in all accounts. To your point on the tight ends, Gerald Everett and Disley look like a nasty little pairing, don't they? They look like a nasty little pairing. Disley out there, solid, reliable. He gave that Marshawn Lynch I just gave him a baby stiff arm. Just gave him a little baby stiff arm. Put that guy right out there on that sideline on his butt. Almost just sort of just like you knock your little brother away, You got about 6-7 years on your brother. He's a little wiry guy. And you just go, it's nice to see you by Big Will. But thank you for the $20 donation, Randall. You are always amazing and awesome with the donos. Leland Kimball also coming with a $20 donation. You guys are starting out hot and heavy, and I'm feeling that. Thank you. Says NFC West will be the only undefeated division ending week 1. I'd be shocked if LA falls to the Bears. It's a great point, Leland. Solidly put. And it's going to be the 800-pound gorilla in the room of this reveling and celebration today. I'm making my peace with that. I understand that as well as you guys do. The NFC West is once again, not going away. I've often talked about a long-held theory that I've held dear in my heart that I call the feast factor. And that is every Super Bowl winning team basically needs to have some sort of little meager bottom feeders that they can kind of beat on over the course of the season. And it's best if those bottom feeders come within the division, because that means that you get up to 6 games of bottom feeders, as opposed to just one sprinkled here and one sprinkled there. There's not going to be any bottom feeders this year, folks. There's not going to be any like, we'll just, we can play the backup through this one. He can sit this one out and rest him an extra week for this Cardinal team. We don't need all the frontline guys against the Niners. But it looks like, to your point, everybody's probably going to be undefeated after week 1 in this division. It is still the toughest division in football. I always try to put that as much as I can in perspective when looking at the division as far as talking about the rest of it, because it does seem, I know I get a lot of bristling from my Niners and 49er, my 49ers and Rams folks, and not much from the Cardinal folks, but from the Rams and 49er folks, I definitely hear a bunch about kind of some of my takes as far as their team goes. And so as much as I do kind of, say, I don't think you guys are right where we're at, that still didn't mean that I didn't have both of those two teams pushing to be in the playoffs this season, because I see them as very solid teams. And the Cardinals I might have been underselling on the Cardinals. I might have been sleeping on the Cardinals. I mean, Chandler Jones, 5 sacks in this game? With J.J. Watt still there, not even heating up yet? Looking dangerous. Looking real dangerous. Merc GKW. Big W, Merc. Derek Seahawks Lightning fan. Let's go Seahawks. Let's go Seahawks. Jim G. Yeah, boy. What's up, Jim G? Life and Sports Talk with Jake. What's up? Taylor looked great today, just running over people. Yeah, well, I don't know. I thought we hemmed up the running game pretty good. So, I mean, he had a couple moments where he got out in space here and there. You're talking about Daryl Taylor. Just too many Taylors in this game, Life and Sports. Yeah, Daryl Taylor, very quiet through the game. Then right along the second fourth down, the big stop of the game, which we'll talk about, I'm sure, more into this chat as we get along. But you had the big fourth down stop where Daryl Taylor comes off the edge, and he's got the tackle in that moment already fearing his speed, to the point that he's got him oversetting with sort of a step to the outside hard. But then he comes back with a jab step to the inside, and this really messes with the tackle, because now the tackle gets that off that back foot, and he goes, oh, hell, I'm setting up for this to be like a pure edge rush coming around the arc, and he's about to cross my face here. So then he sort of desperately goes back to the left foot, right? Which then Taylor shows his ability to stop and start and sort of sink his own hips, and then he goes back to the outside on him. So he sort of gave him like a 3-move combination. It's almost like a Barry Sanders stutter step for a defensive end, that, and you're going off, but it's a little more slow. It isn't the twitchy, Barry. It's more of the woo, woo, and you get around him. But then he gets around the edge going 100 miles an hour, hits Wentz. Wentz looks visibly frustrated on the play, as though he had his guy open. The commentators mentioned, just give him an extra half second. That's what he's thinking there. Give him that extra half second. The Colts defense comes back on the football field looking completely deflated at that point. That looked like the game at that moment. And then Taylor comes back again later on in the game. Another play comes back around the end again. His dip, his quickness, his bend. And like you guys will see at times, I mentioned it's hilarious. It also should be frightening for opponents. It's both hilarious, frustrating, and should be frightening for opponents. Daryl Taylor is usually the last guy off the line, defensive line on the snap. He has not figured out the snap count quotient of the football game. But then he's the quickest guy the second he gets up and moving. He's the lowest guy on the bend. He's the fastest getting around the arc. So he sort of pairs one to the other kind of oddly, but he's going to be a very good player for us. Fun to watch him splash. Fun to watch Rasheem Green splash too. Just awesome to see the pass rush come from a bunch of everybody. Not just one person, but a bunch of different folks, which is what we thought, right? No stars on this defensive line, but you're going to get some production from a variety of different sources. D-Mac! What's up, D-Mac? 2K in his mind out. JDM, what's up, man? That was one hell of a show today from our Hawks. Oh, they put on a show. It's not a statement game, but it's a blueprint game. It's a blueprint game. We're adopting offense that has very much similarities to what the Packers offense was adopting when you went from McCarthy and his dusty old West Coast version leaving town to now getting the LaFleur's spiced up, waxed down, polished up, new style of West Coast offense. And that's what you're getting here right now. It's good to see. I love what it was a good note, because like you saw with the Packers and how they did it, and that first season necessarily wasn't about being efficient, being effective, still putting up points, and it's going to get better as you go along. A year from now, this offense will be even better. Russell will be even more comfortable with this stuff. You saw that one screenplay. They went backside to DK, and the announcer was like, man, he wishes he had that back. He got a little bit got a little bit jumpy on the play there, and I got to go back and watch it and see if maybe there was a defensive end kind of coming at him. I don't know for sure on that one. I'm going to watch this whole game again. I got the replay, so I'll be watching this whole thing again. But that was the one play where you went, there was a couple of those moments where it wasn't quite comfortable in certain aspects of the offense yet with it, but that's going to come along. It's going to come along with time. Still, it's going to be a great pairing to see him go from his dusty and old to his shiny and new. Brendan, too easy. I love it. Nothing's too easy. Isn't it good to have an easy win every once in a while? You young boys and girls, you guys like those games all close down to the wire. You're on the edge of your seat and you're sweating and you've chewed like 4 of your nails down to the nub. One of them's bleeding. I don't like that at this age. I don't. I'm getting too old for that. I like just nice, easy. Give me a nice, easy 15-point win. Have it by the midway through the fourth quarter. I can sit there and just start, maybe make a little bit of food. Eat up, just kind of relax, kick my feet up a bit. That's way more my speed at this point. Maxwell, wow, what a win from Seattle. Oh, it's a big win. Big win, Maxwell. Jim G says Seahawks. Jim G. Isaac Fisher, Daryl Taylor equals Lawrence Taylor. If he becomes that, look out. Look out if he becomes that. I don't know if he'll be quite that, but this is a guy's going to be really effective as a pass rusher out the gate. Let's call it his first season, okay? Let's call it his first season. And if we want to put perspective of what he could provide for us in this basic first year, his de facto rookie season, I see a guy who's going to every bit match the production we saw out of Bruce Irvin in his first season, if not eclipse it with what we saw today. So, perhaps the only thing keeping Daryl Taylor off the field for a lot of this game was Rasheem Green, how well he was playing. Bash M, Russ played with a certain seriousness today that I haven't seen before. He had a little bit of that chip at the start of last year. It seemed like it got, for no pun intended, chipped away from him over the course of the year, especially as we got into the deeper part of the year and some of the trust went away and he started worrying about things going, I think, back probably to the way they were in the old. But I think that he understands, and certainly the more he sees as far as the proof of it, because he was like all of us wanting, I don't know if this will work. Let's see if this works. This should work. This guy might work. Yes, he did have a hand in having Waldron here. That was the guy that Wilson sort of, blessed and put his hand on and said, "You will come to Seattle, my son." But at the same point in time, it wasn't necessarily for us had his pick of the whole litter across the board of guys he would have brought in. Still, he's taken well to this. He's fitting in good here. I like what I see with his acclimation. There'll be some bumps in the road, but like I was telling about, we were having this talk between Brendan and Brendan's not alone. There are a lot of folks out there that had a little bit, and it wasn't like today was some uber level performance by the offense. Make no mistake about it. But where I have a little more faith in this offense being good right out the gate and not having to take that whole year to work out its kinks to get to the point where it looks good, like most new offensive coordinators coming to new teams must do, is because you can always fall back on the Russ stuff. The floater to Lockett over the top and the bomb to Lockett on the two-way route where Lockett's he's got a corner in a bind and he basically just puts him in the spin cycle and gets right past him. Those are all, that's vintage Russ, right? That's not necessarily a new offensive coordinator doing that. They can still bring some of those elements they had in that old game, but it's embracing the new. Carson actually got worked in the short passing game. He threw a couple times, I think, to the backs in this game. A couple times out there and with some, like you said, with some purpose, with some not just waiting back there and, I'm going to look around, look around. I can't think too often today of Russell really sitting back there for too long and holding the ball for too long. I can't. I think there was a couple sacks. One was on, he didn't see a blitzer. One was on, Posick got his butt whooped off the line by DeForest Buckner. And that's what we call the price of doing a mission, price of doing business, especially when you single block a center against one of the elite pass rushing defensive tackles in the league. Magic Vlogs. I was at the game. Oh, Magic, give us some insight. Give us some behind the scenes. Pull back the curtain, my man. Go Hawks 05 says our biggest threat in the NFC is Jameis Winston. Now crying. Hey, the Saints look good today, didn't they? And you can't deny. You go into Green Bay, you win it. I don't care if it's in the summertime when it's warm, and so you don't have to deal with any of the cold. And it's midday there, looking good, looking warm. Allowed their offense to kind of do what they wanted to do. Seemed like they really kind of took it to them on both sides of the ball on the line of scrimmage. That's the big thing that I took away with that game and watching it sort of passively as I was putting together here for the show was it looked like with both Green Bay and New Orleans, you had two teams where New Orleans just off that offensive line was legit against them, and their defensive line didn't look as stout as it's looked recently, quite frankly. I won't take anything away from Week 1. That's a tough team to draw for Green Bay at home in Week 1, especially coming off your season of tumultuousness with Aaron Rodgers. But the one thing that I talked about a little bit too with Green Bay and Tampa Bay this year and looking at them as these two teams that everybody puts out there as the front line, including me, is that they are teams that have played a lot of games in recent years. They got some of these guys that are getting a little long in the tooth. Can you win like that year after year, getting that close but never breaking through? There's a little bit of a psychological toll that seems to sometimes take, in my opinion, at times. But both of those teams have shook that away so far. So we'll see. But yeah, if Jameis can lock into that, what made him the number 1 pick in the draft, and that specifically is not turning the football over, he can throw for big time yardage. He threw for 5,000 yards a couple years ago, I think, or he led the league in touchdown throws. So he's got an ability to make some big time throws. But it's a matter of can you keep him from turning over the football? Maxwell Stern says they ain't sleeping no more. They ain't sleeping no more, Maxwell. They slept on us yesterday. Let's see if they wake up tomorrow. Or if it'll be, well, the Colts were working off some injury situations, and Carson Wentz is a new quarterback, and there's a lot of new things they're putting together. Seattle just caught him at a bad time. We'll see what they say. Kel Gibson says, Uncle Will with that baby stiff on. He got that baby stiff on. Marty MF Williams, great win, great game. Great game, Marty. Life and Sports Talk with Jake. Shall be interesting to see how the Rams do tonight. The Rams got a lot of pressure now. NFC West going 3-0, man. Everyone's starting out hot. And you guys are the perennial favorites. You've got the magical son, the great Messiah, the Matt Stafford. What was his name? Oh, whatever it is. He's supposed to bring them the glory. We shall see tonight. A little bit of pressure, but I do think they're going to win. I don't think Chicago's, especially with Chicago riding with Dalton. It'd be nice to see Chicago going a little bit more with the Fields guy in this game, a little bit more of the wild card, Jim G, yeah, Jamal Adams seems calmer this year, and I don't like it. He played a solid, if unspectacular game. I felt like on the sneak on 4th down, they got mishandled by Wentz. You saw Jamal come to the line of scrimmage, and he tried to do his best Troy Polamalu. And it looked to me like Wentz sort of rushed himself, started to kind of try to get a little bit of a head start, sensing Jamal was coming up to do the Polamalu move, and it caused a little bit of the mishandling. I'll see what you guys think on that as well, but when watching the replay a couple times, he dives over it, and you can see Wentz as he's coming up, he can feel Jamal coming up. He feels that presence coming, and sort of it gets jumpy with his hands a little bit coming up out of that snap. But solid game by Jamal. Looked good. Didn't get beaten coverage, which everybody knocked him on. Was good in the run game. Laid a couple licks. Well, he will flourish this year. He will at some point. Tobias, big win. Hashtag go Hawks. Chandler Jones had 5 sacks. Damn, Wilson, better look out. Yeah, it's going to be rough dealing with the Chandler Jones, J.J. Watt experience at the same time and having to decide which of those two you're going to double team or even, God forbid, getting stuck in moments where you're trying to single block both of them. Play in and play out. Devin, now that's the penny I remember, laughing out loud, on the bench. Damn, Rashad, go Hawks. Yeah, it's unfortunate to see it is. Started out okay in this game, 2 carries, 8 yards. You knew they had a plan to probably work him in a lot more. Certainly Chris Carson looked like he got wore down as the game went on. I would say that's probably a little bit of where that fumble comes in at that point is you're getting hoofed. It's the first game of you're woofing. And tired, you've had your next carry. It's the first game of the year. You haven't built yourself up quite yet. And then the ball gets knocked out. So, yeah. Max Vlogs talking in the backfield was a little sloppy. Tackling in the backfield was a little sloppy. Yep. You expect a little bit of that too, though, Magic. Remember, they can't tackle in training camp. There's no hitting in the offseason. There's barely any padded practices anymore. No more two-a-days. All that type of stuff. With this sort of thing, you're going to expect to see a poor tackling probably across the board NFL-wide. There are a few teams that are really good at it, as it's hard to do unless you're doing the live action part of it. But when you do come down to it at the end of the day, too, Jonathan Taylor's a tough back to bring down. You look at his stats in this game, finishing up and putting this in perspective again. Taylor's a guy that averaged 5 yards a carry last year as a rookie. He looked like the best running back out of the last draft. Looked like one of the young, very good running backs we've had kind of burst onto the scene here recently. You held Jonathan Taylor to 17 carries and 56 yards, with his longest carry from scrimmage being 12 yards. So you did a fantastic job on one of those guys who's going to be one of those rushers who joins the likes of a Nick Chubb, Dalvin Cook, McCaffrey. Not as good maybe as them, but right in close into the level of production from those. Derek, the Seahawks and Lightning fan, says the Niners almost choked a 31-point lead. Yeah, Jared Goff throwing 58 times in that game. Whew, 49ers. We're going to do some talking about them as well, as it does look and appear as though Jason Verrett has tore his ACL. This is a big, huge injury for the 49ers, which we will talk about here soon, but that they managed to just eke out a win over that juggernaut Detroit Lions team. So I don't know what to make much of that from the 49ers standpoint. They were efficient offensively. Garoppolo threw like 25 times and 300 yards, but there's every team in our division is going to be tough. Everybody's a problem. I'm not overlooking anybody at this point based on what I saw this week so far. Clara says, hello, handsome. Thank you so much, Clara. You're so kind. Always making me blush. Today was a good game. We did have some injuries. The Cardinals whooped the Titans. Chiefs barely beat the Browns. The Bills lost to the Steelers. And the Saints whooped the Packers. Interesting day across the board, to your point on that. Steelers going into Buffalo, beating Buffalo over there. I'm sure we're going to have our guy 312 coming in here doing his own chest pounding in that regards. Cardinals, I did not expect them to take it to the Tennessee Titans like they did. I did not expect them to be able to shut down their running game like they did. Very surprising to see in that respect. My goodness. I don't know if the Tennessee Titans offensive line just isn't as good as recent years, or if the Cardinals are just that much better getting back Chandler Jones and J.J. Watt to add in what they had. I mean, they didn't have Chandler basically all year last year. So, and you're adding J.J. Watt, both those guys fresh. That's an impressive win. Maybe the most impressive win of any Week 1 matchup coming across the board here so far, especially because they did it in Tennessee too, just like us. They did it in the road against what should be a playoff team in the AFC. I don't know if the Colts will be a playoff team, but the Titans should be. But thank you, Clara. And Brendan says, congrats on the sponsorship. Thank you, Brendan. And again, if you do have any manscaping, or they got a nose hair trimmer that I've been using too, it's called the Weed Whacker. You can use all that stuff. It's all really good. All works great. They got these lotions and ointments to make your stuff smell good. As they say, your balls will thank you. But please do use that code if you guys will for me. It's NEST. If we do like 7 of them this next month and get 7 people to use that code at manscaped.com, we will lock this thing down for long term. Ryan B says, flying on all phases of the ball. I couldn't have said it better, Ryan. Couldn't have said it better, man. Everybody was making it. Who to pick at? Who to say, oh, you weren't doing your job? This was a do your job game where you look across the board, everybody seemed like they were doing their job. Corners held up well. Safeties kept things cleaned over the top. The linebackers tackled. Wagner and Brooks, I believe, are your 1 and 2 in tacklers in this game. Again, like I said about this game, and it would be my headline for this game is blueprint. This is how you draw it up. You want your linebackers leading the team in tackles, as opposed to a corners or safeties. If safeties leading the team in tackles, that means there's a lot of running backs getting down to the second level. There's a lot of plays getting hit over the top. Didn't have that. Great game across the board. Flying, like you said, Ryan. A great first step. Great first step in this season. This is like what I'd be like. Yeah, everyone wants to see a win. But do we want to see a win where it's a crap show through 3 quarters? In the 4th quarter, Russell and the offense come to life. And they come to life like, the Golden State Warrior teams where they can score 36 points in like 90 seconds. And they're like, whoa, why can't we be this all the time? And then we go on to win. And then you feel good about those wins, you go, it feels good. It's nice. Could have been bad. I've had better. Yeah. I don't know. I never deny a win, but that's just my feeling on it. Leland Kimball says Everett's a lot bigger than I thought. He's a big boy. He's a legit. Those H-back tight ends are usually, if you think of him, Leland, you think about a big wide receiver, and then you think about a tight end, and then you find a middle ground right between that spot, and that's usually what an H-back receiver a tight end would be, or what Carroll's usually called in his systems in the past the joker tight end. We've not had a lot of these guys in our scheme recently, Hollister being the recent example. He's been a guy you've had in the scheme, but he's not done the things you'd want the joker to do. Catch the ball in space, catch the ball like a receiver, Almost be able to have running back like skills with the ball in your hands when you do catch the ball. Be dangerous in the open field. Be able to catch a ball with a defender hanging off you. These are things that we didn't have necessarily from Hollister, who's not a horrible player himself, but just these are things that they've been missing that you now have added to your offense. And it showed up today. He only had a couple of catches, but you felt his impact. Marty M.F. Williams, 3 phases all look good. They did, Marty. They did. Nice job by Dickinson there on that drop the snap, but he did a thing that I've seen with punters in the past. You'll watch a punter drop those balls if you watch games in the past, and the punters will freak out. They start to panic. And you just go, look, you still got some time, man. Just punt it out, punt it away. Punt it out, just knock it away. You just move to your right a couple of steps. It won't be your 50-yard bomb shot, but you'll get the ball out, you'll get it away. Good job on his part to get that out of there on a little bit of a drop punt there. But nice job on his part. I think he did pretty well around that too. Brian says, what happened in the Packers game? Packers got boat showed by the absolutely at home embarrassed in the first game of the season by the New Orleans Saints. And not only embarrassed, but embarrassed at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. This wasn't Jameis Winston just necessarily going out there and throwing all over the place, but at least early on in that game, you established your presence on both sides of the line, and you took away the Packers running game. It wasn't, wasn't a great game. When it goes bad for the Packers, it goes bad sideways. It doesn't do it often. Packers are a good team. They do they tend to be a team out in front most of the time. But when it goes sideways, when it goes sideways for Rodgers, there's a couple of Go Hawks 05 says, chat's already popping. Don't forget to like the vid. Thank you for mentioning that. Please do like this if you like what you're listening to, please. It does help the channel grow immensely. I know it seems small and weird, but it does help me out. Daniel W. Monet looked like a stud. Didn't even notice Jaron Reed not being there one bit. Just like I told you, Daniel, I didn't think we'd feel the loss of Jaron Reed. Did you guys feel the loss of Jaron Reed or Shaquille Griffin in this game? Anybody lamenting the fact that we couldn't get Griffin back here on a $10 million a year deal? Sure going to be interesting to see what Griffin's PFF grade is going to be in the game where the Houston Texans slaughtered the Jacksonville Jaguars. As well, we'll take a look at Jaron's grade. But I think that was a smart move on the Hawks when they made it, smart move in the moment when they made it, and I still do. And Brian Monet is a guy that they are highly invested in. Let's face it, the reason that Snacks Harrison didn't stay throughout on the roster, wasn't active during game day last year, got mad, wanted to leave, was because of whom? Brian Monet and his presence. You were going to keep Jaron Reed and Poona Ford always active on the roster. It was the third defensive tackle that basically Snacks wanted to fill as that role. And Brian was filling it because the Seahawks saw some upside with this kid. They saw growth and development in this kid. And you're seeing that come to bloom in this game. 4 or 5 tackles? And that hit he had on Wentz, that's legitimate. It's hard to hit a quarterback legally, lay punishment, get the quarterback coming back up off onto his feet and wincing, getting Wentz to wince. Getting the Wentz wince, it's tough. He's a tough guy. That's a tough SOB. But Brian hit him right up in the ribs, full speed, full blast, full go, and Wentz got up with that Wentz winced. Looking good. D-line rotation looking pretty good. A little worried about Poona with the back. When he started reaching for that back, I went, ooh, not the back. Not the back. But looks like only injuries we got off this game. You got D. Eskridge. Probably looked concussed. Penny, we got a couple Penny problems. We got Penny problems. Both Penny Hart got concussed, and then, of course, Rashad Penny with his strained calf. Maxwell Stern says 4 passing touchdowns. Yeah, fire, man. Rodney Burr, this new less mistakes Jameis is a little scary. Well, it's all that off-season regimen, Rodney. It's all of his special exercises where he has people throw medicine balls at his face and he tries to throw a football through a bucket. Yeah, look, Jameis has got number 1 talent for a reason. When those guys get picked number 1 overall, I know we will look at Jameis, and it's very easy for a lot of people to put him in the category of a Jamarcus Russell of the Raiders from a few years ago and say, oh, well, look, this guy got number 1, and he was guys that look like they are physically capable but not mentally necessarily mature enough handle the big stage and handle the job at the age they are, which is to some degree sometimes understandable with these guys that are in their early 20s. But this kid has gotten a chance to have the light go on. He's with one of the true offensive masterminds in the NFL in Sean Payton, a guy, in my opinion, who has had to make a lot with less recently with Drew Brees, where he's not had prime Brees for, I think, quite a while there, and he's had to sort of scheme around that a little bit. Now he gets the opposite of that. He gets the freak show who can throw 90 miles an hour off a baseball diamond. That's what he gets now. And they've got a very solid team. Oh, they're a little bit like the Colts, but a better version of the Colts, being that they're just solid all the way across the board when you look at them from a team structure. And Jameis could be that missing element to them, that thing that we all didn't see coming at the start of the year. Marty M.F. Williams, corner still looked weak, but the supporting cast looked good enough to give time to develop. They did fine today. I think, Marty, given that they were playing from a lead, and this is something I'll always point to with this, is that because you have those corners already naturally in this scheme playing a little bit of the cover 3 and playing deep more often than not, if we get up by 11 points, 12 points, the coaching staff and defensively are probably going to lean even more into that. And so they probably leaned as it went on through this game even more into that more and more and more. But with that said, I've mentioned all I'm looking for them to be at this point, Marty, is just be average. Be league average at that state of things. Just get the job done to a league average state. That'll be good enough, because I think our pass rush will be good enough to clean up for them on the back end because of it. So to your point, like today, didn't look great today, didn't look bad, just kind of about average. But then the front four getting the job done cleans everything up. You come out of this game at 16 points. If you give up 16 points on average throughout the NFL game over the course of the season, that will be the number one defense in the league. And I'm not saying they're going to be that. That's to put the day in perspective as far as when you hold a team to 16 points and how hard that is to do in the NFL. James Black says, let's effing go. Let's go, James. I see what you did there. Little Russell reference. Derek, Seahawks Lightning fan. Aaron Rodgers' new O-line proves he's not better than Russ when he doesn't have 5 seconds to throw every play. Solid point, Derek. Solid point. The Green Bay Packers have slowly, just almost quietly been bleeding out a little bit of offensive line talent over the last few years. Started out Brian Bulaga getting out of there, right? A guy that had a concussion issue. Understandable why they didn't re-sign him. They got a guy in from Detroit to fill in for a year. Did admirably for them last year. They let him go this offseason, so they're just kind of figuring out on the fly there. Corey Linsley, Pro Bowler, All Pro. You just kind of let him go to keep the running, not to keep the running back, but they just weren't willing to pay. And, they've taken some bites, as well as Bakhtiari's had some injury issues now here. Their star left tackle over the last couple of years. As we saw, this was happening a little bit with the Cowboys. It doesn't always usually all fall apart at once. It just starts to get, knocked over like a domino. This one falls, and then that one falls, and you don't get a replacement for either, and this one starts to waver and tip. It's maybe a little bit of what's going on there, but I agree with you. I think Aaron Rodgers at this age, where he's darn near 40 years old, he's not going to move like he did as a young cat. He's not going to want to get hit as much as he did when he was a young cat. These other older quarterbacks will not. So if he does not have the time to throw like he's had prior, if they can't establish the run like they have been able to in the last couple of seasons to give him this MVP season, he will look a little bit different than he has recently. And maybe Father Time starts to catch up with him this season. Brendan Eichrick says, Everett was impressive today. He's being used how Jimmy Graham should have been used. Shane Waldron didn't get Jimmy. No, Brendan, and to your point, if you had Shane Waldron with Jimmy Graham, he'd be using Jimmy in the appropriate way. That's one of those failed experiments that should be a shining example to the coaching staff and front office when looking at players and deciding on if you're going to trade for players and bring them into your scheme and your system. Is to look at them and understand that you need to get the most out of the player. It's not the player's job to get the most out of your scheme. And when you look at a guy like Jimmy Graham, you brought him in and said, this player needs to get the most out of our scheme. We need to turn him into an inline blocker. No, he should have been an H-back type tight end. He should have been off the ball. He should have been rarely dealing with press coverage. Or if he dealt with press coverage, being able to have that yard head start to then get some momentum to go up against it and get them fearing his speed a little bit more. Seattle didn't do that. They didn't do that. That's true. But I think that they've started to maybe learn those lessons a little bit more. And certainly with Waldron here, it'll go a long way to learning those lessons. Bash M says offense gave the Russ a lot of easy completions. I like it. That's what this offense does, Bash. That's at the base of this offense. Before you get to building the statue above, you're at the base. And the base of the offense here is going to be balance, but short, easy passing completions, which helps to get your quarterback in rhythm. When everything's a hole shot, when everything's 50 yards down the field between two defenders, and you've got to put it on a line, it's very hard to just be handoff, handoff, handoff. Now try to make that throw. But when you got a little bit of out in the flat. A little bit of a post route up over here. Okay, a little bit of toss route. A screen route over here. Okay, now I got to throw the deep ball. I'm feeling good. I'm in the flow. Let's go. It's a little bit what I think you saw today, a little bit more, right? A little bit more what you saw. Maxwell says, let's go get a ring. Let's go get a ring, Maxwell. Let's go do it. Let's just stop messing around about it, okay? Let's stop messing around. Mason Dale says, glad to see we haven't forgotten about Disley. I haven't forgotten, Mason. I've got hopes. I got big hopes. My guy is a complete tight end. He's old school looking, but he's new school feeling. Okay? And with him, if he can get a little bit of that juice back in those legs, a little more bounce back in those coils, back to what we saw in those initial 4-game sets at the start of his first 2 years before he fell down to those injuries. And there's reason to believe he can. Whew. We saw it today. We're going to hit you from every angle. We got deep into the third quarter. We had 1 target to DK Metcalf. And we were almost offensively at that state, really running nearly almost to a dominant state at that point with, maybe your biggest threat not even yet being really utilized. Scary thought. Brian Roberts says, congrats on the sponsor. Nice, bro. Thank you, Brian. Moving on up. All right. Sean B12 says, Everett has, I appreciate that, Brian. One of my OGs. Sean B says, Everett has more TDs than Kittle. Very, very true. Very astute. Astute observation. Marty M.F. Williams, Jamal Adams looked awesome. He looked good to my eyes. He's going to, admittedly, when I'm watching game copy, sometimes my eyes just end up getting drawn to the defensive offensive line, and I will stick in there, and it's just, I'm watching everything going on there. But I like the energy I saw out of him out there. He looked lively, spirited as he always does. You're going to see a more impactful presence in other games throughout this year, but he was clean. He was assignment correct. He was on point. You didn't see any moments him up the field with a receiver, number 1 receiver, getting beat by a yard. I thought he looked good. I thought he looked really good. And again, really good in the run game, which is the place that he doesn't, I think, get any credit for at all. People call him a blitz boy, and they say he's a box safety. And sometimes he doesn't get enough credit for being one of, if not the best run defending safety in the entire NFL. A big part of stopping Jonathan Taylor today is Jamal Adams keeping things, essentially giving them that extra man in the box. Being so on it in the running game and reactive in the running game and getting down there and filling a lane, closing things up a bit, just clogging things up, mucking it up. Maxwell, 5.1 already. Yeah, 5,100. We passed it quick, Maxwell. I think we got a big bump from the Brendan Nelson audience. So the big shout out to them. They came on here, I think, last week and pushed us up over the top real quick on that one. So I hope my people are showing similar love to Brendan over there as we all are on our little bit of our rise. Apostate Russ says, big happy birthday to LJ Collier. Oh, poor LJ. I'm a little bit like Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting to Matt Damon, where I look across from, it's not your fault. And and LJ's like, I know. No, it's not your fault. Poor LJ. Yep, he was an inactive today, one of the Seahawks inactives, further confirming what I've long suspected and postulated to you folks, being that LJ Collier is currently on this roster right now because it will literally cost more to cut him than it is to keep him. So for those of you out there going, why is he still on the roster? Why is he even still here? Why is this? What has he done to earn? I'm in agreement with you, but he's not going anywhere because of that opening fact I just gave you right there. He cost $4 million of dead money just to let him go. That bonus money from his rookie first-round contract accelerates, the remaining portion of it accelerates and overtakes what he's making this year. So there will be one more year of LJ Collier. Maybe hopefully he's like, Mr. T and Rocky, Rocky 3, right? Down in some musty gym just training every day because he's not getting the reps. That's what I'm hoping. I don't know. Or like Rocky in the Russian forest, chopping wood and just doing the craziest things. He's just trying to just be obsessive about it. I don't know what he can do, but I mean, that's what I would be if I was in his state. That I'd be doing. I'd be up in the middle of the night just working on my hand rips and stuff. Leland Kimball, Franken beans. Yes, trim up your Franken beans right. That's what it was, Leland. Thank you. That's why you remember, Leland. Remember one of my mods. Frank and beans. That's what it was. All right. Yeah, that's my something about Mary Reverend. So keep your Frank and beans clean with Manscaped. And use code NEST to save yourself 20% off and free shipping. You know you want to do it. Tim Schumi, I couldn't have asked for a better showing by our offense. A couple of iffy drives for the defense, but they more than got the job done. That's right. I well succinctly put, Tim. I don't think I could put it any really better. I think we expected going into this game. We hoped, look, offense is going to have some bumps in this road. You're not getting the unwrinkled shirt that's been starched and everything is looking just, so clean. It was pretty close to that, quite frankly, in its efficiency, its effectiveness. But we didn't expect necessarily that in totality. We got it enough. That's all we needed of. Is it enough? Because we expected the defense to take another step forward. I don't know if they have yet, but they did in this game. And encouraging to see. That's why I said this isn't just it's a good win, be happy about it, move on. It's encouraging to see because this is what we want to see replicated now with every given game going forward, ideally. And with the defense, being iffy, it's what I come to always, Tim, with this being that the defense, I think, at times can maybe be dominant, but a lot of times they're going to give up some drives. And teams are going to move the ball up the fild. But the real stat you can key into with the defense at the end of the day is really a couple things. Turnovers, you were evened up today. But then the points. How many points are they giving up? Is this a team? Because that team, Legion of Boom teams, that's what they did, as well as a lot of different things across the board, as well as causing turnovers, as well as being dominant, as well as being nasty and intimidating. They also didn't let you score very often. So as if you as a team keep the scoreboard down, that's all that really matters. And really what I'm trying to say built within that is, it's the bend but don't break. It's you might get yards between the 220s, but you get down there inside the red zone and we're going to stiffen up. We're going to start bringing in those blitzes you haven't been seeing between the 20s. We're going to get a lot more exotic. We're going to take away the run game as well. That's what you saw today. So look at Seattle. Twice inside the 20, inside the red zone. What'd you go? 2 for 2. And you look at Indianapolis, conversely, they got there 4 times. 4 times in this game inside the 20. And what was their ratio? 2 of 4. So if that's what you do week in and week out, if you win that battle week in and week out, you are going to win a lot of football games. Because again, it's to the blueprint. It's to the schematic design. Brian says, smash that like button and subscribe. Please do. Thank you, Brian, for mentioning that. I appreciate it. James Tomlinson, Seahawks. Yay. Yay, James. Big yay. Marty M.F. Williams, sad that Eskridge got knocked the F out. Yeah, tough pay because he was running so hard on that play, fights through a tackler on that, gets to the sideline. The guy just basically gives him a forearm into his head. Would not be the least bit surprised if the league office comes calling to that defensive player this week and has a nice little fat fine put in his locker, as that was definitely looked to me a little bit of a blow to the head with a forearm. But sad to see. Hopefully Eskridge can kind of bounce back off it because, man, you felt him in this game, even in just a little flash here and there. I mean, that fly sweep I've talked about, if he can just be good in fly sweeps and bubble screens, we're golden, baby. That's all we really need out of him. It's great if he can do some other stuff in between, but we got the DK, we got the Tyler on the other side. We just need him to be that guy that I know gadget is what gets put on these type of guys a little bit. He needs to be more than a gadget, but the gadget stuff is what's been missing from our offense. We haven't had a good bubble screen guy really since Golden Tate was here. You need that in this offense. You haven't really had a good fly sweep guy since Percy Harvin's been here. So he's going to add that element now to the team, and it's needed on the offensive side of the ball, especially in this offense. Leland Kimball says, don't trash Flowers. He gave up a touchdown. He overall played pretty well. I was happy by what I saw with Trey today. And again, I'm not at my expectation. Maybe it's part of what my expectation is with our corners. I'm not expecting Pro Bowl from either of these two guys. I'm just expecting that solid playing of good, stable play. That's basically what I'm hoping for and expecting. Ryan B says, wouldn't have had Amazon been a better local reference? Wouldn't have had Amazon been a better local reference? Well, if Amazon wants to sponsor the show, Ryan, I'm not going to be opposed to Amazon sponsoring the show, but Manscaped reached out. So, you know, I was the bell at the ball, man. I'm just like, who's gonna take this bell out? And they said, hey, we like you. We like what you're doing. Why don't you come over here? But I'm an equal opportunity person, and I'm certainly, if there's a local Seattle business that wants to whatever on the show, I'll publicize you. I'll blow you up in a good way. Giovanni Vito says, "What a man! Haven't been here in a while. Sorry, but I'm back because it's football season. That's all right. I got a bunch of my audience that are very similar. Just give me your overall thoughts on the game today. Just feel good about it, man, Gino. I think that the best way I can put it is blueprint, schematic designs. The way you wanted to draw this up in the offseason is the way that this played out in this particular game. I don't know that that's always been the case in recent seasons. I think too often than not, it's been, let's try this. That didn't work. Russell, yeah, magical time. Go get your wand. That's pretty much to sum up what we've done in recent years to try to counter stuff when the game plan A doesn't work. And in this game, I don't think that it was as much a game plan was just so, it was a great game plan, but it was just, to me, it was more of you building in the easier stuff to Russell. You're making the game easier on him. You're not making him have to sit back there and think through everything so much. Things just get pre-designed. He knows where to go with the football. I think somebody said like you're playing a little more of a purpose in where he's going throwing the football. And that's what I think you're going to see more and more of in this offense, especially as he sees how efficient he can be in this. Especially as he's like, whoa, wow, there's some easy completions. I just let this rip. That guy's wide open over there. Because you got to, as I've said before, we try to do before is we go deep, 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 and you're like, oh, that doesn't work. Okay, try the short stuff now. You got to work on the short stuff. It's not a light switch that goes on and off. Deep, short, deep, short. You got to actually kind of work in some of the short stuff and then kind of mix in the deep stuff. They did that today. So like it. And defensive, same thing on the defensive side of the ball, Giovanni. Same thing. You did exactly what you want blueprint-wise. Turn the offense one-dimensional, stop the run, make them throw. Good things are going to happen after that, especially when you got a pass rush that everybody across the board is supplying some pass rushes, not just one trick pony time, one guy. It's all got to be Jadeveon Clowney. No, everybody across the board was getting pass rush today. B. Anderson, love the new look offense. Seems to make everyone in the building, including us fans, happy. Not bad for our first game of the season. Just imagine when everyone starts getting comfortable. Dangerous. Well said, Mr. Anderson. Well said, and I agree 100%. I think everybody likes to see it, Anderson, because I think a lot of people are recognizing, as I was looking online, Twitter and everything, you're recognizing this looks a little different. This isn't just, we're getting a new offensive coordinator, whoop-de-doo. It's sort of like everything's still going to be the same state. The offense is still going to look the same, basically, but you brought in a new guy to make the fans feel warm and fuzzy at night. That's not what this was. This was a wholesale sea change into a new offense in a big-time way. And people are seeing that, I think, a little bit in this game. And while I've said I'm not taking anything final from this one game and saying this means everything's fixed, this means MVP Russell season, this means Seahawks Super Bowl, because I was already predicting a Super Bowl before I saw this game. So I don't have to change that. But it is a step in the right direction of what we would want to see for all the things we talked about on the offseason of what we thought we would hope to see within this offense. 312 says, Russell had an efficient performance. Just have to sustain this level of play for the entire season. And 312, congrats on your Steelers getting a nice win today, by the way. Great job on their part. Yes, agreed, man. Got to stay at this level of play. If he stays at this level of play and can be this efficient, if he can take his shots in key moments like this today, and he just missed a Tyler Lockett touchdown later on in the game, too, which he almost hit Tyler again down the sideline. He just couldn't step into the throw because Buckner just got him. But very close on that one as well. But yes, I've mentioned I thought the biggest stat I took away, I predicted this year Russell would throw for more yards than he's ever thrown in his career. Said he'd throw for more touchdowns than he's ever thrown in his career. Obviously, getting the extra game this year is going to help him do that. But the stat that I also said was he's going to throw for the highest completion percentage in his entire career. And that doesn't matter if you play 16, 17 games. But I said that because of the fact that I thought he was going to have a lot more easy completions in this offense, which was just going to ramp up that much more his completion percentage. I thought he could throw for even like 71 type percent completion percentage if he could really get rolling this year in this offense. Brash M says, it's a little concerning to know that the blitz doesn't get there and our corners are man, and they're probably going to make the competition, but I like everything else about the D. It's a little concerning, though, that if the blitz doesn't get there, our corners are in man, they probably make that completion. Potentially. I mean, there were some weird defense of moments in this game where they would drop a defensive lineman in coverage, it was very easy for Wentz at that point in time to pick out that mismatch, where you had a receiver going against a defensive end. But I mean, the guys that got sacks in this game, Carlos Dunlap on a 2-point conversion attempt, Rasheem Green, Daryl Taylor. I don't know that any of those came on necessarily blitzes. I could be wrong on that, but I think that those were on, they might have been 5-man fronts, but that wouldn't be what I would call like a full stack blitz. You're still getting to drop a lot of guys into coverage at that point. But the corners will probably remain a little bit of a concern for folks. That's probably not going away completely. Again, I just always say keep them in the spot of just thinking of it through a league average lens. Be league average. Don't get burned over the top. Do those two things, we can be a good defense still. Master Chief says the Packers got blown the F out. They did. Embarrassing loss at home. Embarrassing on the heels of that offseason too, where they didn't want to have more of that narrative starting to take hold. We're like, I don't know. Is Aaron in the bag? Is he, now the articles are coming out, right? Is Aaron Rodgers at that spot where he just doesn't care? I mean, it's going to be on all the shows tomorrow. Is he showing the Packers, oh, you're going to force me to play for you when you tell me you don't want me anymore? Oh, okay. All right. Sure. Yeah, you can take that stance. Sure. Oh, I'm under contract. Yeah, I'm under contract. Sure I am. I'm not saying Aaron's doing that. Saints are a team that can do what they did to the Packers today. This wasn't the Texans coming in there and doing this to Green Bay. But, I don't know. Bash has nice pass rush today, especially Rasheem Green. Rasheem Green had a breakout game today. He played by far his best game as a pro, and it isn't even close. He was a force on the football field, which we've never said about Rasheem Green. Absolutely tapping into the potential of what people thought when they said, this guy's coming out in this year of the draft, he's a third-round pick. If he came out in the next year's draft, if he went back to school and just developed his talents a little bit further, he'd probably be a top 15 pick. That is the talent level that he has inside them. And this is a guy not like L.J. Collier. L.J. Collier came to this team when he was 24 years old. When Rasheem Green was drafted, he was 20 years old. There's a 4-year difference between these two players, basically, as far as when they come to the NFL. So I give a lot more rope to Rasheem in his development time and kind of rounding himself out into shape. Whereas with LJ, the clock's already ticking. You're going to be 26, 27 here soon. It's just not the same type of thing. And I've always thought with Everson or with Rasheem that he's got the same type of trajectory in him or the same capability in him that we saw with a guy like Everson Griffin, who, while never a star, fully rounded into that guy that was that all-around really good upper-level defensive end for a lot of years. We're really good against the run and really good as a pass rusher. Just overall, very solid across the board. He can give you 10 sacks in the year, and he can be rated top 5 in the league as a run stuffer. Coming off the edge, that is. I don't know if Rasheem's yet there on the run stuffing part, but all this is a step in the right direction. Randall says, the Colts are no slouch. Top 10 D in 2020. We shut down who I think will lead the league in rushing. Smacked the ish out of Carson. Make no mistake about it. We beat Carson Wentz up in this game. There's going to be bruises. His body's going to be battered after week 1. No doubt about it. I don't think the Colts defense is going to be where they were last year. This confirmed, maybe it's a little bit of bias confirmation for me, Randall, because I looked at this offseason for the Colts, and you had $45 million to spend, 5th most amount of cap space to spend in the entire NFL. You didn't make any real major signings other than bringing in Wentz. That was pretty much all you did. You re-signed some of your own guys, granted, T.Y. Hilton and Zach Pascal, and big deals to Quentin Nelson and their linebacker, but Darius Leonard. But you didn't do a lot. Naheem Hines, I think, this week before this game. But you didn't do a lot out on the open market with that money. And maybe you didn't. Maybe you had to sign these other guys. They were the priority, so you in actuality didn't have very much money to spend, period. But you also lost guys. Justin Houston, Denico Autry. That's 2 of your top 3 pass rushers on your team. And when they ask for a rookie pass rusher to come in out of this draft, Kwity Paye, and take over for the production of Houston or Denico Autry, or be the combination of that production, it's a tall task for a rookie. We've seen, you rely on a rookie to be your main element of pass rush, you're going to get your heart broke time and time again. And you kind of see this coming a little bit with the Colts from that standpoint, I think, in my opinion. I still think they'll be solid, but probably more middle of the road than top 10 this year. But with that said, Randall, we gave it to them when it mattered, and the game was on the line, when we weren't just trying to run down the clock, essentially. It felt like we really had kind of our way with them. where they just didn't have any real answers for us, and the amount of playmakers we were kind of throwing at them because they couldn't concentrate on just any one guy. Michael Meyer says, "Go Bears! We need at least one team in the NFC West to lose. It would be nice this week if we could get just one loss out of the NFC. I don't want to end out this season where we've got only losses from our NFC West is only coming from within. You guys imagine that? Our NFC West just dominates so hard. It just goes so hard. Nobody can touch any team in the NFC West except just us within our own. Wouldn't that be crazy? So you'd have to have 20. You'd have to have so 4 times. So you have what? 24 losses within cobbled up between the teams. Maybe not that many at that point. I'm way overdoing it there. 6 games. Every team's got 6 games. So 4 teams. Yeah, 10. That'd be cool though. My math's off. My math's not a strong suit today, evidently. Master Chief says Rodgers was about to go to Jeopardy. Yeah, Rodgers is definitely thinking about Jeopardy right now. He's like, it's going to be one of these years. Winston equals MVP, says Go Hawks. Rodgers equals washed. Well, it's 1 week. It's 1 week. I ain't counting Rodgers quite out yet, and I'm not thinking Winston's has reclaimed himself quite yet to what the potential teased of in college. But it's possible. NSLCs, we actually spared the Colts defense. I believe we could have done better if Shane would have adjusted in the third quarter. We only get better as the season goes on. First game with the new offensive scheme. I felt like a little bit of we pulled our foot off the brake as the quarter. We certainly didn't start out in the third quarter great, but then it felt like there was a little bit of taking your foot off the brake as you go along through the course of the game. And while I don't like doing that, Coach Carroll's actually better at doing that than Mike Holmgren was. Mike Holmgren would take his foot off the brake, and he'd take it fully off the brake and put his foot on the floor and then just let the car fully slow down. At least with Carroll, you can feel moments of them putting their foot back on the gas when they start to kind of lay off a little bit too much with it. But it did seem to me like they started to kind of, to your point on that, ease up on him just a bit. Just a bit. They weren't trying to embarrass anybody. Rodney Burr, pass rush was so refreshing to watch. It was, Rodney. I can't wait to go back and rewatch the game tonight. It's going to be some fun game to re-look at and examine. I'm going to be looking at a lot of that battles down there on the front four again, just to kind of bask in it a bit. But I felt like everybody was really solid. I didn't see anybody getting in the running game, giving up their edge. Everybody was on their gap. We weren't getting widened out. You'll see sometimes with the Colts team, there was one run where they got it with us where they run through the wide zone and they get everything widened out, and then Taylor can kind of just pick his poison on which lane he wants to go through. They did a really good job of squeezing up those lanes and not giving him an easy cut back as well, staying very disciplined defensively. It's an easier said than done thing. Easy, stay in your gap. Well, that's easy. Stay in your gap. How hard is that? Well, you got a 350-pound man pushing you out of the gap. It's easier said than done. So they did a great job in that. I really, as much as anything with this defense, it's great to see the pass rush, but I loved what I saw with them in the run game. Taylor is a great back, and that's a really good offensive line you're going up in the run game, and they buckled down. But the pass rush could be lethal this year, Rodney. Could be lethal. MSR Rook, I'm very happy, but let's wait for a few weeks, but this is a very good sign for our Hawks. Go Hawks. Same thing here, MSR Rook. I'm not going to say that, like I said, this isn't. I mean, it's very. I'll tell you, there's a very itchy part of me that says I've been saying what we saw play out in this game this whole off season to jump up and down and say, see, but I'm not doing that yet. I'm just I'm calmly nodding my head. Yes, looks good, looks very well, very good. So I'm in that state right now. But this is a great step in the right direction, man. It's great. Leland says, yep, Wentz got thumped all day. He did. He took hits. That's what you need to do. We're going to drop a lot of guys into coverage when we're not having to blitz. And what that means for a quarterback is you got to be certain about your reads. You got to be certain about the zone being open. And you have more guys dropping into zone. That's much closer and smaller those zones get to trying to throw into, and that leads to a quarterback sometimes maybe holding the ball a tick longer, needing to wait a tick longer for a player to get through the other side of a zone, and that, again, now your pass rush has got to step forward and take advantage of that. And in recent years, we've had the first part of those elements, stop the run, turn them into a one-dimensional attack. Oh, they're just slicing and dicing our defense to pieces. This year, the third element's now seemingly being brought into bear, where you've got a pass rush now in addition to it. It's good to see. 312 says the overreaction from the Packers versus Saints game has been insane. yeah, it's going to be all week 3-1-2, and it's really, I think, as much as this is the problem with doing the offseason the way Rodgers did, leading up to the year like this, is because if it goes this way, this is the narrative that comes up out of it now. I am with you. I don't agree with it. I'm not. I don't think anybody can take anything off of just week one. Crazy stuff happens. Crazy stuff happens in like me knocking my mic out. Crazy stuff happens in week one every year. Every single year, crazy stuff goes on. It's a yearly event. Teams have look at a lot of these teams. For instance, when you look at the preseason, and they didn't play any of their starters. Oh, they started out a little bit slow, or they're not. We did well, but not every team's going to do well not having played a lot of their starters. And this is a very new thing around the NFL to be doing that way. But I do think it is. At the same time, we got to acknowledge 3-1-2. You go into Lambeau and you beat the Packers by 3-4 touchdowns. I mean, it's a notable thing, too. That doesn't happen very often. And I don't think it's anything to take away from, but if we're watching through the next couple of games of this year and monitoring these two teams, if this is the course of a beginning of a new narrative for both, it's very interesting. Marty M.F. Williams says, yeah, time to focus on the Titans. Oh, we get to revel a little bit in this, Marty. We get to revel a little bit in this. Just a little bit more. Seahawks, the Falcons are probably going to have a fire sale at the deadline. Would you call about Grady Jarrett and a sack and stack a strength on a strength? I would, Seahawks, that the problem when I looked at this prior as far as Grady Jarrett being a target is that Grady Jarrett is carrying way too much of a cap hit at this point to be able to bring him on. So the dead money hit to Atlanta would be huge. In fact, I think it would accelerate over the top to bring him aboard. I'll double check on this to make sure I'm right on this, but I believe I looked at this before, and as I was kind of going through the list of players, and that was the thing that jumped out to me with him and looking at their situation, where they just signed to do a contract extension, right? They've got already contract problems as far as their cap space is very, very limited. Sorry, 1 second. I'm taking a look here at Atlanta really quick here, guys. 1 second. There we go. So Grady Jarrett right now carries nearly a $21 million cap hit right now. And if they were to trade him, he would essentially then cost an extra additional $8 million beyond that. That's a big price to pay. I just don't think the Falcons are going to take that dead money hit. I don't think that they have the cap space to do it, because that means they'd have to have extra cap space they're sitting on right now to take more of that dead money hit into it so Seattle can bring him aboard. Not to mention Seattle would have to find cap space to fit him under, and that's still a pretty fat base salary he's carrying off the board with a $21 million hit this year. Just not likely to happen, unfortunately. But likely that the Falcons will probably be, I don't even know if they're going to be in fire sale, because they're married to Matt Ryan for 2 years. I don't think they go to fire sale. Obi-Wan, Eagles won big today. The chance of trade for Kelsey is getting slimmer and slimmer. Obi-Wan, very, very, very true. Very true, as well as we saw Ethan Posick go down with his yearly injury, right? Already starting things out hot. Our man Posick with a little bit of a knee injury going on. So the center position gets a little bit thinner as well. So you're slimmer and slimmer for Kelsey, and our center depth gets thinner and thinner. Slimmer and slimmer, thinner and thinner. The story of the Seahawks 2021 center position. Wheeler, we got Russ, we got Lockett, we got DK, Bobby Wagner. We are going to the Super Bowl. 20-0, baby. Let's go, Wheeler. I'm riding with you, buddy. I'm riding with you. Mirza, good game. Offense looked good. The touchdown we gave up at the end was worrying. Flowers needed help over the top. Adams was just standing in the middle, jumping up. Kind of weird. Yeah, it's an odd. You went to it's a cover zero blitz, Mirza, and whenever Seattle's blitzing, it's always going to probably look a little weird because we don't like to blitz necessarily normally, and it's an odd time to call the blitz in my opinion, because there wasn't a lot of time necessarily left on it was an odd timing for the blitz there, but Wentz read the blitz, saw it coming, hit his hot route. Hot route being that you've got your corner then one-on-one at that point. That's not the strong suit of Trey Flowers' game, is to play man-on-man, one-on-one off of press at the line of scrimmage. He can do that if he's got a receiver going around him trying to go deep. But if the receiver basically goes inside on a post route like he did, that's Flowers is going to get eaten up in that situation. I'd say that the key there is just don't run that cover zero blitz like that in that moment and put him in that weird position. But he gave up the touchdown, no doubt. Goak says LJ is a healthy scratch. Time to just move on and sign Adkins. Yeah, you can't do it. I'm sorry, guys. I know. I wanted to too, Go Hawks. I wanted to too. He costs too much. Costs more money to release than he does to keep. So they're going to keep him on the roster. It doesn't preclude them from bringing on Geno Smith. And to your point, maybe I think I hadn't really considered with this with Geno Smith, but something to maybe think about, folks, in regards to Geno Atkins, but something to think of in regards to Geno Atkins and why he hasn't been signed with Seattle, despite the fact that he came in and had a very successful workout. They were very happy with what they saw. So why didn't he get a sign? And we thought maybe some of this was a little bit of differences in what he wanted to be paid versus what Seattle was willing to pay, which may be the case. But another thing that this may also be is that in the NFL, the way that it works for veteran players is that when you sign a veteran player in the offseason, and if he's on your roster on week one, if he's on the roster after week one, like he was active week one, he played week one, the whole rest of his salary is guaranteed throughout the whole rest of the year. So if you sign a guy for $1 million on a one-year deal, right? You bring him in, he goes out in that first game and he gets injured. Well, that means you're probably still then, that means you're not probably, you are then, your cap hit still is then on the hook for $960,000 or whatever it would be for your cap, despite the guy not playing anymore. Whereas if it's a veteran who signed on that same one-year deal, let's say, post week 2, you sign him for a 1 year, $3.5 million deal with some signing bonus, and then he gets injured week 5, you can release him, and while you still will have been eating some dead money hit, you will not be on the hook for his base salary at that point in time. So a little bit of cap schematics talk there for you folks, but maybe a reason why Atkins has not been signed yet up until this point. And it makes sense. Seattle has done similarly with veterans in the past. Randall says, I thought we blitzed too much early. Back-to-back plays for Colts, Adams, and Brooks blitzed. Then we adjusted. Yeah, I felt similarly. I felt like there was a little bit more of the show of cover 2 looks, a little bit less single high stuff. I'm going to look a little bit more on this on the tape, Randall, to confirm what I kind of saw on first suspicions. But that would be what I'd say on my suspicions with it, where in playing Wentz in the past, I've seen him struggle with cover 2 looks. You're forcing him to throw kind of the hole shot in between 2 defenders, and he doesn't like that squeezed. He wants to see more man-on-man stuff like on the touchdown throw that he had. He'll beat that stuff up all day. He loves man. Which when you go into blitz, you're going into man. You don't go into blitz and then go into zone. So you kind of were playing into his strength a little bit by doing that. Good to see them adjust with a little bit. Defense played solid with that, I thought. They blitzed it good enough, just a decent enough rate as the game went along. And I think you adjust your blitz rate depending on the type of teams you play. Depending on the type of guys you go up against. And you probably blitzed a little bit on this game because Wentz sometimes has struggled going against the blitz. But good on their part. Solid point, Randall. Maxwell, our defensive line was great. We don't have just one person you can triple team. Nick Bosa, today everyone pressured the quarterback. That's right, Maxwell, coming at him from a variety of different angles. Mark says, I may have to redo my 15-2 after Tennessee and Green Bay both got their asses handed to them. But there is the Saints. I said after the draft there would be a less weaker teams this year and surprised wins today. And there are this year's some surprise wins today. Yeah, I'm shocked by a couple of these wins today. Buffalo coming in this year, I thought had a lot of momentum coming off their offseason where they returned 21 of 22 starters. They didn't do anything great in this offseason as far as big moves, but they didn't have to, being the team that's on the rise, the good young quarterback. But man, Steelers come in there and win. I mean, that's an impressive victory by the Steelers to do so. And the Saints, I've known they're solid. The key with them was that they needed a quarterback. Taysom Hill was the guy allotted there. Didn't know if Jameis was ready to get back into that mode and be the head signal caller. I mean, we just had a video a couple years ago of him talking about a win, and he's sucking on his fingers in the middle of the field, and his teammates are looking at him like, what the hell are you doing? And you go look at that moment, that's when he's in a Saints jersey, and you go, whew, I don't want this guy ever leading my team. But to his credit, look, he's really talented. He seems really committed. He seems to have understood kind of that nothing's given at this point, and he's literally spoken on it. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes with that. NFLCs, was I the only one waiting for Alton Robinson to get a sack? I have great expectations for Robinson and Taylor, and also let go of Ethan Posick. It's just cringeful to watch that scrub on the field. Yeah, NFLCs, I definitely would have liked to have seen us upgrade over the top of Ethan Posick this past season. offseason, which we didn't really address that. We'll see if something can kind of materialize around the trade deadline. I'm hopeful but pessimistic. Maybe maybe Fuller is ready to roll. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be hard for Robinson to get on the football field, Cease, and it's not his fault. It's, again, another one of those Goodwill Hunting. It's not your fault, but for different reasons. We saw with Daryl Taylor, he couldn't get on the football field through much of this game because you had Rasheem Green out there and Carlos Dunlap. Kerry Hyder was barely able to get many sniffs as far as snaps go. In games like this, where both teams are committed to the run and the time of possession and the clock just gets shrunken down that much more, and there's not that many attempts on the field, that unfortunately is going to be when Robinson sees his number kind of come up short. And he's putting that little bit of being a depth guy at that point, which isn't really fair to him because he did so much damage last year as far as being such an efficient rusher in the small rotational snaps he got. But what are you going to do? Who are you taking off the field? Rasheem Green obviously earned his way into that rotation. He was the best edge rusher in this game. He might have been your best down defensive lineman in this game. You can't take him off. You're not taking Carlos Dunlap off the field. You have Kerry Hyder out there for your rundown stuff. Where do you put him? There's just so many snaps, and it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful problem to have, isn't it? It's a great problem to have. TJ, not a bad game for a new offense. It wasn't perfect, but it was a good start. Agreed, TJ. Agreed. Really good games. I thought Seattle was very patient, and D coordinator was absolutely confused on what to do. I thought the defensive coordinator got caught in a lot of different weird angles on how to go about it as well. Seattle committing to throwing short passes. Seattle hitting their running backs at times quickly out of the backfield, not late. You saw Russell actually get to Carson, to get out to Chris Carson out in the flat, and he did it with a purpose. Not like waiting, letting the defenders first drop in their zone, take away the deep stuff, and then break back to the shallow stuff, allowing them to then close on the running back. But hit the running back as you start to get the defenders starting to go back into their deeper zones. And that's nice. Just, again, it's these little tiny wrinkles in this offense. It's not the obvious stuff that you really see with it. It's so tiny sometimes, but it's such a big difference because it's so counter to what you've done prior. That's such a just different. Before, when you're going to throw it to the back, it's drop back, look deep, look deep, look deep, look deep, look deep. You'll see the back. Okay, now try to haphazardly throw the running back as the defensive line pressure is closing in on me, or as that defender is now closing up on that running back. And you go, man, that didn't do anything. Yeah, it didn't do anything. You gotta commit to it. You got to commit to it. Randall McDaniel says, glad to see the moon ball is still in the offense. Oh, Russell, he scraped the bottom of Indy Stadium there, the roof there, didn't he? I think I saw a little bit of concrete trailing down off that throw to Lockett on that first throw. I think they're going to have to get a guy up there this week in Indy, put him up on one of those risers that go up to the top of the stadium and get him to fill in a little bit of that concrete. I think Russ knocked a little bit of it out. Two running backs, Mism Unit. You should be a coach for the Seahawks. That'd be awesome, man. I think they probably got much better, more highly qualified folks than me on that, though. I would reckon to guess. Maxwell, the Cardinals game gives me way more confidence about Tennessee next week. I would be more confident about this game, Tennessee, next week, but part of me, my initial inkling here is, and I will be watching the Tennessee tape this week as well for you folks for our preview show in a couple days. But my inkling on this is the Cardinals played better than the Tennessee played bad. And the Cardinals came out and took it to that game, and they took that game away from Tennessee early and just sort of took their soul a little bit away from them. I'm expecting a hungry, angry, like I call them, a backed up into the corner feral animal that's got maybe a little bit of rabies in it, a little bit of froth in at the mouth. And now you got to go over there and try to get them out of your house, and they're over there in the corner, and you don't have a broom. You got your bare hands. It's going to be a little bit of that for us. I know we're getting to play at home. That's the one upshot here is we get them at least at home. They got to come across to us. But goodness, I don't think they're going to be an easy opponent by any measure. Marty M.F. Williams says, best deep ball thrower of all time, Russell Wilson. I think he's got a good claim to fame on that, Marty. I think he's got a good claim to fame. You can maybe say you can maybe find a more stronger armed quarterback. You might find a guy who throws another 5 yards deeper, maybe a Brett Favre type, but you're not going to find a guy with more accuracy, more touch, who drops a more catchable ball down on those deeper throws. Throwing deep ain't just about letting the big dog hunt, It ain't just throwing it as far as you can. It's throwing with still the same pinpoint type of control you attempt to have on a 5, 10, 15-yard pass 55 yards down the field. And Russell Wilson absolutely does that. Oh, shoot. And I think I missed out on some of these. Oh, there we go. D-Nugget says, Rams game muted. Brandino turned up. Go Hawks. Thank you for the $2 donation, D-Nugget. You are awesome, my man. I do appreciate it. I do think I also missed somebody else's. Might have missed somebody else's dono here. Sorry about that. Let me see here. Here we go. Washington Quest with a $5 donation says, the first touchdown by Tyler Lockett belongs in the career highlights reel. Extremely hard to make. If it's coming over the shoulder, you're expecting. Well, Washington Quest, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. And yeah, it's what you'll hear it referenced to young folks to the Willie Mays catch. This is a very famous catch in baseball history and baseball lore. I mean, this goes back to I think the early 50s, I want to say. And Willie Mays, who was one of those first great defending outfielders out there in Major League Baseball history, was really noted for it, at least from the modern era. He's running back on this ball in the field, and he's got to go really far back. And when the ball is hit, those people in the stadium at the time would tell you there's no way that this guy was going to get to that ball. I mean, it was just absolutely crushed. And at the time, baseball stadiums would have these deep parts of the park where it was like no one's hitting it out to that part of the park. It'll be a double, but it's like 2 football fields away. They'd wear like old Yankee Stadium. They'd have literally trophies out in the outfield. It was that deep. I mean, it'd go past normal outfield plus another like 150 feet. Willie got to the ball, and you see him. For you guys here on the video of my screen, I'm doing kind of the deal, but what he's got to do is run full speed and be essentially looking almost straight above his head for the ball to come in. When you want to look for a ball, you want to look over a shoulder usually. And when you look at Lockett there, he's going over his left shoulder. He's looking for it because it's a 9 route. And Russell, like I was saying earlier, threw it as a skinny 9 where he sort of gets him more to the he's throwing to the open space. If he throws it as the 9, that's to where the defender's going. But when he throws it to the skinny part, it separates Lockett from the defender. And then Lockett does that great move that only a few receivers can really pull this off. Again, another easier said than done, but that you're switching from one shoulder up over to the other shoulder, and you're doing it running full speed with the defender closing in on you. Very hard to do. Russell was perfect on that and making sure he laid that ball up really softly because with the receiver having to go through all those acrobatics, the ball's got to come in very catchable. Otherwise, if it's coming down hard or is on a line, he's going to probably drop it. It's too many moving parts at once. But that's the Willie Mays catch. That's what they'll always call it. And Lockett, I agree, that definitely belongs in his highlight reel as far as all-time catches go. That was great on his part. Fantastic. He's got a lot of them now. He's stacking them up, and he's going to be making a very strong claim here very, very soon. Very, very soon, Tyler Lockett's going to have a very good, strong claim here. Not today, but very soon a very strong claim to potentially being the second best wide receiver in Seattle Seahawks history. And there's some good cats who've come through here. He's got to get past Brian Blades. He's got to get past the Dougie Baldwins. He's got to get past the Joey Galloways. But I think he's getting a claim. He's getting to a point where he might have a chance to make a little bit of a claim here. Mira 5136, thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Emmanuel Mendahane, thank you for a $10 donation. I do appreciate it, Emmanuel, and also my patron as well. So thank you to you, Emmanuel. It says 1-0, baby. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Emmanuel. And thank you so much for patronage. Just really quick thank you to my members of my channel, Thomas Cox, Robert Hayhurst, Robert Pennington, Leland Kimball, Go Hawks 2021, Roxanne Rowe, Phil Freeman, Ryan B., Mr. Kane, Barry Soitoro, Spencer Smith, Tim Schumi, Joey Mendez, sorry, don't leave out that Y, Joey Mendez, Preston Morrow, I call him the two-time, he's the two-time member on the channel, thank you for your double membership, brother, Doyle Robertson, I appreciate all of you, and of course Devin Martzall, Carmen D. Costanzo, and Emmanuel Mendahane, my patrons, thank you as well. But I appreciate also the $10 donation on top of that, Emmanuel. You are always awesome and kind and generous. I appreciate it. And folks, if I miss out on anybody in the chat, please just repost it. I try to get to everybody in the chat. The show's going to go long, 5, 6 hours. I don't know how long we're going tonight. I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to keep answering questions. We're going to keep interacting, but just be patient with me as it takes me some time to get down into the chat. I really try to talk this stuff out. UE2 cases, Adams definitely spooked Wentz. Russell is amazing as usual. Any win is a good win. Won't complain after a victory, but our division is a mother effer. Well put, Uwe. Well put, man. And yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw that. Adams was screaming up to the line of scrimmage on that play. He saw what was going to happen. Wentz loves to do those little, it's part of how he got his back broke a couple of years ago on one of those little dive plays. But he loves to do those dive plays up through the middle like that, where he just puts his head, go forward, and Jamal saw it, and Wentz sped up. That's what you do, right? You're a quarterback, you're like, I got this spot. I got 5 inches. All I got to do is get that 5 inches, and the snap's coming. I know it's coming. Okay, it's on 2. Hut, and then you see Jamal come running up, and you hike, and now you're going to try to move forward on it before you get the ball. It's like a receiver who catches the ball and starts to try to make a move before he actually looks into his hands and catches the ball. That's a little bit of what that Jamal Adams play was, in my opinion. Thomas says Lockett hasn't missed as many games as you think, but he's played injured. It's true. Emmett Brown, what's up, Emmett? Quick passing game looked good the first half, but then we went back to deep shots and taking the foot off the gas. Yeah. We definitely took the foot off the gas. They worked in a little bit of passing. They weren't as efficient offensively. I think by the middle of the third quarter, especially after the DK Metcalf touchdown, they kind of just put it to bed. And again, I don't like that as much, Emmett. But when I look back, for instance, on Mike Holmgren doing that stuff, he was horrible about it because he'd take his foot off the gas. You have games like this Ram game where we're up by like 27 points with like 5 minutes to go. But through all the halfway through the third quarter, he was just done with it, and it would just be so annoying. But Carroll does it from a standpoint. He seems to do it like with an eye to understanding where he's burning the clock from and how to get the game down to small possessions and just bleed that clock out. That's my given instinct on it. I could be wrong, but they definitely did start to back off a little bit in their aggressiveness. GoHawks 2021 says, was anyone shocked with the Titans versus Cardinals game? Biggest surprise of the week for me. That's the biggest surprise of the week for me. They go into Tennessee and they win that game. That one, and then the Buffalo game's number 2. But that's, to me, number 1 as far as... No, the Packers getting boat shows number 1. That's number 2, and the Bills game's number 3. So I put it there. But yeah, it's shocker. The second, what I got from this game, defensive line is for real. Secondary needs work. Offensive line looks solid. Offensive game plan scheme is great. Run game is nice, but Carson needs to stop fumbling. Agreed. It was the one thing we thought Carson maybe cleaned up off of last season, as he didn't really have, but I think 1 fumble on 150 some odd attempts, I think, last season. It seemed like he had kind of cleaned that up in his game. It's unfortunate when you watch in the game too, because he's got his hand up here and the second hand is coming up to protect the football on the replay. So you can't go, well, he should have had 2 hands on the ball. He's got 2 hands on the ball. The thing he probably needed to do was get it high and tight, where you take your elbow and you put it up near your rib cage. This is when you're trying to come in and now strip the ball, according to running backs. This is a lot harder to do it. The Tiki Barber is the grand example that I like to give on this. Tiki had a lot of hard problems with fumbling early in his career because when you run like this, right, where you come with your elbows out a little bit, you got to get those elbows into your body, or at least the right elbow into your body, and keep it there tight. Because then when the defender comes in, it's much easier to kind of keep it held and clutched in. I think he was getting a little worn down as the game went along. We saw Penny go out in this game due to an injury pretty early on, and you just had DJ Dallas at that point. I think he got a little bit gassed. That might have a little bit of something to do with it. But again, I agree with you. This can't be an epidemic thing. He's got to keep it clean, which I think he's going to be better about than we've seen. But this is also a little bit, I'll say this too. This is the price of doing business with bull backs that are hard runners who put their head down and grind for every last yard. Walter Payton had 55 fumbles in his career. Marshawn Lynch had like 36. Nobody looks at those guys and say had problems with fumble the ball, but there is some of that you're just going to get with that running style of back. Jason says the Texans and Lions are doing better than the Packers. maybe on that one. Yeah, that is a way to put it. Plagueis, so are the Titans chumps now? No, Plagueis, I don't put the Titans as chumps right now. I still think that they're a team that should be a contending team for the playoffs. It's week 1. It's week 1. We can't take any final conclusions off of week 1 or any things that we make any grand determinations, in my opinion. We can look in general terms. We can look and, we get a feel here, the step in the right direction. But the Titans still are a team that's got a lot of talent across the board on that football team. They do, and they've been playing really good football for a couple of years now, and they've been running the ball really well, really at not just a good level, at an elite level for a couple of years now. To believe that that's just all going away this season right now, I'm not going to make that jump, make that conclusion. Jerry Keeney, you just subscribed, and you are awesome for having done so. Thank you, Jerry. I do appreciate it very, very much. Herbicide, I'm liking how well the Titans involved. Herbicide says, I'm liking how well we involved the tight ends. Sorry, Herbicide, can't read. Good job, Waldron. Waldron did a great job in this game. didn't he? Did a fantastic job of mixing in the tight ends, mixing in the running backs. You saw the ball works more to those guys on the very small amount of attempts. What, Russell threw 25 times in this football game? Something like that, 23 times in this football game. Yet you still, having watched it, you still had to feel like, well, we did work the running backs. Oh, yeah, we did work it to the tight ends. And you can't usually say that very often about recent Seattle Seahawks football games. Duel P320 says Cardinals blowing out the Titans will make the Titans play harder against the Seahawks. Agreed, Duel. Agreed. That's my worry. That's why I'm calling it Duel. I'm calling it the feral animal in the corner with rabies. And that's going to be my prep for my show prep. You guys are going to see a thumbnail this next week on Wednesday for the preview of the Titan game. It's going to be a wild, rabid Titan with frothing mouth because that's what we're going to get. That's what we're going to get. This is a team that's a proud team. It's got a coach that's one of those spitting fire, chewing nails type coaches. He is not going to let them off the hook or let this just lie. Thomas Cox says the Bengals beat the Vikings. They did, Thomas. A little bit of controversy in that game on what a tackle is. If you guys don't know what's going on there, and take a look at that. But boy, Burrow coming back off that knee injury, big time. That kid's tough to come off like that and kind of have that kind of game like he did. And boy, the Vikings to get surprised like that, tough. We get to play the Vikings here in a couple weeks. Another tough team who could be fighting for their lives at that point a little bit, fighting for their season a little bit. Well, we're not getting a team on the downswing or overlooking us, but at that point, in the same kind of state that we're about to run into here with the Titans this upcoming week. Whammy Bard. Wilson looked like he was in complete control, and the outcome of the game was never in doubt. Few and far between have we had those type of games in recent years. Huh, Whammy? Few and far between. It seems more often than not, everything's got to come down to the end. We can't win in the first, can't win in the second, can't win in the third. Can you win in the fourth? Yeah, but it'd be nice to win in the second or third every once in a while. That's not bad either, is it? And that's what you got today. And I think him being in control was a big part of that. Him having full control throughout the course of the game. They ran a little bit of the up-tempo, like we've talked about on the channel. You don't run up-tempo 24/7. Just like in the Let Russ Cook, it's not Let Russ Cook 24/7. It's mix it in. It's 52, 40, 48, pass to run. It's running the up-tempo at certain odd times you wouldn't normally run in a football game to catch the defense off guard. Or if you've got them in a base formation that you really like to attack, do it for that reason. And that's what Russell did today. I think the more control you give him in this offense, the more you let him run and work, not just cook, but let him really control, the better he is as a football player. Mears of the fumble was just a great punch out by the Leonard. I'm not sure what Carson could have done. Agreed, I'm not going to beat him up, and I've been hard on Carson a little bit with the fumbles as far as paying him, where I've said I can't pay an injury-prone fumbleitis back big-time money. But on that play, I'm not going to hit him as hard for that one because, again, on the replay, if I see with a running back you're holding the ball and the second hand's coming up to protect it as you're anticipating contact, there's going to be times fumbles are going to even happen around that. But if you're doing that, you're at least outside of keeping it high and tight there a little bit more. He was doing everything he should have been doing as a running back in that moment. Herbicide says the 12s are going to mess the Titans up. Well, that's the part that people do need to consider too on the side, and a great point. We get our fans back in the stadium this week. We actually get the home field advantage back this week. How's Daryl Taylor going to do with that extra little half-second snap to get off the ball? I know you see slow off the ball, but with that extra half snap that the 12s give you, with the noise. It's a good point. It's a really good point. And one of the low-key things that noise can help out in a lot of respects, in my opinion, is actually stopping the running game too. It helps in pass rush, but it also stops those teams from being able to run, I think, as well, because they can't have their linemen sort of getting off as faster with the snap. It's almost taking a half beat longer for the linemen to get out of their stance to make sure that they're not offsides, to make sure they're actually waiting for the snap of the football rather than anticipating the snap of the football. And I think that helps a little bit in the run stuffing aspect of things, which when you got a guy like Henry back there, King Henry running toting the rock, and an angry King Henry at that, you're gonna probably want to have every little bit of extra advantage you can have. EW2K says Titans defense was god-awful last year, and it looks like nothing has changed. Certainly seems like they got boat race today. I've been saying boat show. I've been making boat raced. I've been saying that wrong all show. But yep, they definitely weren't great last year, and they've tried, I think they're trying to get Bud Dupree. There's their big signing this offseason. We'll dive a little bit more into him this week as we look at him in more depth, but I don't know how healthy Bud is coming back from that torn ACL with the Steelers last year. They've been trying to figure out a way to get the pass rush going there. It'll be interesting to take a look at this footage and see if it's the secondary that might have vomited up on itself a little bit in this game, where this offseason I think they lost a couple of cornerbacks out of that secondary, Dory Jackson, Malcolm Butler, and I think they were trying to go young there to replace that, which, again, go young, you're going to get disappointed more often than not. You can do it a little bit, but to go whole hog into relying on it, that's where you can kind of run into some problems. Maxwell says, how are the Texans the only one in their division with a win? Hard to say. The Jaguars just might be that bad this year again. Urban Meyer might be in over his skis in the NFL game. He is certainly not a, as much as he's a high-profile hire for the Jacksonville Jaguars, he's not a guy who is absolutely assured of being successful in this role, despite having even a guy like Trevor Lawrence. And that's a team that has a lot to rebuild there. So it's two rebuilding programs going up against each other. Somebody's got to win. Thomas says, I thought the Cards would struggle against the Titans, but Luan was injured and didn't play most of the game. Oh, okay. I didn't know that Luan was out. I thought he was coming back off of his injury. So that's big. I mean, that's their left tackle. You lose your main left tackle. Over recent years, they've lost their starting right tackle, of course, Zach Conklin, to the Cleveland Browns. They went out and drafted Isaiah Wilson from Georgia. He went a little bit into, I don't want to say derangement. I don't know what you want to call it. I guess he lost his love of football, went a little buck wild, went a little bit Malik McDowell on them. And so he was gone. And then they let their starting right tackle, I believe, this offseason also go in free agency. So you were down basically your starting tackles, or you're trying a brand new right tackle out at that point. But that line has been what they've leaned on in recent years. So if it's not as strong, I mean, that is their bread and butter on their team, is their offensive line, and it being a dominant group. Spencer says, wow, that felt good. Colts have a formidable defensive line, and our D line popped off the screen nonetheless. Or offensive line, sorry. Spencer, I missaid that. So happy to see our guys back out there. Me too, Spencer. I agree. We really did well against that offensive line, and I think that they weren't at full health. Look, Ryan Kelly was in his protocols over the past week. Not past week, but not 10 days ago. Quentin Nelson with the foot surgery, Wentz with the foot surgery. You had no T.Y. Hilton in this game, no Xavier Rhodes in this game. Seattle should have gone out in this game and taken care of a little bit of a more weakened opponent. But it was still good to see that they took care of business as they should. They still got a good right tackle. Ryan Kelly still is solid. Nelson's one of the best guards in the league, left guards in the league. Whammy Bard says, if the pass rush plays like this the rest of the season, Seahawks are getting that number 1 seed. They'll be in contention for it. They will. It's going to be, we got to see more of it. But yeah, if they can be as efficient in rushing the passer like they were today without having to blitz, then absolutely that's a pathway to the number 1 seed. Herbicide, Carson only fumbles like once a year. Just happy he got it over with. Well, he only fumbles once a year last year. But if you look at his recent year history, I mean, even the year before, I think he had like 9 fumbles in 2019. So he can sometimes get a little loosey-goosey with the football. Rip Travis, Daryl Taylor is going to have double-digit sacks. He's starting off hot. Didn't expect him to look that fast. Oh, he is lightning fast, Rip. Lightning fast. And like I've said before, it's amazing. You watch him. He gets this pressure. We saw in the preseason. We saw it in this game. He will be the last guy out of his stance off the block. But then he is still so unbelievably quick, so fast, so just sudden that he can still get past a tackle who has a little bit of a head start on him, being a little bit slow at the block. He'll eventually can figure out snap counts. He'll eventually figure out how to get faster off the block. But when he does, that's when that double digit goes without saying. That's when that double digit situation happens every single year. All right, I'm going to go get some more coffee. Folks, I will be right back with you. Thank you for watching this Hawks Nest live stream show. Please do hit that like button if you're watching right now live or even on replay. Both of those items help me immensely. And just to post here once more for you guys, use this Manscaped code for me, NEST, to save 20% off and free shipping. I'll be right back. Rip Travis, I can see 10 sacks from Daryl Taylor. He possibly could get there. I had him at 7 to 8 this year, but look, he could get there with this skill set. There's no answer for elite upper level athleticism, elite upper level bend, and he's got a little bit of physicality to his game too. I think those elements kind of all will work really nicely together, and they can get you that kind of production. He's young; he hasn't played a whole year. He's not going to get to have the third string left tackle he's going up against as you were dealing with today. So it's going to get a little stiffer as far as who's across from him. That's the part we got a little bit of acknowledge here, is that we needed the Leo in this game to go out and hunt, being that when you looked at that Indianapolis Colts offensive line, solid right tackle, pretty good at the guards, excellent center, excellent left guard. Glinski's all right. Nelson's obviously one of the best. And then you have the third string left tackle. So one of these things did not look like the other. You needed to be able to really make them pay for having that guy out in this game. And I thought that they did a great job of doing that. I was very encouraged by seeing it. Step in the right direction. Go Hawks 2021. What do you think of Lattimore getting that $100 million contract with like $50 million guaranteed? Well, the Saints to sign any contract extension at this point, being that they did not relieve themselves of all their cap problems this past offseason, despite the fact I think they were $105 million over the cap to start the offseason. They got under it, but they did a lot of that by kicking the can into next year. So they split their loss first this season to next season with some of the dead money hits. But if they're going to sign any of their good young players to contract extensions, Lattimore or Williams, their safety, they're going to have to put a lot of guaranteed money into the contract to get it done so that they can elongate out the bonus money to relieve some of the cap relief instantaneously in the immediacy. And that's what you're going to see them do if they get it done. I don't think they're going to be able to get a lot more contracts done. I'm surprised they could still fit that one under there. But any team out there that does, of all the teams in the NFL that do the acrobatics with the cap and find a way to finagle and really toe that line to you going, is that legal? How are they? That feels like they should not be able to do that. They're a team that pulls that off. Good on their capologist, good on their general manager to find a way to get it done. And look, he's a really good player. He saw it today. I think you're talking about Lattimore, by the way. So if I'm thinking about a different Lattimore, then please guarantee me. I didn't see if he had a contract. I'm just going off. I actually didn't see the notes of the contract extension for him. So he shut down Adams today. I mean, I didn't shut him down, but he was really tight on Adams. He always plays him really well, Devontae Adams. So he certainly showed he owed it today. Emmett Brown says a lot of things to feel optimistic about this week. I'm glad to hear you feeling a little more optimistic, Emmett. I really am. And again, I'm not to your point. I know where you kind of sit with your camp on things with a little bit. I don't think we can take any final determinants on this game and say, we know that everything the rest of this year is going to play out this way because of this game against the Indianapolis Colts. But as I said, and I think you would echo the sentiments on this, it's a step in the right direction. This is what you would have liked to have seen an opening game under an ideal. Is it perfect? No, but is it a nice ideal to establish? Absolutely, yes. Thomas Cox says Saints need him. Not shocking. No, he's a good. Lattimore's probably a top 8, top 9 cover guy. I don't think that he's in the same category, in my opinion, of Jair Alexander or Ramsey. I even think the kid from Buffalo might have him, but they're probably pretty close to each other as far as like how good of players they are. I think the Dolphins guy, Xavier Howard's a little bit better, but he's definitely probably top 8 or 9, I guess. And he's a perfect fit for their defense and what they want their corners to do. Rip Travis says, I feel like once Sidney Jones gets his chance, he can take that spot from Flowers. It's going to be a good competition, Rip, and it's good to have competition out there. So the nice thing is that you know that the best man's going to win, that there's a best man behind Flowers rather than just an also-ran back there just doing his best. You have a guy back there who can really, really, really compete with him. And whatever happens in the practice on the practice field, I think will bear out. I don't think that they're going to keep the best corner on the bench because they have this guy who's their guy out there. I think if they look at what they see in practice and Sidney's out playing him, he's going to get a starting role. Same thing with Trey Brown. Once Trey Brown comes back off this knee injury, if he comes along like he was showing in training camp again, shows more of that, he will be in that fix too. We might end up with 2 starting 5'9" corners. How about that? How's that for a sea change for Coach Carroll? But I truly believe they're not going to just ride with one guy this season if it's not working. And it will be interesting to see where, for instance, the PFF grades come out of this game for the corners. I'll try to look a little bit more at them too as I'm looking at the tape this next week. Herbicide73 was kind of hoping that we could see Ballore at linebacker more. Love that guy. Well, I think the team's only going to get Ballore out there, Herbicide, if it's a pinch and things have gone wholly bad for the linebacker depth. Interesting to watch them flip in and out a bit of Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton a little bit at the will. A little bit of what I'd wondered if they might do that this year, where Cody Barton's game and really what we hear about him being kind of at his best off the practices, I know we haven't always seen it on the football field as much, is he's really good in coverage, supposedly. Whereas with Jordan Brooks, you do get a little bit of struggles with zone coverage at times. For instance, in this game, the announcers put on Bobby Wagner on the touchdown, the first touchdown the Colts scored. They put it on Bobby. In my opinion, looking at the tape off that, and I'm going to look at it again, it looked like Brooks was late to getting into a zone. Again, it'll be interesting to hear what your guys' thoughts is on the chat in regards to this, but that's what my eyes were kind of seeing to me on that given play. So they were, I think, doing a little bit more of flipping out Jordan Brooks for Cody, being you take out your run stuffing linebacker for the will guy at that point, you know. Thomas Cox, I get the feeling Rashad Penny and Collier will be traded. The Collier thing won't probably happen because you got to take too much of a dead money hit. Whether you release him or trade him, the cost will still be the same. The bonus money from his rookie deal accelerates instantaneously. The rookie deal basically has 2 years left of the bonus. That cost is just not outweighed versus holding him and saving that $1.5 million by just holding on to him. So I think he costs a couple $1 million by holding on to him, but he costs an additional like $1.1 million by releasing him or trading him. And maybe with Penny, I think that the front, I mean, to me, if I'm the coaching staff, if I think they want to be smart about this, I understand there's some value in flipping Penny for maybe potentially a 5th or 6th round pick. But at the end of the day, I hold on to my running backs and I just try to keep my depth as deep as I can keep it this season. The running back room has been decimated in recent years. We've seen it time and time again. Let's not have that happen again this year. You have control over it right now. You don't have to go out there and get another running back to maintain this type of control. It just requires you to just hold still and hang on to the guys you got rolling out there. I think that they would be smart to stay in that realm of things. Emmett says DK penalties are on par for the course. Dude's got to reel that mess in. Yeah, he's not going to be able to do any of the taunting stuff of last year this year. I mean, the refs were right on him with that situation, and you could see him up in the guy's face, yapping it up as he was going through. It wasn't a shock to me they threw the penalty off the new rules being enforced as they're being enforced. I don't like it, but can't change what the NFL's determined they want to call in that play. So tough by DK, but he played a really good game. Played great, I thought. When he had his chances, he got the ball. That was not an easy catch, too, on that post route where he's got to go up and catch that ball out away from his body. And Russell just smokes that ball in there. I mean, that thing's a laser beam. Wheeler says at least Dixon didn't do what the Browns punter did. Yeah, most of those punters will freak out, Wheeler, when they get that drop on a punt. It drops and then they go, oh, I'm just going to lay on this. I don't want to get hit. They get freaked out about getting the hit. So they just don't, just kick it away. Even if it's a 30-yard kick, just get it out of your foot, get it over across the line of scrimmage, because you getting down there is like a 15-yard loss on the play in addition to not getting the punt off. Good job by Dixon to get that done. Tom, to our running back, thoughts on Ethan Posick and the interior line play? To my eyes, it was pretty good overall, Muslim. I admittedly didn't concentrate on much on the difference between Fuller and Posick on the first viewing. That's one of the things I think I'm going to hope to maybe look a little bit at deeper going forward with it. I think the guards played solid. I didn't see Damian Lewis, but there was one time he got barrel rolled by, I think it was DeBuckner, just rolled right over the top of him in pass pro on one play. But aside from that, I thought that they held up pretty well. I thought that the offensive line and the guards especially held up really well in pass protection. So felt they did solidly. But again, I was probably looking a little bit more at what was going on, a little bit in the edges more of the tackles, a little bit more with where, Russell was with his decision-making and how the plays were going for, just how they were going with their schematics. They attacked the outside zone, or they're doing a lot of play action. I was kind of getting concentrated more on that, but I'll try to watch a little bit more with looking at the interior play here on second viewing. Tony LG says, I like the play calling so far. Me too, Tony. They did a great job. Great job by Waldron. That's first game calling plays for Waldron. Not a bad start. Not a bad start. Why do why says great lines wins championships. That's always been the cliche, but it's a cliche. Why do why? Why? Because it's true. Because it's true. Randall says, I've seen a few negative comments about Flowers and even Reed. It's an offensive league. Guys are going to catch balls. Quarterbacks will have completions. I thought the entire D was solid. On the road, I win. I'm with you, Randall. We will see what we can back up with us with the grades that both those guys are given. Yeah, there was a couple completions in the game. Nobody got beat over the top. There wasn't any real monstrous completion. For instance, there was the big play in this game that the Colts hit was to Paris Campbell on kind of a crosser over the top, which was just attacking the zone. There wasn't any corner in play at that point. Seattle, if you watch the play, were actually running a shallow zone, and the Colts have run kind of a deep option over the middle. So that's just that they kind of outgot Norton in that moment. They outcalled Norton. Norton called in the short zone, should have called the deep zone, and they bang it there. But other than that, there wasn't a big play where Wentz was able to hit the ball down the field at any given time, or even took that chance to make that throw down the field. There was no big bomb where he just lets it rip and gives it a try. I think that's because the secondary was covering things up so well, and that includes Trey Flowers and DJ Reed. It's always going to be hard, Randall, at the end of the day with this defense because people watch other football games. They watch guys like Lattimore with the Saints, and they watch him following the receiver and being sticky in man-on-man coverage and just always in the back pocket and knocking the ball away and always looking epic. And then you watch our corners, right? And they drop back into their soft zones and they give up the short completions. And it drives the fans nuts because they look at one thing and they go, I want that. And then they get to our Seahawks and they got that. And the thing that I rail against and the thing I fight against in this thought process and this mindset that folks get is it's just, I understand it's not what you want it to be, but that's not what it is. The defense is a 4-3 under defense that plays a lot of zone-based defense that's built around protecting against the deep half of the field. We can get into all the reasons why this is the case. It can drive you nuts and up and down. But until the day goes that Coach Carroll moves on or somebody, and a new regime comes in, that's the way it's going to be. So wanting corners that are great and amazing and like Richard Sherman, can we get like a Richard? It's just not happening. You're not getting that again. That's a one-off in this kind of scheme, really. And I think we got a little bit spoiled by Brandon Browner, Richard Sherman, Byron Maxwell, and then it's been a little bit of a dearth of guys. And it's been tough for folks. They're waiting for a bit of the rejuvenation of what we had in the old, but you're just not going to get that. The reason you got the Brandon Browner, Sherman, and Maxwell's before is you didn't have anybody competing for the big cornerbacks in the draft. Now every team is competing for the big cornerbacks in the draft. They don't just fall into your lap in the 5th and 6th round like they did before. So you're just not going to get those kind of guys like you did, but you don't need it in this defense. It's not required. Not for a defense to be really effective. Not for this defense to be top 10. Ari Duque says, Ari Duke, sorry. What did you think of Eskridge? I thought Eskridge was really solid in this game. Look, they didn't do a lot with him. Part of this is they just didn't have a lot of pass plays, period. Russ throws the ball 23, 24 times. There's only so many slices of that pie to go around. But I loved him on the fly sweeps. I would love to see 4 to 5 fly sweeps for Eskridge every single game. I really would. It does so much. It changes linebackers out of their gaps pre-snap. It widens out the defense to constantly make them aware of keeping the edge set, which then opens up inside zone runs. It makes Carson's life easier, on top of the fact that it always seems like stealing candy from a baby. There always just seems like 7 easy yards there anytime you want to go get it. Hell, Freddie Swain, I think, ran it later on and still got him 6 yards, and he's not really built to do that type of stuff. So I was encouraged by what I saw from him on that. Hopefully the kid's okay. I think we'll see more of him as we go along, especially when you get those games where Russ actually has 35 attempts over the course of the whole game. But an encouraging start. I wouldn't mind them fitting him into that role where he's just very specialized here in this first season, especially if our top guys can stay healthy. Michael says Dunlap got jobbed on an official sack, it seems. Yeah, kind of lame. So I guess he doesn't get credited with a sack on that 2-point conversion. I've never understood exactly why that stuff doesn't count. I don't quite understand. It doesn't quite make sense to me. Like an interception doesn't really count as an interception if you get it on a 2-point conversion, I guess. But it's a weird NFL wrinkle. Why Winston only needs 20 pass attempts to get 150 yards and 5 touchdowns. Oh my goodness. That's pretty good. I don't think it's going to be like that for every week. And let's face it, the Green Bay Packers are a defense that's had some question marks coming into this year. They've got some good players. Kenny Clark, good player. Rashad Gary, up-and-coming guy. Preston Smith, good pass rusher. But they've tried to assemble a very elite secondary there over the last couple of years. With Darnell Savage, Jairek Alexander, They just went back into the draft and took Eric Stokes here with their first pick this year, a very controversial first-round pick. They've embraced the analytics of we'll build from the outside to the in, kind of, and they're not getting the returns on that on their defensively. Which that's been a little bit of what I've argued against the analytic community. I'm a big analytics guy in most realms, but the thought process of you build a defense now in the new age thinking back to front rather than front to back is, I'm not in favor of that, especially if you happen to run a 4-3 scheme. If you're not trying to be schematically like a 3-4 coming from every different angle, wild ass defense. You don't know who's coming. You don't know who isn't. When you're a 4-3 scheme, no, I'll go this other direction with it. Brendan Eichrick says Everett had the best 20-yard game ever. Facts, Brendan. Facts, man. Bodine Litchfield. How you doing, Bodine? The Bears starting out good right now. Hope they win. Okay, let's go Bears. I got to get up on the chat. I know I'm behind. Sorry, folks. Let me see. Cale Gibson says Eskridge could be Percy Harvin 2.0. He's got it in him. He looked a lot like Percy on that fly sweep, didn't he? And he's got a lot of history of doing it going back into college, and we desperately needed this offense. We don't have a guy who's got that kind of build and skill set to do it that way. You see the Niners being able to really use Deebo Samuel like this. You need a guy like this. You need that guy, call it a gadget guy, call it the whatever you want to put as far as a tag or label on it. You need it in the modern offense. Because like I just talked about a second ago, the fly sweep is free money. It's free money, but you need the type of player there who can take the money. If you don't got a long enough reach to reach that stack of cash, you ain't going to get there. If you got a Tyler Lockett trying to run it or some lesser receiver trying to run it, it ain't going to work. But they've got that in this. They've got that in this guy. He is well built to do it. He's a smaller guy, but he's very stout. You saw that. And he's got great quickness and great speed. He pairs them both together. Ethan Deckworld, isn't it refreshing to have a tight end lined up outside? Yes. It's a new change. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Mirza, our secondary looked good because our pass rush was dominating. Yeah. If Wentz has more time, more often than not in that football game, maybe the secondary looks a lot worse. Maybe they get burnt more often. But that's been my whole point with all of this. Let's say you have this finite amount of resources to use on the defensive side of the football, and you're like, how do I build my defense? And you go, okay, I'm going to put my money on my corners and my safeties. So you put your money, you put your resources on that side of the ball. Then you get your front four. And your corners are sticky in coverage, and they're good in zone, and they hold up for 4 and 5 seconds, which is really long in the NFL. But your defensive line can't get there in 6, 7, 8 seconds. It takes them almost 8 seconds to get there. So you have this period between the 5 seconds that they can stay in coverage to the 8 seconds that the defensive line is going to get there to cause the pass rush where quarterbacks are going to pick your defense apart. It's been my opinion, you got to get the front four there to first generate the pressure. They speed up the quarterback's clock. Now the quarterback, instead of having 8 seconds, has 3.5 seconds. And now those quarterbacks who can cover up to 5 seconds or even 4 seconds. Let's say a good corner can hold on for 5. An average cornerback can hold for 4, right? A somewhat subpar guy can do a 3.5. Well, if your guys are getting pressure in 3.5 seconds at that point, it all becomes null and void. That corner's going to be in tight for that amount of time. And I think that's what you saw a lot of today with the pass rush. Rodney says, don't get me started on Trey Flowers. We're having a good day. Randall says, OBJ inactive. Does a 4 get it done? Well, it's not a good sign if he's inactive. He tore his ACL relatively early last season. I don't know where his health is, Randall. That's the big question mark on that. And yeah, I mean, I'm certainly going to talk to them about a 4th round pick at that point. I don't know if they're willing to do it, but I'm going to need to look a little bit deeper into what that inactive is about. If it is that knee or if it's something else. Herbicide says no taunting rule absolutely sucks, by the way. They took a lot of the fun out of the game. Yeah, it's lame. You know, it's old crotchety owners driving that. There was like an owner or two that came out and spouted off about it after the rule came down, and you could just feel it as one of these old, it's the old guy yelling across, turn that down, turn that radio down. It's a little bit of the feeling of that here, where it's like, come on, man. It's entertainment. It's fun. These guys have done this for years. Taunting has always been a part of the NFL. These guys have always gotten in each other's faces. It's a man's sport. It's mano y mano. It's I'm tougher, I'm bigger, I'm badder than you, and get ready for me to show you it. It ain't, oh, very kind, good hit, jolly good, sir. Well, let me help you up. Oh, did you hurt yourself? I did. I nicked myself a little bit. It's a little bit hurts a little bit dodgily in my back home. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Yes, I know. No, is what's up? What's up? What's up? You know, it's a little bit more of that. It's a little more of all day. All day I'm going to be here. I'm putting you on your back all day long. It's a key part of the game. It really is. You cannot like it, but as an owner, but tough. You bought an NFL football franchise. This stuff didn't just start in 2015. It's always been a part of the game. Go back, watch some of those 80s tapes. Those guys get right up in and start flexing right on those guys as they're laying down, jaw broken in half. It's always been a part of the game. Thomas says, but I get the feeling Rodgers doesn't want to be in Green Bay. I can guarantee you he doesn't want to be in Green Bay. He did everything he could. You know, if Russ did maybe just a soft like, hey guys, if this goes wrong, I'm setting some of the framework for this. If this isn't going to be the right place for me in the future, Rodgers came in with a steamroll. You know, I mean, it was very close to scorched earth as far as the way he went about it. You know, and all of the drama this offseason with the Rodgers situation and how he was pressing in all manners. I mean, he was doing everything he could to kind of, you know, press the Green Bay front office to say, you just need to get this deal done. I don't want to be here. And Green Bay front office basically had the same situation Seattle did where they went, this dead money hit's going to be too much and we're not going to get the draft capital back for this dead money hit. No, you can wait for another year. And then does Rodgers get petulant at that point? Well, I think you do open the door to your quarterback becoming petulant at that point if by some way you don't throw him some measure of consolation. With Russell Wilson, you said, we'll get a new offensive coordinator in here. We'll upgrade the offensive line, albeit smally. Gabe Jackson does seem to be an upgrade over Mike Iupati. We'll keep all of the playmakers like Carson here and re-sign Tyler Lockett. We'll add a nice, pass-catching tight end into the mix here. We'll draft a wide receiver with our first pick in the second round. We'll get you some toys, some new toys, Russell. Was Rodgers given new toys? Did they go into this draft where you desperately need more wide receiver help? Desperately, you've drafted corners in recent years like Kevin King, Jair Alexander, first-round pick to Darnell Savage. And then you go into this draft and take another cornerback. And basically, by the time you take a wide receiver, you're down to probably like the 15th wide receiver on the board when you finally draft a guy who's really only going to fit in the slot at the end of the day. They didn't drop any sort of olive branch to Aaron in this. And I don't like how Aaron did it this offseason, but at the same point in time, that Packers front office absolutely deserves an equivalent amount of blame for the way where the situation's gone there. And they did not handle that, in my opinion, in kind of the right fashion. Dual P320 says, yeah, Eskridge definitely runs like Percy with no regard for his body. He's going to need to start learning a time to get out of bounds once you got your yards. No need to put your head down on that final 2 or 3 yards, especially when it's going to make it from being a 2nd and 4 to a 2nd and 3. Just get out of bounds. And kid's going to learn that. It's going to learn that. Sometimes you got to learn it the hard way. Thomas Cox says the Texans torch that secondary. Yeah, you're going to see some cut-ups, I think, of Shaquille Griffin in that game, too. This is one of my bold predictions from this offseason. And I'm not trying to beat on Shaquille Griffin. This all just comes out of the fact that people have, from the fan base, from the Seahawks fan base, there's been some out there that really overrated Shaquille and the type of player he really was. And it's why I've wanted to laud so much Schneider in his moves this offseason and not taking that bite of cheese for Shaquille and letting him move on. That's what a smart front office does. You know, talented guys, let somebody else pay him that mark. He's good for us, good on a cheap rookie year deal. Not good for us on a $14.5 million on average per year salary. Mir said they're switching Dalton and Fields. Stupid Bears. They're switching between Dalton and Fields. What is this new quarterback switch mode thing? The Niners didn't do a lot of it in this game against the Lions, but the thought process that you're going to go back and forth with quarterbacks in a football game is just a dumb notion to me. So silly. Stick with a guy. Have one guy. I guess I can understand a little bit if you're going to do a little bit of the kitschy, work them out here and there with some read options looks at the goal line like you see the 49ers doing a little bit. But I don't know on that one. Put Fields in there. He's the future. Just let him ride. I mean, Dalton's right now 13 to 17, 96 yards and an INT. Like the guy's not enough to just not put Fields out there, in my opinion. Unless they're just worried about their line and they don't want to get him beat up. Daniel W. says, after this game, who should we add with our $14 million in cap? Should we trade for someone after week 4 or so of a bombing team, or should we add someone right now who's a free agent? What do you think? I think Atkins is the likely guy that gets signed here for the reasons I talked about a little while ago, being that once you get past the week 1, his contract isn't fully guaranteed if you sign him in week 2. So that really opens the door to a good possibility, in my opinion, of potentially bringing in Geno Atkins. But in my opinion, I wait, Daniel. Wait for a couple more weeks. Nothing will be decided by a team right now who thinks they're a contender, who isn't a contender now towards 3 weeks. They're going to need a couple weeks to figure themselves out in being that. Like the Falcons, who are in a go-for-it mode and even getting the doors beat off them against another team that's not that great, still may look at them like, it's one game. Let us kind of work through this. It's Pitt's first week. We're relying on him. So you're going to need to wait a little bit longer. I don't have anybody good for you quite yet at the moment. We got to let this play out just a little bit more. Give me till week 4, 3 or 4 to really get a feel for who could truly be out there. But the good news is with the cap space that they have, Daniel, with 6 picks still in this draft, they're sitting on some good ammunition out there to go get basically almost whoever they want to get. I mean, even guys that would go beyond the $14 million in space they have, you could restructure deals. You could, of course, still convert Russell's base to bonus. There's still a lot of different things to give you flexibility to do whatever you want to do. Thomas says, anyone like DK's hair? It was a little bit of a smoky purple. Is that what that was? Seahawks head says, fire, Rashad Penny. Goax 05 says, Dalton red zone pick, shaking my head, put Fields in. Exactly. Ruben says, how did the Packers team beat the Rams? How did this Packers team beat the Rams? That's my question. Aaron Donald had a broken rib because when you tackle Russell Wilson, sometimes he's going to break your jaw like he did to Clay Matthews. Sometimes he's going to cause you to retire like he did to that 49er linebacker, Chris Borland. And sometimes he's just going to snap your rib just because he can. And that's what happened. Russ had a couple extra heapings of mac and cheese because he likes mac and cheese just before the game. He was carrying a little extra weight. Donald took him down. Russ landed on him, snapped that rib. Donald not at 100%. Oh, look, the Rams are a lot different when their best defensive players playing with a broken rib. And the Packers kind of had their way from there. Emmett, I'll give credit when credit is due. We did what we should have. Great first showing, but like you told me, let's see how we are mid-season. Well said, and that's exactly where I'm at, man. I don't take anything de facto away from this. It's still, it's 1 week. 1 week, and it's an even longer year this year. All that much more reason to have patience and wait to make any sort of final conclusions. B. Russ says, Stafford's first throw as a Ram was a 70-yard touchdown off a bootleg. Oof, scary, man. Scary. This division is gonna be tough. Rip Travis, I think this team, I think this is it, man. I think this is the best chance we got to win the Super Bowl. We got the best safety duo, one of the best seven front sevens. Brooks looks fast and good offense. We don't have to question that. No, I've mentioned Rip. I think this is the best team you put together over the last 6 years. Let's take away and put away the Legion of Boom era for just a moment, because we shouldn't necessarily compare everything to one of the true elite teams in NFL history. That's maybe not the best measuring sticks to look at. We should be looking at, is it a Super Bowl contending team? Is it one of the best teams you've put together recently? And when you look recently, 5 to 6 years, you basically always get into the playoffs. You basically are always a really good upper-level solid team. Maybe not one of the elite teams, upper level and solid. And then you look at this roster, you look at this offseason, you look at the sense of urgency, you look at the new offensive coordinator coming in, you put it all together and you go, this looks like the best unit I've seen in 5 to 6 years. Does it equate to a Super Bowl? Well, I've made that strong, bold prediction, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee it. I just think it's as good a direction, as good of a what you could hope to be at here as we've seen in 5 to 6 years. We have less questions, less worries. There still are some, but there's less than we've probably had in that last 5 to 6 years, in my opinion. Go Hawks 05 says, geez, Van Jefferson is crazy. I'm gonna love watching these Rams highlights, folks. Thomas Cox says, Mahomes got hit a lot, even though they won. I was happy he got some pressure while Wilson got some time. Yeah, it's one of the things that I will question a little bit, Thomas, when it comes to Kansas City this year, is a lot of people feel like, well, you guys put all these resources into your offensive line, Austin Blythe and Creed Humphrey and Orlando Brown, and they got a couple, somebody else I'm not remembering that brought someone else in there, and You go, well, now you brought in all this talent, it'll just be good, right? Well, no. Offensive lines and the main success for offensive lines usually come from continuity. Guys playing together for a very long period of time to learn each other. And that's not what Mahomes has going in this year. You know, when he had his guys going strong, Jeff Schwartz there on one side and Fisher on the other side, he had two guys that had been on that team for a long period of time. Mike Morse was drafted by that team. You know, he's had usually guys that have played together for a long period of time up until this point. Now he's not going to have that this year. I think it's going to be a little bit rougher for them. I also I would also probably wonder, Thomas, if a little bit of him having to get hit a lot was a little bit of them having to throw the ball more because they got down that football game. They got a little bit predictable, and that allowed the Browns to sort of pin their ears back. I mean, let's face it, they've got some guys that can get after it in Myles Garrett, Jadeveon Clowney, and the mix there. So not surprised on that. That's going to be an interesting game to take a look at. Randall says in the third quarter, the NFC West was up a combined 67 points. Oh, jeez. That's what we call dominating. That's what we call dominating. Dro says Matthew just bombed a bomb. Oh, my God, Dro. All right, well, I'm going to check that out. It sounds like a pretty pass. Stafford bomb. Ruben, touch them when they're on the ground. Jeez. Oh, sorry. V-Tiger, that's what's with that zero blitz call in first and goal. Terrible call. Left Trey on an island. I don't like it either. I think that the nature of what you'll normally see with this team with the blitz game is that they tend to like to run their blitz game inside the red zone, in that they allow a quarterback to feel kind of calm and feel like he's got some time going up the field a little bit where the front four's got to generate the pass rush. But then when they get down to the end zone, they're willing to take a few more risks because they're not having to protect that deep half of the field anymore. It's sort of like, no, you only got the short half of the field. So now you can be a little more risky. And because the offense has been used to dealing with sort of soft zones and four-man fronts, it should catch them off guard. You didn't catch them off guard on that play. It's one of the points and reasons why I've harped on again and again. I love Adams, and you've got to find ways to utilize him in the blitz game to take advantage of his full strengths. But that doesn't mean fully embracing all-out blitzes 24/7. It's not in the nature of your scheme. It's not in how you want to operate as a defense. You're better to try to keep that front four souped up and rolling, fresh, good rotation, everybody able to contribute at one point or another during the game. And that's what they were able to do. Very shades of the Legion of Boom era and that pressure you saw today. Nas, hey Brandon, great W today, but I think we have a problem. Matt Stafford just came out and threw a touchdown first drive. Well, the Bears aren't great right now, so let's not forget that as well. They're going up against a team in the Bears that, Mac's fine. They got a player here or there over the defensive side of the ball, but I don't think that's as good a defense as they were last year. They lost a corner this offseason. Hicks is getting older there. But look, Stafford's going to make that team better. But I would have also said the Rams are going to win this game against the Bears. I would never and I'd say they win this by 10 points, frankly, coming into this game. So it's not a shocker to me. Mark says, I don't think we even came close to seeing all of this new offense. I also like this new defense that that they're trying out. Bear front and some cheetah and the old combined. Yeah, some different looks. They didn't just look like they're doing the same thing over and over a bit. I'm going to need to look a little closer at that, Mark, because some of that stuff I'll get my eyes, when I'm first viewing stuff, my eyes go where they go. But when I'm second viewing, I'll try to look at actually targeted things. But yeah, I agree. I mean, when you only have 23, 24 attempts in the passing game, you've definitely not unveiled everything at that point. And there's a lot to unveil with this. The nice thing is you start out doing one thing out of this, and your next unveiling says, we're going to run the same formation. We're just going to do this now. We did that. We put this on tape. So defenses are going to see that on tape, and they're going to take that as pre-snap keys, and they're going to lean to that. Now we're going to hit them to the left. And then that's where this offense gets really exciting, where teams just don't know what to do against us. You got everybody guessing. I felt like you had their Colts defensive coordinator guessing today with what we were doing. He just wasn't quite sure what we were trying to do. It didn't really have a really good feel. Maybe when it got in the third quarter, started to kind of get a little understanding of how to go at us. But even then, you still came back and hit DK after they kind of shut us down a little bit for a while on a good drive. But I agree, man. You haven't begun to see the full measure of our talents. Waldron's just hitting his prime. Bodie in Lynchfield. Wow, the Bears running game is exposing the Rams D-line right now. Well, you lost a guy by the name of Michael Brockers out of that line, Bodine, and this is one of those losses I have pointed to that is a substantial loss for the Chicago Bears, for the Rams. This guy was a really good one-tech defensive tackle for them for years. Maybe he's starting to fall down with his level of play. He has been in the league now like 10 years. It's getting older. But he has been a really good player for them. He's helped keep Aaron Donald clean, keep him in one-on-one situations as far as the blocking game and not getting doubled a lot. that may be a place where they don't have as much certainty to kind of fill that in now. But we'll see how this game kind of wholly goes. It looks like the Rams have basically kind of gotten out in front here, and that they're pretty much handling business. 2017 kind of as you're standing right now. So they're holding up okay. TJ Brown, Colts fan here. Our offensive line looked awful and some bad play calling, but all in all, you guys look pretty good. Yeah, TJ, we're feeling good about this, and welcome out to the chat, man. Thank you for being a classy fan coming on in here. Look, your offensive line is going to get better as it goes along, and the TJ, I'd give you this consolation. The Indianapolis Colts offensive line looked as bad as it's going to look this year, and every other game moving forward should look better and better and better. You have Nelson with the foot surgery not 5 weeks ago, along with Carson Wentz. You've got Ryan Kelly as well in the Provid calls or whatever, as far as him having to deal with that for 10 days. That's your starting center out for 10 days of practice. That's going to be rough. You lost your Fisher. You've lost Sam Tevy, who was your backup left tackle, who would be at least a replacement level guy. He was out. Now you're down to Davenport as your third guy. That's brutal. Once you get Fisher back, once you have Nelson healthy, once you have Kelly rolling, that line's going to be back to a dominant offensive line, and it's going to give Carson Wentz time to throw. And when Carson Wentz has time to throw, TJ, Carson Wentz can be a much better player, a much better quarterback. When you get pressure in his face, he just doesn't do as well with that. So keep the chin up. You guys still got a good team there, and you guys are going to still be dancing to get in that playoff structure of things. So, but thanks for coming on in, TJ. Jason, pretty impressed with today's game, but I cannot wait till the home opener next week, and I'm going to be really loud since it's been 2 years. Jason, I want you in there like a winded up, spring-loaded super fan. You better leave that game with your voice in tatters. You better be speaking like you need one of those voice boxes that they give those people that smoke too many cigarettes over their life. You better sound like that when that game's done. And you better make sure everyone around you, any fan in that stadium going around you, you let them know if they are being quiet, if they're sitting on their hands, if they're not saying anything. Hey, you need to be loud. You need to support your team. I don't care if you bought your little ticket. You want your wine and your cheese? Go home and eat your wine and cheese. Here, you're here to do your part. This is a legacy. It's a legacy that goes back not 10 years, not 20 years, not 30 years, not 40 years. It goes back 40 plus years being loud in that stadium. When you enter in that stadium, you are there to bring it. You are not there to be quiet. You are there to support your defense. Too often over recent years, it got quiet before this whole situation last year. Now is a time for rejuvenation. They need you next week. When you're in that stadium, you got a ticket. Do your part. Thomas Cox says Brockers is gone, but the Rams is the best team in the NFC. I don't know if I'm going to take that off. Thomas, I don't know if I can take that off taking on the Bears. You look at all the matchups today, maybe the Niners played a worse team in the Lions. We'll see between the Bears and the Lions who's the worst team over the course of this year. But they're going to both be duking it out for the worst team. And the Cardinals beating the Titans, that's a solid team. Us beating the Colts, that's a solid team. But, you're beating up on one of the weaker teams of the NFL. And right now, it's midway through the third quarter and you're up by 13 points. That's not to me a far and away, hugely dominant type situation. And if you look at it, some of the questions that you might come into factor with this being right now, their top rusher has 7 yards rushing in this game. Well, big wonder was what after this year? You lost your backup running back in the offseason, then you lose Cam Akers. That's those little bit of the things I would take more from that. It's good they're up and they're winning and they're going to probably beat the Bears, but we would expect them to do that. But that's a little bit concerning if you look at that. They're going to need a little bit more for the running game than that. A little bit more than the 7 yards. Michael says Rams are top heavy and any injuries are going to really hurt them. That's very well said, and I agree. Why? Seattle was more physical on O and defense. The defense was really hitting. Defense was out there laying the wood, man. Looking good. Jonathan Dela Cruz. Hello, Jonathan. 49ers defense seemed to give up a lot. Losing their defensive coordinator seems to have affected them. I got to go and watch the game, giving up 30-plus points to the Lions. Look, it's human nature, Jonathan, and it's frustrating to watch, but there is times, and I've seen it so often, where you get up on a football team and you do just sort of like, it's not even the coaches necessarily always in their play calling doing this. Sometimes it's the players, but you ease up. You lose a little bit of that edge, and that edge is so reliant in football to go out there and win football games because the talent is so close. And the second that you lose a little of that edge, and I would imagine the Niners in this game got up by a lot of points, felt that we're playing Detroit. It's the opening game and we're dominating. We're fine. Let's just chill out. And then in that chill out mode is when they start to attack you a little bit. But with that said, Jonathan, there's really no way if what people tell me about this 49er defense, which is this is one of the best defenses ever in the league this year, and they're going to dominate everybody. Well, you just gave up 30 plus points to the Detroit Lions. I mean, that's not a dominating effort at that point. And it's one game, but it's on their scoreboard. It's in the books. It counts. D-Nugget says, just like the chat, everyone just pop out and like the chat. Oh, thank you for mentioning that, D-Nugget. Please do hit the like button if you like what you're listening to here on the Hawks Nest live stream show. It does help me out quite a bit. Thomas Cox says, honestly, Seattle is an injury away too. They have some very scary talent, and most teams don't want DK to get yards and touchdowns. It's true, Thomas. I would argue a little bit that having the $13 and $14 million in cap space still remaining on your books that you can use, having Russell's conversion of base to bonus would mean a little bit of past losing a guy like Russell, for instance, or something to that level that you can clean up if something happens on the injury front, that you have a means, a methodology to be able to go out there and do something if it goes in that direction. And every team, I think, is a little bit in that standpoint to a degree. You lose a couple of your top, two of your top five players. I think a lot of teams are in a little bit of a sinking ship at that point, and they're just trying to plug holes. But I do like the fact we have a little bit of flexibility with that money. We're not right up against the cap with the team we have, not able to make any moves. All our draft picks already traded away. We're not in that situation. D-Nugget says, let's get Beacon Plumbing to sponsor the Hawks Nest. Well, reach out to Beacon Plumbing. See what they want to do. 312, big time. First touchdown bomb from Matt Stafford. Welcome to LA, Matt. And welcome to the NFC West. To Kyler, to Russell Wilson, to Trey, Jimmy, G, and Kyle. Enjoy the Bears tonight. The calm before the storm. I love it, 312. A little bit of a wordsmith there. A little bit of some poetry here for us. All right, man. Feeling good on your Steelers win, aren't you? You get that win in Buffalo, you're feeling pretty good. You should feel good. Mirza, enjoy your first win for the rest of the season. Enjoy your first win for the rest of the first win. Yeah, there we go. Thomas Cox, I think Sidney Jones can give Seattle a good corner. Carroll just needs to give him a chance. He will get that chance if there's any struggles on the outside, if the coaches see tape, if he's better in practice. The thing you can always rely on, I don't think we've looked at the 10 years of Coach Carroll here and said, he's got this corner sitting on the bench. Why is he keeping that guy on the bench? This guy out here sucks. Why doesn't he get that guy in there? Why is that guy getting every play that he gets that guy out? Bring this guy out. We've never said that here, right? The guys who should be starting are the guys who are starting. So I'm going to trust that they're going to make the best choice on that, Thomas, and get the best guy out there. And if Sidney Jones has got it, he'll easily get it. And he doesn't have as much of a learning curve as normal cornerbacks coming into the system because he has a lot of familiarity with Coach Carroll going back. I think he's even trained a little bit with Richard Sherman, or I think they've hung out or whatever. But Coach Peterson did a lot of similar things with his cornerbacks at the UW when Sidney was there. So he could take on. If he's that guy, he will take it over. I have faith in that. Bodine says Niners scrape a close game against the Juggernaut Lions, and the Niner sexuals think they won a Super Bowl. L. Yeah, I don't know if they could be pounding their chest too much after that game. You let the Lions get back into it, but they probably feel like they're probably going to say what I just said was we got up on them and we relaxed. Like you beat the doors off a team through the first two quarters. I mean, it's just human nature. You're going to ease out. I can get that. Ukamet Goodbar. Finally, the O-line looks like they can protect Russie. And what's up, Ukamet? If they keep this up, this team is going to surprise a lot of folks. Go Hawks. Agreed, Ukamet. That's been one of the things that's probably contributed a little bit of Russell's wearing down over the course of the last couple of years, where people ask me, why does he start out so hot and then fall off? Is it injury? Does he get concussed? Is he getting a little bit battered? A little bit of the accumulation of hits mounting over the course of the year. Well, if you can have games like this where he's able to drop back and get some of those quick throws out of his hand, ball out of his hand quick, that's one less hit he took on that play. One less hit he took on this play. One less hit he took on that play. Versus previous years, that's a hit he's taken on that play. Oh, there's another hit he's taken on that play. Oh, there's another. I think you're going to see this year, again, another poll prediction I'm going to make with Russell is he takes the least amount of hits maybe he's taken in just about his entire career, perhaps going back to his rookie year. And to your point on that, if that is the case and you got Russell that clean, you're giving him that much time and you're allowing him those easy throws, that's where the sky is the limit as far as what he could give you as a football player. Because I've related a little bit with Russell at times with holding on the ball so long and having everything so hard. It's made the quarterback position as absolutely hard as it possibly can be to play. And he has still managed to flourish within that. What happens when the offense starts to make that just even a little bit easier rather than at its most difficult? It's quite a difference, right? Quite a difference at two spots. Nas, I feel like we absolutely need to bring in some solid, proven talent at corner. Is Reed and Flowers going to cut it versus the Titans? Devontae Adams, Vikings, D-Hop twice? I think not. Well, you're going to get some challenges for them, Nas. To your point on this, the Titans come up this next week. Julio Jones, A.J. Brown. There's nowhere to hide there. You can't just double up one of those guys and leave or double up them both. Somebody's going to be in single coverage. So they're going to get tested there. Next week after that, Minnesota Vikings. Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson. Again, same situation. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. If you get after week 3, let's do this. For those folks out there that are worried about the corner situation, let's give it the 3 weeks. We get to week 3, we get to figure out where the secondary is, if they are a sieve, if they're not bad, we'll have a real good understanding rather than we think they're this. We'll say we know they're this. And if we know they're lacking, if we know they're league low average and that they're just waiting to be the biggest problem on this football team, then let's go make that move then. But give it a couple weeks to let it play out. In this particular game, Nas, you gave up 16 points. The quarterback threw for a couple hundred yards. You had a lot of that in garbage time. You got pressure. The cornerbacks didn't get beat over the top. It's hard to take this game as a shining example and say, see, this is why we need to go get other corners. It's hard in this NFL right now, guys. The way this offense is built, the way the rules have been skewed in recent years, it's skewed to play offensively. It's skewed for you to give up yards. And it's going to be an adjustment for all of us as we watch football over these, not just now, but over the last couple of years, to see the game go from one where passing is not always as easy as it is right now, where guys aren't always as having run free and wide open as they were once before, because they don't have to worry about taking that big hit, because they can't have the cornerback's hands on them past that 5 yards because they're enforcing that to the nth degree. The rule changes, as good as quarterbacks have gotten, these things are going to lend to making your cornerbacks give up yards, give up catches over the course of the game. Few and far between have those corners that are your Ramseys or your Jair Alexanders that are just shutting everybody down. I'm sure if you watch Jair Alexander today, 38 points, I'm sure he gave up a couple catches within that. Maybe I'm speaking out of school, but it's hard to find those guys. There's only a few of them. We just need them to play at league average. I think my prediction on this, Nas, is if you watch your corners and our corners can hold to that league average place this year, these next couple games, they can still be successful defensively. Zap 16, the Seahawks are good as long as they have Wilson. The Seahawks are going to win. Don't disagree with you there, Zap. It's one of the reasons that I've been banging the drum to hold on Wilson as long as we possibly can here. One of the reasons that I've said that I don't want to see our Hall of Fame quarterback leave after this year. No way, no how. Michael Bakimo says getting rid of the ball really makes the offensive line look better. It does. It's very hard to get to the quarterback if he gets the ball out of his hands in 3 seconds, even if you beat your guy right off the snap. It's really hard. And it's an offensive line's best friend, a quarterback getting the ball out of his hands. And it's the quarterback's arch enemy nemesis, the quarterback who holds on to the ball for 3 seconds post-snap, which is what Russell averaged last year, the 5th worst in the league as far as holding on to the ball. I think that number is going to go down this year. You're going to see it somewhere in the neighborhood of probably like 2.75, which doesn't seem like a huge jump, but it's like to lead the league is like 2.5. So it's really a huge jump if he can make that. And again, it will, as I've said before, it'll be to his benefit. It'll be to the offense's benefit if he can get that ball out of his hands and really embrace it. It's going to be hard for him because it's going completely opposite the way he's been playing it for basically the last 10 years. There's a lot of muscle memory changing going on here, but if he can do it, it will make him effective. GoAxis 2021 says, wish we never sold our Titan game seats. Yeah, that was a rough one there, man. Hopefully you got a good price for it at least. Ukamet Goodbar says the new offensive coordinator is from the Rams, I think. You're right on that, Goodbar. Correct. Thomas Cox, I think Waldron wanted to make it easy for Wilson. They were very patient, but smart enough to go deep. It was like Manning learned that he needs to use the rest of the field. Excuse me. Yeah, I think they were taking it a little bit easy, and let's face it, Thomas, too. Russell didn't play at all this preseason with a new offensive coordinator coming into the mix. There was no time to even start to like warm this thing up during the preseason. And so you were going to probably play a pretty conservative game plan coming into this game, 10 a.m. on the road. You weren't going to plan on, probably, as somebody else was saying earlier in the chat, unveiling everything. You were going to show a little bit in this game, lean on the running game, shorten it down a little bit, let Russell work through some of the kinks there on the fly, rather than being like, oh, Russell, it's game one. You haven't done anything live action in this thing. Let's give you 40 attempts. That doesn't seem like that would have been very smart. So I think it was an intelligent approach by Waldron to go more towards the running game early on. It caught me by surprise a little bit because I thought he would try to get Russell a little more on in rhythm early on in this game a bit. But he still came back around to the pass. They still worked it back in. They were unpredictable. They weren't easy to, I didn't know, like I've known in recent years, where I could make the prediction of, oh, this is a running play. Oh, this is a passing play. I was wrong on a couple of them. It's like, oh, this looks like a run. It was into a play action, and then they caught the defense guard. There was one play in particular where the defense was calling a running play to Carson into the gap on I believe the weak side of the formation. And Russell didn't even bat an eye, came right out of the play action, and they caught him. They got the linebackers to bite, and I think Russell hit something over the top, hit the play over the top at that point for a pretty big play. But just great to see. It's going to be such a much more difficult offense to deal with week to week, no matter who the opponent is. Mirza says the 49ers are going to be at the bottom of the NFC West. Maybe. The Cardinals are looking good. If Chandler Jones and J.J. Watt can stay above board, if they can keep themselves on their feet and not in the injury tent, they are going to be a team that's going to be a lot tougher than I maybe gave them credit for at the start of this year. Nas says, by the way, Stafford came out 5 of 5, 97 yards, touchdown. It's good to see. The one thing I'll say with the quarterbacks when they come out like that is that you saw this a little bit in our game, right? Both of the two quarterbacks, Wentz and Wilson, came out similarly looking really hot to begin things. Those are the scripted up plays, right? Those are the plays that you've been working on through training camp and through the week. Then you get outside the scripted plays, and now you get into the deep into the playbook, and this is the stuff you haven't refined quite as much. So Stafford starts out 5 of 5 for 97 yards, and let's take a look at where he's at right now. So right now, he starts out 5 of 5, but let's see what happens. Okay, then he goes 17 of 22 for 295 yards. So yeah, he still has really lit it up today. Good job on his part. He's had a 56, a 67, and a 37. My goodness. Listen to this with Stafford. He said a 56, a 67, a 37, a 19-yarder, an 18-yarder, and a 17-yarder. And they've got 18 yards rushing. Oh my goodness, dude. Our division. I hate our division, dude. It's both awesome and not awesome. Can I say that? It's a bit of both. A bit of both. Food Gamer says offense and defense looked solid. Eskridge got injured. Hopefully he's good and ready for next week. The only thing I hate was Pete was switching the centers throughout the game. Maybe we can get a center soon. Yeah. Much like I've said with the quarterback position and switching those guys out, I feel the same thing about the center. If you got two centers, you don't have one center. It's that old Bill Parcells quote in regards to quarterbacks. Oh, well, we got two quarterbacks, then you don't have one. I do feel the same about our center. It would be great if we could find somebody else. I don't know if there's going to be that guy out there, an available Food Gamer. I don't. Eagles just won their first game of the year this year. That division's going to be probably pretty competitive, but the Giants didn't look good. Cowboys looked okay against the Bucs. Offensively great, but defensively looked basically the same old Cowboys from recent years. Eagles might end up kind of jumping forward in that division. That takes Kelsey off the board at that point. I don't know where we get the center help from. I really don't. Thomas Cox says the Super Bowl is great, but remember last year Seattle got a long season, but if they take a step on offense each game and same with defense, then yeah, it's Super Bowl or bust. That's where I'm at. It's just where I'm lying on this, man. Super Bowl bust. Jerry Gordon Jr., did you notice Pete kept rotating Ethan Posick and Kyle Fuller at center? Who do you like more at center? I'd have to concentrate on both of them in this game going back and back, Jerry, and I promise you I'm going to do a review of this, and we're going to do a game preview of the Titans here coming up this next week, and I'll get a little bit of a closer view at both of those two guys to see who played better. We'll take a look at it as well with the Pro Football Focus scores that come out with it, but I'll get a better eye. I didn't concentrate as deeply on what was going on with them because quite honestly, at the end of the day, Jerry, I really put both of them into a similar place as far as the type of player they are, being just a smidge below probably league average as centers. Not complete horrific, but just not really good either. But I will need to look a little closer at it, Jerry. There's the one play Posick just got completely thumped, and that was DeForest Buckner. He got caught one-on-one against Buckner, and Buckner just ate his lunch. It was a blitz, a well schemed up blitz by the Colts. I don't know if Fuller got caught into that kind of same situation where he was tasked with having to do that same kind of block, but he got beat. He got beat on that one play, and I imagine that probably Fuller is going to grade out a little bit better than Posick, almost if just for that bad play alone. But I'll take a closer look as we go forward. Thomas says, Rasheem Green has crazy talent. Heck, Adams was saying he and Taylor had a great camp. Rasheem Green's got the talent. Like I was saying earlier in the live stream, it's a guy that a lot of scouts thought could be a top 15 pick in the first round if he went back to college for the extra year at USC. Instead, he came out to get his draft clock ticking to try to get to that contract. But the talent is there. You know, you don't build them 6'4", 275, and they can move like that, and they've got that kind of strength. It's just about it coming together for him. You know, everything's just, he understands what he needs to do, but just refining your game, becoming that professional at it. Looks like maybe that light bulb's starting to come on a bit for him. And Taylor, likewise. Nothing but good from him in this game. It took him a little while to get going, but once he got going in this game, it flashed. He popped off the tape, as they say. Jeff Rhines, Brandon, we had a good start to the season. What's up, Jeff? Hope to see them keep ironing everything out, but it was great to see some of the changes that many have been hoping to see for a while now. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, Jeff, and well put, well said, and I agree, man. 100% agree right down the line. Just this is a great, as we've been putting it today, it's a good first step in the right direction of what we hope to see this offseason coming to bloom now this start of the year. Okament, personally, I like the idea of switching the center. If they are on rotation and understand that as an offensive scheme, I'm on board with that. But I don't think that was the reason. I don't think that's the reason either. I'm not as much on board with doing that stuff at the center position because the center is the position's the one where you've got to make the line calls. And you're telling everybody around you what needs to happen there on the fly. And so to be doing that and then trying to do that with two different guys. And, you know, like they talk about quarterbacks, and they change quarterbacks' cadence. You can have weird stuff going on with the snap and guys getting out of their stance because different quarterbacks, just the way they sound and their cadence can throw guys off. Well, how does it throw it off if you have two guys calling two different line calls with the same look they might see? You know, Posick calls it this way and Fuller's seeing something else and calling it that way. And it seems like it could cause some confusion there at a position that's very reliant on communication. It seemed to hold up okay today. Like you, I might be okay with the rotation if it was to try to see if you could figure out who the best man was, to be trying to figure out who the best man is at this point with these guys, with how much tape they put out already there for you. I don't know why you still need to kind of figure that part out, and you can't determine one to the other. Zap916 says, as a Niner fan, I'm afraid of their division. Every game is going to be a playoff game. Oh, we're going to beat the hell out of each other. We got to make no doubt about that. No doubt about that. It's going to be a brawl every single week. It is. It is what it is, man. The NFC West goes for it. We got a division full of teams that absolutely do everything they can in the offseason to be as aggressive as they can be, more so than other divisions. You know, it's only about tomorrow in our division. It is only about improving your team to the next year. It ain't 2-3 year plan. It's plan 1 year. Mirza says, I hate seeing instability on the offensive line, especially with this team. Brandon knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, like I just said, one of the big points of what you need in an offensive line, when you look at an offensive line, constructing an offensive line, there's certain rules that have been brought up that are basically like put in concrete, etched in stone. It's unarguable. A continuity goes as much as anything to an offensive line's long-term success. You are only the best of your weakest part. The analytics community teaches us that you can have your great left tackle, that's your great blindside protector, like let's say the Texans have had, but then if you've got a weak part somewhere in your line that's a complete sieve, the whole rest of the line will collapse. You are only as good as your weakest part. But the continuity side of it is a big part of it. So flipping in and out a center every time, to me, I'm going to bristle at that because that is going at continuity. It's going at one of the bedrocks of creating a good offensive line. Thomas says, Colts cornerback Rhodes didn't play, and Nelson was like 90%, and Fisher was out. It was a good win. Leonard even said Seattle kicked their ass. Yeah, I think you can acknowledge both things at once in this case, right, Thomas? You can come in and say we have a little bit of an advantage as far as their injury situation, and Rhodes, I know, had the calf injury. I'm not going to call it the DK Metcalf flu. I'm not going to call it that. It was absolutely the calf injury. It's not the DK Metcalf flu that hit Xavier Rhodes. There's no truth to that. But yeah, they had a little bit of an injury issue in this game. You took advantage, but you also really took advantage, and you had a comfortable win. You handled business. You did it on the road. 10 a.m. start. Hard to win on the road with fans in that stadium, even though it looked like we kind of took over that stadium. There's a lot of Seahawks fans in that stadium. I'm not saying there wasn't a lot of Colt fans, but a lot of our particular brand of blue, if you know what I'm saying. But still good. Just that's why we say step in the right direction. Step in the right direction. B-Russ says the Bears look absolutely embarrassing. They have no right to be going for 4th and 4 at midfield and twice at that. That coach is trying to keep his job. He doesn't win this year. I don't know if he gets a second year just because he has Justin Fields as a rookie there. I think he's kind of in a make or break. Same thing with their general manager. Food Gamer, it felt so good that Jamal was able to play more as a safety rather than a pass rusher. Don't get me wrong. I love it when he gets a sack, but the less we put more workload on him, the more he can play better. Yeah, Food Gamer, I like it more as you mix it in as a tactic, as a strategy, rather than leaning on it like you did early part of last year as your wholesale pass rush methodology. That's not going to work for me either. But you sprinkle it in, you catch them off guard, you surprise them with it. That's the best way, in my opinion, to utilize him. And where he won't probably at that point get to the 9.5, 10 sack mark, he can still be really effective and efficient then at that point in the six sack area of that thing, while being a really good safety all around. And I agree with you. I think we need to probably dial it back a little bit off what it was last year. I think we rushed him at one point like 13% of the snaps. You got to take that way down. Way down. Randall says, say what you will about Pete. He's figured out the 10 a.m. starts better than any coach ever. Maybe Bill Walsh. Randall, it's an absolutely fantastic point. Well, Coach Carroll gets knocked in this community a lot for some of his deficiencies and places that he lacks. And I've pushed back a little bit on that, where I understand where those folks are coming from, wanting to see more innovation from a head coach, wanting to see more of an offensive-minded head coach, wanting to see a coach not stuck in his same old ways and willing to innovate more. But I've also paired back against some of these folks saying, be careful what you wish for. Be careful to push a guy out of town who you also lose a lot of things on the other end. You might pick up some of those attributes that you're wanting on the front end, but you might lose a lot of stuff off the back end that you hadn't considered. And it's very easy recently to look at these 10 a.m. start times and see how Seattle has basically dominated them over the last 3 years. But I'm a fan going back to the 80s, and we would not be able to play well in 10 a.m. games going over regimes of head coaches for 30-odd years. And when I say that we didn't play well, you could see the same manner of how they played in those 10 a.m. games play out over and over and over again. Our team would come in, and both on the offense and defensive side of the ball, they look half awake. You ever been half awake and asked to do something, and you kind of do it, and you could even be wanting to go into work, but you can feel yourself going through the motions, even though you're trying to push your body to get there. And it's so hard to overcome it. It's easy to say, we'll drink a lot more coffee, we'll just get more rest. But when your internal body clock is set to 10 a.m., and they've even done advanced scientific studies on this, where they've actually calculated where peak performance lies. It's somewhere like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's almost near impossible to get your body performing at peak performance at 10 a.m. But Coach Carroll's gone out there and gotten these teams through his ability to motivate them and his ability to prepare them, and gotten them to dominate that, to turn it into a plus part of what he's able to do here as a coach. And it's just one of those elements of his that I caution people on, that you're going to probably lose when he walks out the door. Suddenly now 10 a.m.s become struggles again. Even with that newfangled, brilliant new coach coming in who's got all these new things he's going to do that Coach Carroll wasn't willing to do. Fantastic point, Randall. And again, it's not just a problem with Seattle teams, by the way. That East Coast struggle thing, that affects Rams, 49ers, Chargers, teams on the West Coast going to the East Coast over the last 20, 30 years have really done badly. Really done badly. It's a staggering stat if you ever care to take it and look it up a little bit. It is absolutely staggering how bad they do at that 10 a.m. start time. But good on Coach Carroll. I think we only got one more left too this year, Randall. Chris Smith says Big Red has a hose, but that's all he has. He's got that red rifle. It's just got one bullet in it though, Chris. That's the only problem with it. 312, to a surprise to absolutely nobody, Jalen Ramsey makes a big tackle on Daryl Morey. Is he up on Daryl? Is he covering slot, Morey? That's interesting. They got him in the slot again. I figure he'd be out there on Robinson out there. Now Rams are going to preach about how they're a Super Bowl team after beating the Bears. Yeah, I mean, probably just like the Niners are going to do so after the Lions. And look, it's good 2 wins by their part. They didn't let teams in week 1. Weird things can happen. You take care of business. Good on them. Well done on their part. But that's why I've said with us, we can't take any final conclusions from this opening game. Those teams can't take any final conclusions from their opening game either. We got to see way more this year play out. Paul Third says, Colts fans boasting the Hawks wouldn't handle their defense are eating some humble pie. Well, I had confidence going into this game, Paul, a lot because of what I saw out there, and I think they're a good defense, but you lose 2 of your top 3 pass rushers. You're relying on a rookie replacement for one of them. You don't have really another replacement for the other one you lost. And you look at their secondary, and Darius Leonard's a good player, but there's nobody out there that's a difference maker on that side of the football for them, especially as a pass rusher. That's going to give me a lot more confidence as far as my team goes in thinking that we can pull off the win. And why it wasn't a shock to me, Paul, that we got this win in the way we did, and it was fairly comfortable. This is a good matchup for us. That's a good type of defense to play against us. There wasn't that Aaron Donald, Chris Jones, Chandler Jones type game wrecker there who could just destroy the offensive line on his own. And we do okay against those type of teams. Thomas Cox says, you can see that offense will be good. It reminds me of the 2017's Rams offense. Yeah. I think you're talking about our Seahawks offense there, Thomas. Yeah, I think our offense is going to be real good. Michael, the 10 a.m. comment is spot on. I remember being full of angst for every East Coast game. Pete ended that. Yeah, Michael, it's something that because we've seen it so often kind of through these years, and even though we're in a recent dominant stretch of it, Pete's been overall pretty good at it throughout his career here in Seattle. But when you go back, be it Chuck Knox, Erickson, Flores, even Mike Holmgren, all struggled in that 10 a.m. start times. All of them would lament at all the things that they had tried to fix. Holmgren would just wring his hands about it. He said, we've tried everything. We've changed the schedule. We've changed the days we fly out. Sometimes we fly on a Friday. Sometimes we fly out on a Saturday. Nothing works. And you would see this just coach after coach pulling their hair out about it. And Coach Carroll has just silently, quietly figured it out. I don't know what he's done. I don't know if he's having them do cocaine off tables to start to before they go out there and tap the all-in button, sign, but he's got it figured out, man. Zap19 says 4 games is when you can really start to evaluate a team. Agreed, Zap. Agreed. DBH, go Hawks. Go Seahawks. Go Seahawks, DBH. Welcome on the chat. Go Hawks 2021 says, my understanding is that a lot of the teams are having corner issues. Not good, hurt, etc. Have you heard of this also? Yeah. Well guys, let's go look at the 49ers today. And I talked about this with Last Second Sports, the 49er channel that I went on here just before the start of the season. And he talked to me about feeling much better about their corners. They're going to play more of this man-on-man style on their corners. They're going to put them out on an island, less of the zone-based stuff. And I was looking at him, I go, but buddy, you guys lost Witherspoon. You lost Sherman. I get that there's people that are not high on either of those two guys, but those guys played a lot of snaps for you in recent years. You're now relying on Jason Verrett, who looks like he just tore his ACL, and who's not been, by the way, before he just tore his ACL today, this is a guy who outside of last year had never been healthy in his whole career. And then you got Emmanuel Mosley as your other corner. And then their backup's not a lot back behind them. Like you think our corner situation's paper thin? Go look at the 49ers depth chart at their corner situation. That's paper thin. And now with Verrett gone, they're in big trouble right now with their corner situation. They're going to have to make a trade. They're going to have to do something big with that corner situation because it was already weak for them. So yeah, I think corner's a problem everywhere. When you got teams that are loading up on 3 and 4 wide receivers and they're challenging now a team's depth at corner to the 3rd and 4th corner, everyone's a little bit dealing with it, I think. We're in an offensive league now. That's the reality of things. Food Gamer, no one listened to me when I said the Seahawks had so much potential to be a dominant defense. We are the dark horse. Also, it felt nice to watch a game normal without stressing in the 4th quarter. Boy, didn't it, Food Gamer? And I was hearing you, man. I was hearing you. I was agreeing with you. But yeah, I did. It felt very good to get into a 4th quarter and feel comfy. Got myself my little breakfast in front of me, my eggs and my bacon, little hash browns, just I was eating like a child, Eats when they got like some real good food, like a piece like cake. That's how I was eating my breakfast in the 4th quarter of this game. Just a little sip of coffee, like, Just a nice little, it was a good win. Very good win. Very nice. Apostate Russ, they were playing in Tampa Bay. It was a home game for the Saints, but played in Tampa due to the flood. Oh, my bad. Then they didn't go into Lambeau. I take all that back, Apostate. This win means nothing for the Saints. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, though. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't realize that. Boy, boy, Saints, man, every time they get a hurricane, they can't play at home for like a game or two. DBH says, did anyone notice Jamal Adams a slow start? I got to go back and watch a little bit of the tape on it. I didn't see anything necessarily super jump out to me. He was offsides on the first drive and had a sack, but then the sack got called off because he was offsides. But he seemed to play pretty solid. Solid, not spectacular in this game. Michael, I vividly remember Brandon saying that this defense had the potential to be dominant, among others in the chat. Yeah, I did say that. Thank you for remembering that, Michael. And that's what I was saying. I was with you on it, brother. I was with you as a food gamer. I saw this defense being one that could. A lot of people wanted to pick apart the last 8 games of the year last year where the defense played at least one of the better defenses in the league through the back half of the 8 games. And everybody goes, yeah, but I mean, backup quarterback against the Giants, Colt McCoy slays you guys. You got you played Dwayne Haskins, backup quarterback here, backup quarterback there. I mean, you guys weren't playing against anybody. Well, and I said, we'll see. We'll see. The thing that gave me the indicator was that the pass rush was coming along as the year went along, and the pass rush was coming along without having to blitz. When I saw that with the Dunlap addition, when I saw that come in, then I went, wait, this is how you get this defense turning this boat in the right direction, getting us moving with the current. That's how you do it. I've talked about it being to the schematic designs of the defense, to the blueprints of this defense, and that's what it was, and that's what gave me some of the confidence to believe this team can get to that point, and they can be a dominant defense. This can be, I believe, a top 10, maybe even a top 5 defense. That might be pushing a little bit, but a top 10 defense, absolutely. And maybe beyond that, if these young rushers, if Rasheem Green and Daryl Taylor can be difference makers, then that's a top 5 defense. If the young guys, if the light bulb goes on like that, then that can be a top 5 defense. But that's what gave me that confidence, and I'm sure that's what gave Food Gamer that confidence as well. Noah Melky, 3 or 4 quarters, I was happy on defense and offense. First quarter, I think the tackling on runs was subpar on defense. And third quarter, the non-adaptive play calling was iffy. But nevertheless, good start. Hashtag Go Hawks. Well, thank you. Welcome out in the chat, Noah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Agreed. Agreed with you on that. I think that it's understandable that the tackling is going to be a little bit dicey to begin things. You would expect that just a bit because of the fact they don't get a chance to tackle in practice. They barely get a chance to wear pads in training camp practices. So that wasn't a shocker for me on that. But I'm with you on that. 3 to 4 quarters you feel really good about. And what I'll say about that, Noah, is if you look at our offense recently in recent years, even when the offense is clicking, even when it's humming, it hums for about 1 quarter. And then you would wait for 3 quarters of a whole lot of nothing else offensively. To get 3 of 4 quarters offense cooking and rolling and being pretty consistent, we may have had like 2 to 3 punts this whole game. Very few 3 and outs. That's good consistency. That keeps the defense fresh. That helps with the time of possession. That helps to keep a rhythm offensively. So, agreed. A very good start. Nas, I feel like we should put DK at running back for 1 play. That's like Derrick Henry, but he runs a 4-3-3. Maybe we see it at some point, Nas. Maybe we'd see it. I think they did have DK running a fly sweep look. They didn't give it to him, but they had him running the fly sweep look at one point. Rodney Burr says, reminder that Creed Humphrey was on the board when they drafted Eskridge. Rodney, I'll never forget that fact. You know I'm a Creed man. I'm going to remain a Creed man. And, yeah, I remember. Silver Shrew. Should we start Sidney Jones over Trey Flowers, or should we let Flowers play the next game? He was pretty average against the Colts. I don't know that Sidney Jones is giving you better play than Trey Flowers. I understand he's a guy with name appeal. He comes from the University of Washington. He had first-round talent before he tore his Achilles in his pro day. So I understand that there's a lot of people out there that feel really hyped up on Sidney, as well as every pro year that he's had here in the NFL, he's gotten better in his coverage scores by Pro Football Focus. He may be the answer there, Silver Shrew. I think, though, to answer your question, that comes really from the standpoint of one thing to me. Is he outplaying Trey in practice? Because this is supposed to be competition is king. We've heard from Seahawks players in the past that practices are actually harder than the games because of the way that they practice. So he's going to get a chance to compete with them out there. But I'm going to lean back to the coaching staff on this one. Let that competition play out. Let them make the decision on that. I'm going to trust that they're going to put the best cornerback out on the field to play. I don't think that it's just a certain answer that Sidney Jones is that answer, though. This is not a guy with the same type of athleticism and speed that he had prior to that injury with the Achilles. He's still gotten a lot of it back, and he's still a corner who fits really well into the scheme. He's the Seahawks prototype, right? 6'1", long, ball skills, good in zone, all the things they look for. But he's got to beat Trey out. And Trey won that battle in camp. He beat out Achilleo. That's what Sidney's now going to have to do, rather than just being handed to him because Trey's not playing upper level. And if Trey plays average with a ferocious front four, that's going to be good enough. Zap916 says, I wanted the Niners to get DK. I'm very glad you didn't. I'm very glad you guys didn't. Gino Goax 2021 says, thanks for the cap info on signing Geno Atkins. And yes, that makes sense. Yep. You wait till week 1's over with, and then you make that big splash signing. 1 year, $3 million sounds about right to me. Still got some cap space left if you want to go get somebody else. The Power of Myth, Flowers played decent besides that touchdown. Yep. In the touchdown, he got caught man-on-man, which is not what you're going to often have him do. You more often than not have him play zone. He's not really a man-on-man corner. So good on the Colts. They caught it on that. They caught what was going on. Seahawks 2020 says, favorite play of the game. Favorite play of the game is going to be the throw to Lockett for the first touchdown. He's made that throw before. There's a famous play of him making it. I think he's done it to Lockett before, and Doug Baldwin as well. But I don't know if I've seen him make that throw as he turned it, as I've said a couple times, into a skinny 9 route, where it's almost like, I guess, a skinny post. I don't forget what they name it. I don't always know my football name plays there. But essentially, normally he would throw it just straight, like a little bomb 9 route right over the top coming off the slot. But the fact that he angled that away and threw it with anticipation, and throwing with anticipation is not just, I think my receiver is going to get open. Throwing with anticipation is then having to throw it to a spot, rather than you're throwing to the player, you're throwing to the spot. And that's been a part of Russell's game. There's these couple of items with Russell that he can clean up in his game that are not physical limitations or height limitations, just things that he can get a little bit more cleaned up in his game. That's one of those things he can clean up. That to me is an example of kind of cleaning it up, is making those kind of throws. Just trust it. Your guy's there, put it to a spot, let your guy get it or nobody, and he did it, and then Lockett to make a sensational grab on it to readjust back down. It's a really hard catch to make. He made it look really easy, but a fantastic play on both of those two guys' parts. That's probably my favorite. Chris Smith says, Diggs laid wood today. Is the guy going to get paid or what? Hard to say on that one. I'd have to be inside of Coach Carroll's brain and Schneider's brain as to what their plan is with Marquise Blair to know the answer to that. But Diggs definitely came up just like a missile a couple times in the run game. Really came up and hit the guys. There was a catch, even on the big catch I believe that Paris Campbell had on the crossing route. He came up and still laid a nice little smack on him. Really like what I saw to Quandre. He's been a great free safety for us since coming on here. Been the best free safety that we've had here in the Coach Carroll era outside of Earl Thomas, and it's not even close. He has just put together a really good stack of games since coming in here midway through the year in 2019. Kept things cleaned over the top. You saw Wentz at no time in this game, even took a chance deep. That's a big part of your safety, keeping things clean over the top, not giving any looks that anything's even opened up over there. I'm sure that if you were to talk to Coach Carroll, that he'd say, rather than having them take those shots, we're there to take the ball away when they take those shots. We just want them to not even think those shots are even there, that there is even a possibility you can hit that bomb. And Diggs does that with how he keeps things in his look over the top of that free safety look. So great job. Look good. And love how physical he comes up and plays, both in the running game and in the pass game. He will punish you. Nas says, Chandler Jones looked like Aaron Donald today. Man, 5 sacks against the Titans. He's going up against, it sounds like a backup, but when you got J.J. Watt and Chandler Jones on the football field, you are not going to be able to double both of those guys. You're going to have to choose to single block somebody. My guess without looking at the tape would be that the Tennessee Titans decided that they would try to single block a little bit more often than Chandler Jones, and that didn't work out too well. But Jones is the guy trying to get paid. He's hungry for that final big money deal that you get as an edge rusher. He has been really effective as a player throughout his career. He has been surprisingly productive for as long as he's played now. He just, outside of last year, I think he's been money in the bank. But, one of the probably the most effective edge rusher in the sport over the last 5 years. But he's a scary dude. Both him and Aaron Donald are the guys that I think have sacked Russell Wilson probably about 132 times between those two guys. That's my general number. It just seems like every year they both have about 4 sacks on Russell one way or another. Joseph Beck says, is Justin Britt still available? Nope. Justin Britt is now starting for the Texans, I believe, at center, if I'm not mistaken. Zap916 says, I hope Sherman signs with the 49ers. They need to invest in cornerbacks. Certainly puts Sherman back in play for the Niners to go out there and make that kind of move at this point. It does open that back up more to him going there because they have that hole, they have that need, and they're going to have to do something. They were crossing their fingers and crossing their toes and saying a magical little prayer that Jason Verrett could get through the 16 full game season. Because when he plays, he's a really good corner. But that when he plays part is really the key because he just doesn't do it all that often. I think he's had one game. He's played 6-7 years, and he had one season last year where he played a full allotment of the full year, 16 games. Even last year, I think he only played 13 games or something. He just can't keep his body put together there. Joseph Beck says the NFC West is going to be a brutal battle this season. There's no doubt about it, Joseph. There's no doubt this is going to be. It's going to be World War II. Two sides running out of their little, trenches, running at each other to Gatling guns on either side, just mowing dudes down. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Nas, would you rather have a center than a cornerback right now? 100%. Not even having to barely even think about it, Nas. Not even having to really barely even think about it. 100%. 100%. Man, I'm behind on the chat. Sorry, folks. I get behind on the chat, and then we get the little spammer in here. It's that time for the spammer. And if I miss your chat, just post it back in on the deal. I'll catch you back up on there again. Brian Koski says, Chris Carson had a solid game. I can see him set personal best in rushing and receiving this season. Me too, man. Key with him is just health, Brian. Every year he gets beat up. Every year he gets kind of pulled back a little bit due to injuries in some way or another. If he can maintain his health throughout the year, he can put up 11, 12, 1,300 yard season. And put up 1,500 yards total or 1,600 yards total. He can be that dude. He looked really good today. Robert, my brother, my true brother, Pennington says, I resent that little brother remark. I knew you were a listener, Rob. That one was for you. I had 6 years on my little brother, folks. So that was a little in joke on a big brother beating up on a little brother. I certainly put my brother through the ringer a bit. Just had to toughen him up, Had to toughen him up a little bit. Aaron Rodgers played the hot today, 1.3. Aaron Rodgers played hot today, 1.32 points in fantasy. Oh man, the Aaron Rodgers fantasy folks are crying tonight. That's a brutal one. 1.32 points from your QB. Thomas says, why was he inactive? Cleveland could have used him against KC. Who was inactive, Thomas? Which guy was inactive? OBJ. I'm going to guess maybe OBJ was inactive because he's going to be dealt. Seemed healthy in camp. Could be that. He is coming off the torn ACL, and sometimes we know with our own guys in torn ACLs is you don't always get to game one ready to go. I'm going to guess that it's that, and not that they're keeping him as a healthy scratch with him ready to roll fully. I would be surprised if that was the case. So I'm guessing it's just he's not quite ready to go with the knee. Ian Nichols says, Thursday night football, 2015, 20-3, North San Francisco. Half the stadium was gone in the fourth quarter. There was more blue jerseys in the stands than the San Francisco fans. Yeah, they will not wait in that stadium for long when things start turning south. They're just, as Richard Sherman once said in Washington, beat the traffic. Time to beat the traffic. Bye-bye. Beat the traffic. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Beat the traffic. They like to do that a little bit in Santa Clarita. They got to drive all the way from Santa Clarita back to San Francisco. They couldn't keep their stadium in their city, so they had to. They got a long drive, and they're out in San Jose. That's a far trek. You got to get back to the city, especially you got to go across that bridge. Look out. Zap 916. Every game that's played within the NFC West is basically a playoff game. Facts. Zapped. Facts. And I don't necessarily love it. I sure would like to have a little more of a feast factor that we get to devour upon in our own division. A couple more Detroit Lionsies, a few more Chicago Bearsies. I wouldn't mind having a little bit more of that. So let's see here. It looks like Last check, at least, it looks like Rams got things in control against our Bears. Their Bears. Random McDaniel says Cooper Kupp, pride of Yakima. Yeah, Cooper Kupp, that's one of those famous stories that just annoys the hell out of me. So Seahawks scout was talking to one of the coaches of Cooper Kupp's Eastern team. And, wow, Stafford had a great game in this game. 20 of 26, 321 yards, 3 touchdowns. Well, is the Messiah real? Is he real? Yeah, Cooper Kupp, Seahawks coach was telling the coaching staff at Eastern that he didn't think Cooper Kupp was an NFL receiver. Meanwhile, he gets drafted, I think, in the second round by the Rams and just been awesome. That's a guy that I feel like they should have absolutely taken a look at that time. I don't know, though. Maybe they wouldn't. Second round might have been too high because Rams definitely fell in love with him. And props to the Rams, man, for unearthing him. They know what they're doing at wide receiver. 312 says, I've seen enough. Stafford's better than Brady. Thomas says, I wish Seattle would have taken Kupp, but I will take DK over Kupp. Yep. Our Seahawks scout, our local area scout did not like Kupp. I can confirm this was a story that was told on the radio by a local Spokane radio host over here, because they're obviously kind of Easterns, they're thought of as part of in this gamut, they're in that Gonzaga Eastern territory of things for the Spokane DJs over here. They're talking about how a Seattle scout was like, I don't think he can play in the league. Meanwhile, he's come out and just been awesome. Mark says, I think this team is 1 or 2 players away from being the best team this year, but the question is who? Hit that like and sub button for this hard-working man. Thank you, Mark. And agreed. I've been long prognosticating that I believe that the Seahawks are still going to make 2 more moves here downwind. Does it happen just before the trade deadline? Does it happen tomorrow? I don't know. But between now and the trade deadline, I'm expecting at least 2 more moves to be made to kind of reinforce the ranks. Get a team that's already really good, already looking in contender state, and just top it off. It's like they tell you at the gas stations, don't top off the tank. Don't top off the tank. Well, we're going to top off the tank. I want that gasoline rolling back out the other side of that car. It's so damn deep. You got so much gas in that tank. Okay? I want like spraying out, people looking at us. What are you guys doing? Why you don't have to fill it up that much? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So I hope they do, and I'm anticipating that they're going to do that, Mark. But I don't know as well who those guys are going to be. That's the question at play. Is it cornerback? Is it defensive tackle? Is it center? Is it another wide receiver? Is it running back? I don't know. I don't know where those additions come from. And I'm not going to be greedy. I ain't going to be picky. Upgrade this team. Improve this team by any way you can do it with those 2 player additions, those 2 substantial player additions. And you've got a team that can get to the Super Bowl. You got a team that can go out there and win a Super Bowl. In Nichols says Stafford's an ACL away from retirement. Not every quarterback is Brady. Very true. In Nichols, 312 is our resident. He does not like Brady. So he's got some venom for Mr. Tom in certain respects. And how he looks at it. Zap says Russ is the 3rd best quarterback in the league. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. If he puts together a full year of what he put together here right now this year, that's a guy who's got a strong contention for number 2, number 1. We'll see how it plays out, though. It'll be interesting to see. Voodoo Magic. What's up, Voodoo? It says Arizona waxed the Titans today. I feel like the Hawks' chances I like the Hawks' chances next week at home. Well, the Titans do look on one respect a little bit weaker. The other respect, Voodoo Magic, I've related this to. You're going to have them hungry. You're going to have those coaches beating up on those players this week, questioning their heart, questioning their desire, questioning their want to. When you get beat at home, when you get the brakes beat off you at home like that, that's a team that didn't show up. That's a team that wasn't prepared to play. And so those coaches are going to double back down on this week. They're going to push hard. You're going to get the Titans' best effort next week. You're going to get a team that's going to try to be physical, that's going to try to pound that ball down your throat. So you've got to just hunker down if you're the Seahawks, take that first wave of emotion and intensity that you hit and receive, weather that storm, and then just put it to them as the game goes along. Randall says, better career, Alex Smith or Andy Dalton? I kind of feel like if Andy wasn't a ginger, he'd be more respected. Is he really much different than a Romo? Yeah, he's highly more different than Romo in my opinion. Romo was way more in my opinion more productive as a quarterback than what Dalton's been. Between those two guys, who's better? Boy, that's really close on those guys. I think Dalton's a better thrower. Alex Smith has got better mobility and better ability to get out of the pocket and escape. But Dalton's probably a better thrower of the football, maybe by just marginally a little bit better than Alex Smith. But they're probably pretty close to each other. But Romo's much better than both of them. Thomas Cox says Stafford isn't as good as people think. Granted, he's a quarterback. Detroit people saying Stafford played for Jags or Jets with no talent. Well, get ready this week, Thomas, because you're about to hear all those off seasons of Stafford is going to be the answer for the Rams, and he's taking the Super Bowls, and this is no doubt absolutely going to happen. They're going to be screaming and shouting it come Monday morning. So get ready for it. Prepare yourself for it. It's going to continue until that they give them information otherwise, until that quarterback shows them something else. And he didn't show in this game, not with that kind of day. They're going to be tough. They're going to be tough. I still don't think that he's going to in himself be the answer and that he's enough on his own to turn all their trajectories around, to get them to the next step. Twelfth man, RC and Hobbies. Cardinals were pretty impressive. I didn't expect them to whoop on the Titans. Gives us a better chance at home next week. Go Hawks. Could be. We get a fighting mad type team out of Tennessee, but very impressive win by the Cardinals. You went on the road. 10 a.m. start time for them, first game of the season, and they went out there and they absolutely dominated a tough Tennessee team that doesn't get dominated by anybody. I got to watch the footage and see how they exactly did it. But an impressive game on the surface by the Cardinals, no doubt about it. And they've certainly laid their claim to the fact that this NFC West is not going to be a 3-team dog and pony show here. We got it, all 4 of us are going to have a chance on this. And Nicholson says Sonics losing 4 straight to the Nuggets in 94, Bulls next year in the finals. Sonic Gate, M's refused to lose. 95 Bulls Super Bowl losses. I rest my case. What was it? Oh, you're sorry, and Eccles, you're responding to him. Truth is, I know it says DK hurts the team with crybaby body language on the field when he doesn't get catches. It hurts us in the playoffs, and it hurt us today on a couple of drives. That needs to be checked. The taunting thing maybe needs to be checked to a degree. I don't love that, but what was the other drive that he did? What else did he do other than the taunting thing in this game? Did I miss something else that he did? So I thought that was just the only thing. Randall says Dalton, Alex Smith, Romo, Stafford, all basically the same to me, same level as Hasselbeck. I would probably put that as a pecking order of Romo. I would probably put Romo, Stafford, and then I would put Hasselbeck below them. I think those guys been better quarterbacks at the end of the day than what Hasselbeck did if you look even just statistically down the line at what they did, and then those other 2 guys below them. Twelfth man, RC and Hoppy says, I love that the Packers look like a terrible team today also. Only the first game, but we will own the West if that trend continues. Well, the Packers are a weaker team. It certainly helps us having to go on the road in Lambeau midway through the year if they're not as good as we thought they'd be. It's one game. We'll see where it goes with them, but it's encouraging. If you look at the teams we play on the schedule here in this upcoming year, and off of week 1, right? I think you only have a couple of those teams outside of our division, of course. You only have a couple of those teams that actually won this week. You know, our strength of schedule coming out of week 1 is going to be strong because of the NFC West. But remove the NFC West, and it's actually going to look pretty weak. Vikings lost. Tennessee loses. You know. Thomas Cox says, okay, I'm going to relax. See you next week. Sounds good, Thomas. Have a good one, brother. Nas, Jimmy Graham bullied Jalen Ramsey on the first down catch on a 3rd and 8. Oh, okay. Well, it does look like that the Rams basically have wrapped this game up, so I can't see the Bears having enough gas in the tank. Yeah, 2 minutes left to go. That's game over. Good on their chance. Good on their part. Lively debate in the chat here. Paul Third says, has your level of concern changed for any of the Seahawks scheduled opponents after week one? IMO, the Steelers, the Saints, Lions, Cards were surprisingly more efficient. Yeah, I think when it comes to this specifically, I would point to the Steelers, the Saints, and the Cardinals are all a little bit more concerning for me on the schedule than they were prior. I don't think we played the Lions. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think we play Lions this year. Maybe we do play Lions. Maybe I'm just forgetting. We probably do. I didn't count it as, I've already got it counted as a W, so I'm probably just throwing it away. But I'm not as worried on the Lions with the game they put together for the 49ers, but Steelers and the Saints and the Cardinals, yes. Steelers went into Buffalo against a tough Buffalo team and won. That is not a fluky thing. That is the Steelers, who know that they've got a lot coming into this year, needing to prove a lot, coming out and really playing well and impressively. Same thing I just said about the Cardinals, frankly, going to Tennessee, 10 a.m. game. Cardinals have been one of those teams really struggle with 10 a.m. games, and you absolutely blow their doors off. And again, it's a common theme here we're seeing on these three teams. Saints just absolutely decimate the Packers. I mean, those aren't just wins that those three teams really put together. There's some statements in there a little bit. So, yeah, I'm a little more worried on that side of it. Washington, I was never super hugely concerned with Washington as much because of the fact that they are relying on Ryan Fitzpatrick and Tyler Heineke to be their signal callers. And if you're going to do that, then I think you're going to be topped out as a football team, even if you've got a good rest of the team around you. We saw this with the Dolphins last year, where there's a fairly solid team, and Fitzpatrick had some games where he had some throws, but it was still a team that kind of gets topped out at one point or another despite that. But we'll see. Both with Washington and Packers, there's still some more time to kind of figure out where these teams really do lie and stand. Basically, Nichols says, a good friend of mine met Alex Smith during golf tourney, took a picture with his kids, was genuinely a good dude apparently, so that supersedes the red rifle any day. AI says, our first round pick next year better be a center. Or go get a good veteran out there, AI, one of the two. Just address the position, right? Address the position and have something with a little more certainty. Colton Young, couldn't believe my eyes. Looked like we had a D-line for a minute. Let's go! Let's go, Colton Young. And you better believe you got a D-line. The reason that you have a D-line this year and you haven't had in prior years is one reason and one reason only. And is that the front office and Coach Carroll actually addressed it over the course of this last off-season / halfway into last year when you brought Dunlap on, where there was a realization, we've got to upgrade this unit. They've got to be better. We have short-sold this unit prior. We thought we were going to do just good enough. Well, rather than just doing good enough, we got to go beyond that mark. And they did that this offseason with their signings. They've been building up to this. We've been waiting on some of the young talent to start to give us some sparks of life, and they're doing that now. It's not a surprise to see it. I think you're going to see more of it. I think it's going to be one of the things the fans are kind of pleasantly surprised and happy by that they didn't anticipate it as much, probably because much of the national perspective has been to beat on our team a little bit this offseason, specifically to beat on that defense a bit. But watch them play a lot better this year. Let's go with the Dirtbag says, I think Jamal Adams will do less blitzing because we're getting pressure from the front four. And what's up, Sco? Yeah, I agree. One of the reasons that you blitzed Jamal Adams so much last year was the necessity of it. You had Benson Mayowa go down to he was kind of fighting through injuries, playing too many snaps through the early part of the year. Bruce Irvin tears his ACL. Those were your two big signings to improve the pass rush. Daryl Taylor doesn't even play a snap last year. He was another guy you were really relying on last year to come in and hit the ground running. So you got kind of dialed back. LJ Collier wasn't taking a step forward. You had to make this trade for Jamal to literally jumpstart your pass rush to some degree. It was league worst, I think, where it was sitting at last season at that point. But now you finally have dealt with it. You finally have done the steps to try to improve this bit by bit, and finally some of the young guys are starting to pop at the same time. You've got your certainties with some of your developmentals, and that combination is what can make the defensive line really, really good. Is there going to be any one star there on that unit? No. But a lot of good guys across the board. Nerd word. I like seeing Rodgers getting knocked on his butt, but kind of surprised by the Saints. I'll take it, though. I'll take it as well. Green Bay and Tampa Bay were one of those teams I thought would be really the two top-line teams we'll have to go through if we want to get to the Super Bowl. So seeing the Packers and knowing how hard it is to win in Lambeau, for instance, it's encouraging to have them go. It's a little bit tough to see it be the Saints, who's been a team that's been very good over the last couple of years, always solid, and I was thinking this might be the year where they finally start to take a step back, but in a game where they didn't have Michael Thomas, where you got Jameis Winston starting his first game for them, they absolutely just dominated the Packers. Big-time win for them. Big-time win for them. It's surprising for me, too. I didn't expect Jameis to play that good. I thought it could be improved with Sean Payton. I thought he could clean up some of the items and problems that sort of marred his time there in Tampa Bay. But I didn't expect to be that good. Zap916 says, do gingers have souls? Only in alternate dimensions. Zapped. That's only in alternate dimensions. I kid. Of course, you guys. Of course, our gingers have souls. Italian Knight 78. Early East Coast games were Seahawks kryptonite. Italian, thank you. Yes, it was for years. This was awful for us, folks. I'm not underselling this. You would see the 10 a.m. games at the start of the year. It didn't matter how good the team was coming into the year, and you'd mark a big fat L, and you wouldn't even think about it. Wouldn't matter who you were really playing, unless it was the cellar dwellers of the NFL. You were put an L on that schedule. Not anymore. Not anymore. And I don't know what he's done, Italian Knight. I don't know what it is that he's found a way to make this happen, but the results are there. It's a couple of years now of playing excellent football in these 10 a.m. games. Randall says, can we name a quarterback who's had a career like Dalton, who's less respected? He hasn't had a bad career at all, especially for a second-round pick. I mean, I just don't think he's done anything that's necessarily all that notable, Randall. You know, I mean, what has he done that's really, has he ever been an all-pro? Has he been a preeminent pro bowler? Is he a guy that throws, you can write him down for throwing for 4,000 yards every year and he's just Mr. Consistency? What is it that he does that is really that truly notable thing? And I don't know that I have a good answer on that or that I can point to something with Dalton and do. I'm sure I could look at a couple guys that I'd say he's a little bit like this guy. Like what? Like maybe like a Jim Everett. Let me give you an 80s reference, Randall. How about like a Jim Everett? That's where I see him. I'll think of another guy. Somebody else will come to my mind here. Nerdward, do we have coverage numbers for our corners today? Not yet. We'll get them for the game preview up against the Tennessee Titans in a couple days. We'll get those PFF scores and see what they're posted at. But not quite yet. Ruben says there's so many good tight ends in the league. Damn. Yeah, Ruben, there is. Teams are more and more going to tight ends. And not only are teams more and more going to tight ends, but we're seeing more and more offenses built around the two tight end set. The Patriots have certainly embraced this offseason, putting big money to Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry. The Browns have basically revitalized that whole offensive scheme there with their new coach based on the back of the two tight end sets. Even our team here in Seattle this offseason, bringing in Gerald Everett while you had a pretty good, solid starter with Will Disley. It shows that teams are really trying to lean a little bit more on that tight end. That could be a matchup problem that you can put defenses in a bind. Do you want to run nickel? Do you want to run base? Do you want to put a linebacker out on our tight end? Do you want to put a corner on our tight end? And you can really force mismatches out there by forcing the defensive hands to make that call at that point. So no surprise, it's probably going to this way. But it's fun to watch. Makes the game better when you got tight ends like this running around the league. We just don't have a bunch of Frankensteins lumbering their way up the football field, but truly, really athletic guys who almost look like receivers at times, is how they move. Nathaniel Park says, Rasheem Green, what are my thoughts? My thoughts are nothing but good. I spoke a little bit about this earlier, that he's a guy that's gotten lost here in Seattle a bit, being that he's had 4 years and not done a whole lot up until this point. He's had flashes. He led us in sacks in 2019 with 4 sacks, which isn't going to get anybody excited. But he's a guy with really all the talent you need to be a successful defensive end, a traditional defensive end in a 4-3 scheme, a successful defensive end. We all get caught up in guys being, these extremes. Is he one of the best in the league or is he one of the worst? Is he just league average? And it's sort of like there's no real middle ground for certain players at times. And what about a guy that's not league average, but not a superstar, but right there in this middle ground between those two spots? And that guy for me as a defensive end is a guy that gets you 10 sacks a year and plays really good as a run stuffer. He's a very full board defensive end. You don't just need to put him in on pass rush situations or protect him in the run game. You can rely on him to play on either side of the defensive line. He can do Leo. He can do the 4-5 tech stuff they like to do with the other side of the defensive line. And he can handle all of that. And Rasheem shows off that ability with the 6'4", 275-pound frame. So he's very stout. He's got good strength. He's got just enough bend and just enough explosiveness to be a problem for a tackle. But it's really about it all coming together for him. Bringing it all together, and it's consistency. He's got it in talent. He's got it in flashes. Can you be consistent? And today, all game he was consistent. Consistent in the running game with the tackle for loss, a couple of quarterback hits, the sack. He even knocked, I think, a ball down at the line of scrimmage. Very active. He was an absolute force today for us on the defensive line. And it's so encouraging to see these young guys starting to develop in their game. Alton Robinson couldn't even get on the field today. Why? Because Rasheem Green looked fantastic. And Daryl Taylor looked almost as good as him behind him. It's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have, this plethora of pass rushers. Ruben says Goff is better than Dalton. Yeah, I agree. You mad, bro? Glad I caught your show. I really like the plays of our defensive line. Green had a pretty good game. Absolutely. I'm liking our offense so far, but cornerbacks is still iffy. I hope we'll trade for a better cornerback or two. Well, you mad, bro? You're not alone in that there's been even a bunch of folks here in the chat who brought this up, and it's been a common theme here on the channel recently quite a bit. The need to improve the cornerback situation, especially on the heels of the Achilleo Witherspoon trade. I myself remain a little more patient in this respect. I myself don't land on that side of things. I'm going to look for a little more data with it. I didn't think the corners played bad today. Carson Wentz at the end of the day here threw for, let's take a look at this. And of course, I lost my deal. I want to say, and again, he had a lot of garbage time kind of throws at the end of the day where you're just playing soft zone. But you gave up 16 points as a defense in this modern era of highly explosive passing attacks. Carson Wentz took 38 attempts to get 251 yards. He averaged a meager 6.6 yards average per attempt, average per completion. If you look at Russell on the other side of that, Russell averaged an 11 yards per completion today. He doubled what Wentz did. So if the corners were so bad, why was Wentz down at 6.6 yards per average? Why did it take him 38 attempts to get to 251 yards? And again, even that 251 yards, I'd put about 30 of those yards at the end of the game. Total garbage yards. Total, our defense is just playing basically prevent at that point. That's a good day defensively. You're stopping an offense's passing attack at that point. Whether it's looking to your eyes the way you want it to look, you're being effective from a secondary standpoint at that point. That's very hard to do in this NFL. That's very hard to do. I mean, let's put this in perspective with this. Look at the Colts. Just a sec. One sec. I want to do this real quick to kind of put this in perspective. If I can find it. I can't with the phone, so. But if we look at, I'm sure if we were to look at the Colts last year and see how many times they threw for 240 yards or less, especially if you take 30 yards away and say it was actually like about 210 yards, how many times Phillip Rivers threw for that last year? Not very often. It's a great, in my opinion, I just don't think that the corners played kind of as badly as I think some might think in the chat on that. I'm not saying that we can't maybe bring on another corner, you mad bro, but if I got to pick between bringing another corner on or bringing another wide receiver in or a center in or something along those lines instead, I'm leaning in that direction over corner. I'm putting my resources in that other direction myself. Sco the Dirtbread says DeForest Buckner and Darius Leonard are savages. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And welcome on in, you mad bro. It's good to see you, buddy. Nathaniel Park says, with Rasheem Green in a contract year, and if he starts balling out, is that a coincidence? Daryl Taylor played well too. I never considered it a coincidence, Nathaniel, when players ball out in their contract years. And it's a fact, it's one of the reasons why, from a general philosophy standpoint, I like to have as many players kind of playing into a contract year as I can get away with on a given roster. So yeah, it's not a surprise that here in a contract year, he's balling out. That's not a surprise. I'll take it. I'm not looking to sign him to a contract extension if he does ball out. I'm going to let him probably move on at that point and try to get a compensatory pick in return from him at that point, because I like where our defensive end talent's at around him. You'll still have Taylor, you'll still have Alton Robinson, you'll still have Carlos Dunlap, you'll still have Kerry Hyder on another year of a contract. You still got some guys you could bring in there around him if that goes that route. But it's a common refrain that I've had on this live stream show. If he has this monster year that's in his contract year, it's a good problem to have. And we get to feel the full scales of those benefits here throughout the course of the season. Ruben says, Stafford's arm is every bit as good as Russell Wilson's arm. He's got a good live arm. Yeah, Stafford can throw, make all the throws. Probably Russell Wilson can throw. And he might have a titch more pure velocity on his balls than Russell. Maybe. I don't know if he throws the best ball in NFL history, or if he throws, there might be some other guys that I put up ahead of him. Stafford throws like Jeff George throws. And he's a better quarterback, by the way. I'm not making the comparison, but just on a pure, like, you're talking about, how good it looks coming out of his hand. So I'm just speaking to that. Zap916 says, I don't like the Seahawks as a Niner fan, but you guys are okay. Well, thanks, Zapped. We welcome in all fans in here, and you're not the only one as far as 49er fans who come in. We got a couple folks who come in, and all are welcome in here, man. We like talking football. And we're pretty respectful because we don't really want to get into the stupid, childish, immature taunts back and forth. I will go that route every once in a while when I'm feeling myself, but we try to keep it. We try to keep it a little bit above the belt if we can. You know what I mean? If we can, we try to keep it above the belt. GoHawks 2021 says, hey, trade Flowers to the Niners. Talking about cornerback, and the Niners are in big trouble. You don't see inner trades between division foes very often, GoHawks. You're not going to want to improve the team that you're going to have to pay twice a year. You're not going to want to try to help them out of a bind. And if the 49ers find themselves in a bind of not having enough healthy cornerbacks, you just as a Seahawk front office want to sit back, laugh, and point at them. That's all you want to do. Just laugh and point. Laugh and point. So I think that they're going to probably let them sit there and spin a little bit with their situation on that. Randall says, from a standpoint of draft capital, Dalton has had a better career than Stafford and Smith, but both number one picks, 2 playoff wins between them. I don't know on that one. I don't know. Not with the Stafford one can I go there, Randall, because whether it's Matt, Matt Padford, Stat Padford, or Matt, whatever we want to call the guy, he's put up some pretty good statistical seasons over the course of his career that I think are pretty far and away beyond what you've gotten from Andy Dalton. And I mean, we can factor in if we want their draft position, but I don't know if I really want to do that when we want to consider the draft position and what you did in college just doesn't really have anything to do with what you do in the pros. And you really should only be held, you have no control about where you're drafted at. Dalton himself was basically a first round pick. But, I mean, Dalton's basically thrown for, 33,000 yards. He has been named to a couple of Pro Bowls, to your point on that. But when I look at that in reference to a guy like Stafford, who's thrown for 45,000 yards, I mean, he's thrown for 13,000 more yards. He's got 282 touchdown passes to Dalton's 218. Just a little bit better of a career. I'm not saying he's been a magical, just better. Just a little bit better. But yeah, if you want to factor in the first round number 1 overall rating, maybe you would expect maybe a little bit more from him. Nathaniel Park says, Bobby was silent and deadly today. All he does, Nathaniel, just eats up those tackles. Another 13 tackles today. It looks like, again, on par again. Wouldn't be least bit surprised this year to find him again leading the league in tackles. Again, being that guy, one of the more high-rated, just like you said, silent, deadly today. He had one play that he sniffed out where he read the play completely and just blew it up, dead in its tracks, just stormed to the backfield, just completely saw something in his pre-snap indicators and killed the play. But Bobby, there wasn't anything, again, didn't do anything that was super stood out, a lot of flashiness, he wasn't blitzing a ton today, but just solid Solid. And him and Jordan Brooks, man, it's going to be hard to run against us with those two guys, especially when they've got the beef up in front of them. When you got Al Woods and Brian Monet, 200, that's 700 pounds of man in front of your two linebackers. That's going to keep them clean. That's going to keep them free. That's going to let them both be rangy and good in the running game. Zap916 says the Niners are in trouble with their cornerback situation. They are, Zapped. And I mean, even when I was talking with Last Second Sports about this and mentioning Jason Verrett, even he was saying, I have to acknowledge here that if Verrett does not hold up, if he does get injured, we are going to be in trouble. And now after week 1, you are in that trouble. That's a torn ACL. Verrett's not coming back. They're going to have to do something. And unfortunately, as our own Seahawks, Zap916, as our Seahawks have found out here over the last couple of weeks, as we're looking at Blasson Austin from the Jets or Sidney Jones from the Jacksonville Jaguars, there's not exactly, it's not a buyer's market exactly out there right now. You know what I mean? There's not exactly a whole bunch of corners growing on trees that you can go pick from anybody. It's maybe a couple weeks down the line this changes a little bit, but not at the moment. Sko the Dirtbag says, I thought Brooks looked good this game. He looked pretty good. There was one play that he held up good in coverage where he went up the field with I think it was a tight end, and it was very close. It was on the line to be in pass interference because he does make contact before the ball gets there, but it was well timed. It wasn't egregious. It's on the line, and he looked okay there. I do think he got beat on a little bit of the early play there, where again the telecast ascribed it to Bobby Wagner and him giving up the completion, but I think it was actually Jordan Brooks' zone where they made that throw too, and he just didn't get enough depth in his drop, which is a common thing that I have with Jordan. Just get a little more depth. You know, he sometimes doesn't get deep enough on those drops. But overall in the run game, he was fantastic, and that's the place that he can be one of the best run defending linebackers in the league. He has that skill set. He just does. Jordan does, whether he's playing the will or whether he's playing the mic. It's really, for me, comes down to, coverage with him, and we will see, Sko. The interesting question on this will be, what's his coverage grade coming out of this game? Because I know what I just told you, what I just saw with my eyes, which looked pretty good. But what is Pro Football Focus going to say about him on this? Because he did struggle in that big time last year, and he did struggle in it going back to college. Nerd word, we got people in taking care of that spammer. So they come in every one of my chats. That particular one always comes in here, and I got to find a way to bop him out of here somehow permanently. Which I will find a way. Oh yes, I will find. Nathaniel Park says, can I get remodded at some point, Brandon? Nathaniel, I absolutely will get you remodded, man. So, yeah, for sure. Let me work on that on the background and see if I can't get that set for you by the next stream. BP says, Taylor and Brooks are exceeding my expectations so far, and my expectations were pretty damn high. Go Hawks. Thank you, BP. And, I was hoping for another step forward from both these guys too. We'll see with Brooks. Again, I think he's a great run defender, one of the best run defenders in all of football. It's all with him really a question about where he's at in his coverage. He did make a great play in coverage in this game. Don't want to take that away from him. So he did a good job on that deep play down the field where Wentz kind of went after him a little bit. But when it comes to Taylor, man, for a guy that didn't play at all last year, for a guy playing basically his first NFL pro game, live, non-preseason, it's live action, looked really good in this game. Looked really good. Ian Nichols says, Disley stiff arm today. Just baby stiff arm. I just gave him a baby stiff arm. Little Marshawn baby stiff arm, Just give him that baby stiff arm. But yeah, Disley looks solid. He was open, made his catches. Just steady, good in the run game. Brought that Disley element that he brings to play. Nerdword says, having to punt isn't even horrible when you have Dixon. No, it's not bad, is it, Nerdword? You feel okay about it. You feel like he might do something fun. He might. And he did a good job keeping him inside, punting him deep. Never kicked it in the end zone. Always made sure that you got that, even down at the 12-yard line, you're making the Colts work with a long field. He did that today. Nathaniel says the Titans got beat down badly this week. They did. That's an embarrassing loss for the Titans to open up their season. For a team that wants to be a team all in on right now, for a team that made that aggressive move for Julio Jones, to start this year out getting beat like that, that's a tough look. That's a tough look. Randall says Holmgren's team stunk it up at 10 a.m. games. They did, Randall. They were just not. Mike could never figure it out. He could never solve it throughout his whole time here in Seattle. And I remember listening to his I'm sure you did, on the radio interviews he'd give with Levy. And Mitch would ask him about it. And Michael you could just hear the consternation in his voice. He just could not understand how he could not figure this thing out. Hawkeye Jeff, I just stumbled on this mess while reading up on the real Hawks. Now I'm off. Okay, Jeff. Nathaniel, still sad we didn't draft Jonathan Taylor, beast today. I would have been on Jonathan Taylor, Nathaniel. I thought, especially if you look towards the future of probably moving on at that time from Chris Carson, you didn't know him, you were going to get a chance to sign him to the team-friendly deal that you got a chance to sign him to today. And so I think that within that, in my opinion, it would have been maybe a little more of a smart look to look at Jonathan. Now, with that said, this is another place where the analytic community is coming out and saying you never draft running backs in the first round. You can find associated value further on down the draft, equivalent running backs or newly equivalent running backs further on in the draft. And that running backs success is more wholly built on building up an offensive line as opposed to having the prime time, prime cut running back. Again, that's one of those analytic things that I actually do kind of agree with. So I get more of where that's coming from. But Taylor coming to an offensive line that's one of the better offensive lines in the sport last year, averaged 5 yards a carry. I think he's going to be a very good running back for them this year. They're not going to play against teams that are going to be as concentrating on stopping the run as Seattle was today. And that's going to allow him to hit the ground a little bit more running, especially with that offensive line. They're going to get healthier. And look out once they get Fisher back. They'll be a lot more dangerous if he can get back to being near 100%. Fisher, Quentin Nelson, Ryan Kelly, that's as good a center to the left starting unit as you've got in all of football. GoHawks05 says, my favorite play was Taylor's sack. That was straight prison reps. Hope Top Billin breaks it down. Oh, it was. There was a little bit of a prison raping going on there. A little bit of prison raping going on in that play. And he took advantage of that third string left tackle, man. He did. Great sack by Taylor, man. He's got a skill set no one else on this roster has. We don't have a pass rusher with that same type of explosiveness and bend. It's something that's going to give him a good upper. He's got a higher ceiling because of it as a player. Because you can't teach it. You can't work on it. You can't, you can get better at it, but to have it at that naturally as he does already out the gate is just something that should get everybody hyped up. How do I get so far behind the chat? I don't know, but I do. Space coming in with his Space. You only come in just to put the one comment, but you never rely on, you never Space stick around for my response. So Space asked, do you think we should still trade Russ still? And so Space, I've answered you on that question a couple times where I never said we should trade Russ, but you never respond to my response. So I'll tell you what, I'll answer you. Can you confirm in the chat for me, Space, that you've asked that question probably about like 9 of my streams? You've come in and asked that question, and every time I respond to it, but then you don't respond any further in the chat. So if you'd like to, I'd love to have a little more back and forth with you on this one, but you just come in with the question. I don't know if you even stick around for my response, man. Randall says, what happened to Geno? Are you talking about Geno Atkins? Oh, are you talking about Geno Atkins, Randall? I don't know. I think you're talking about Geno Atkins. So I think with Geno Atkins, they're waiting until week 1. I think that's to potentially sign him. So you don't have to guarantee his salary through the whole season at that point. Seahawks said, sup, champ? We definitely need another defensive tackle. Monet did good, especially crushing Wentz. I'd feel good with another guy in there. I would. We saw, Puna have that back injury a little bit there and that scary moment early on in this game. And you went, ugh, we're down to 2. Get Geno Atkins in here quick. But makes a lot of sense why this deal should work. Geno knows from Carlos Dunlap what he potentially is getting into coming here in Seattle, how much of a better environment is coming from Cincinnati. You can rotate him in. He doesn't have to eat a whole lot of snaps at that point. He could be a real boon as far as he gives you a real purified 3 technique that you don't currently really have on the roster. But I'm all in on it, man. I'm all in on it. So I hope they're looking at Geno Atkins. I don't expect he'd cost a lot of money. To me, it's like a 1-year, $3 million deal would be about right. That'd get it done, I would think. I think that'd get it done. But Seahawks, yep, I thought Monet looked great. Best game he had, I think, as a Seahawk. 4 or 5 tackles. He had that quarterback hit. He was creating pressure back there. Seattle was high on this guy last year. Snacks Harrison talked about this guy having some upside. And he was the reason that they moved on from Snacks last year, is they liked what they saw in this guy and what he could be. So it's paying off. Some of these bets that the Seahawks have laid, counting on Daryl Taylor to eventually come in, and once he comes in, being able to give him some pass rush, waiting on Rasheem Green. Even this Brian Monet, letting him have that time to develop from being just a run stuffer to actually a really good run stuffer who can also give you some pass rush. These bets are paying off for our front office and Coach Carroll at the moment, at least after week 1. And Nichols is going to come down to defense like always. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed him on that. GoHawks05 says, at this point, just say LJ has an ankle sprain, kick him to the IR, and have an open roster spot. I would be probably in favor more of doing that, at least GoHawks05, especially if the roster gets tight. I mean, especially if it gets tight, why not? I don't think he gives you much on the football field at this point. He's had every opportunity to do it. We basically got the worst example with the last vision of LJ Collier that we got, which is in the final preseason game. You got this guy when most of your front second line guys are sitting at this point in the final preseason game. You have him out there taking an inordinate amount of snaps in the fourth quarter against third string backup tackles, and he still can't get anything done. I think it's telling. I'm not trying to beat up on the guy, but it's time. COA team. The usual Hawks hot start to the season, but how much do you think resting all the starters and the Colts having no tape on the new look offense contributed to this win? Give it a few weeks. COA team, I've been pretty consistent throughout this live stream show and saying this is a step in the right direction. I think nobody in the chat's necessarily, running to say this means everything has been proven as fixed and overcome. This is a different type of win, though, COA team. I think you'd agree. Versus, look at the way we won last year. Look at those games against the Atlanta Falcons, which comes down to the end. The New England game, which came right down to the end. The Minnesota Viking game, which came right down to the end. These games we were technically offensively dominating and playing so good to start out. You're playing horrible defensively. You weren't putting a full, complete game together. You can almost look at all of last year and say, I don't know if we have one game all of last year where we put a full game together offensively and defensively. You just did in the first game of the season this year. So, again, while it's not a final conclusion of where the season's going to go or where the team's going to go, it's a good step in the right direction. And it fit to the blueprint, COA team. As we had our talks recently, I think, in the chat, going back and forth in the comment section, me and you, I pointed to you on that we want to see these things. We want to see the short passing game come in effect. We want to see Russell holding the ball less often, right? We want to see a better pass rush from the front four. That the indicators we were hoping to see from this game as far as bright marks go and something that was a good, something that you think they can take forward, we saw. Again, it's not a final conclusion. We're going to need to see more games. But this hot start's a little bit of a different hot start than if we're going to look at it from last season or even previous seasons, where a lot of it was the hot start was coming on the heels of you asking Russell to essentially be magical man for most of those wins, which I don't think you were asking him to necessarily do in this game. He was magical, but you weren't wholly reliant on it today. GoHawks05 says Pat Stafford padding his stats versus the Bears. What a bum. We're gonna have to hear about it all. The only down part of this week, we're going to hear about all the people just continuing to hype up Stafford this week now. Oh my goodness, that's not going away. That's not going away. MSR Rook, I don't know if you read this earlier, but I think the reason the Hawks simplified the offense in the second half of the game is because we don't want to reveal everything about the new offense. Could be that. I maybe it's a little bit of that in addition to MSR Rook. Just you go a little conservative. Why show all your best stuff when you're up by 2 touchdowns? And that I could understand why they would do that a little bit. I could see Coach Carroll leaning to Shane and saying, just keep it kind of vanilla now going forward. We got this game. I can manage this defensively on my side. We're not going to give up any big plays. If the Colts move the ball up the field, they're going to have to just slowly churn the ball up the field to get there. I'll eat this clock up. So just you keep things clean. Don't call anything that's going to be risky. No long 7-step drops with Russell Wilson where he's going to take a hit and there might be a fumble or an interception. Quick, easy passes. I could easily see if Coach Carroll being in that mode of doing that. GoHawks says Derrick Henry had 10 points. I drafted him 6. Well, I hope he doesn't get hot next week. That's all I'll say about that. Die Hard Hawks fan says, "Sup, boss man? I was glad to see Collier in regular clothes." I'm only happiest when Collier's wearing his street attire. That's when I'm in a much better mood as it concerns LJ Collier. I see him with the pads on, I start getting a little worried. Seahawks reign. NFC West is tough. It is tough. Well, come on in, Die Hard Hawks fan. Good to see you guys. A lot of the good names coming and bopping in here. Some of the old names. Go Hawks 05 says upgrades incoming. I'm going to say Watkins and Brandon Cooks. Don't get me excited. Go Hawks 05. You talk about two names that would get me excited. Geno Atkins and Brandon Cooks. Two great additions. Two great additions on both sides of the ball. And Brandon Cooks is a guy today who really lit it up for the Texans. He probably ate Shaquille Griffin's lunch today. But those would be two guys, if you brought both of them in, that'd be and you could fit both of them, by the way. You could fit both of those two guys in and still have cap space left over with what Cooks contract costs this year as a base salary and what Atkins is probably going to cost. You'd still have probably about $4 to $5 million left over to still spend beyond those two guys if you really wanted to. Joshua Saunier says, do you see us making any moves at the center position? I think that they're going to want to make a move at the center position, Joshua, but the really key on this comes down to when you look league-wide, there's not a lot of good center play. There's some okay center play, but we're talking about guys that will be an upgrade for the position. I'm not talking about stars, just an upgrade from what we have right now. And when you look across the league at the center position, it's kind of light. And when you look across the league at the center position of what might become available around the trade deadline, it's even lighter. I don't know that there's going to be a guy available to get it done. It's the place I would most like to address on this team beyond any position, Joshua. So I'm on board with doing it. I'm on board with wanting to see it. I just don't know that there's that player available to go get that guy right now. Maybe a couple weeks from now, these cloudy skies sort of dissipate and we get a little bit more of a blue, something reveals itself. This makes a lot of sense. We can get this guy. But as we stand right now, it's a little bit of uncertainty there. And I think my little gut instinct on this is a little bit of, I'm wondering if we're not just going to have to ride with what we got there. Just have to hope we can hold on for dear life. Zap916 says, I don't really care for Bang Bang Niner Gang. I don't blame you, Zapped. It's a lame mantra. I don't even know if it's a mantra. I don't know what you call that and them saying that. I mean, it ain't go. It just, I don't know, Zap. They need to retire that one. That one doesn't need to be. Just no. And Nichols says, I went to 2 games in 2015. I live in California. Had father-in-law in a large in jersey. Had my Cam jersey, 12 flag, beads. Nice, dude. Nerd word, if the Niners and Rams and Cardinals can beat each other once and we sweep them, bingo, you take the division. Yep. Yeah, I mean, absolutely that'd be the case. It's going to be tough to sweep anybody in this division, though. And look, at the start of this offseason, I have our Seahawks going 13-4 this year. But I have 2 of those losses coming from within our division. And I'd feel happy if we could just find a way to go 4-2 in this division. So it's I acknowledge it's gonna be rough to get through this one, but man, to sweep it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really hard. Every game is gonna be like a playoff game. ZXN Goat, what's up, ZXN? Says we need to go all out and try to get a Fletcher Cox or Gilmore or a Jason Kelsey. I'd love to see any of those 3 with the Eagles. They just won this week, ZXN Goat. You look at that division in the NFC East, if they're even close to competing in that NFC East, if they're even close to being a playoff team, they're not going to be in sell mode at the trade deadline. And that's a place that they could easily end up finding themselves at because it's not a very tough division. The Giants don't look like they've taken a step forward. Cowboys look like the Cowboys. And the Washington football team still doesn't look like they necessarily that super dominant defensive state necessarily. They're really good, one of the best defenses in the league. But offensively, do they really have enough to get it done on the other side of the football? Whereas the Eagles have enough players to feel like they can get it done. So I mean, if they're competing for that division, are they going to move off of Cox or Kelsey at that point? Probably not. Gilmore is a little more uncertain. Gilmore is a little bit more of a question mark because I think that with the Patriots, I don't think that they're really going to be pushing for anything past being a fringe playoff team at this point with Mac Jones leading them. But he could be an interesting name they take a look at. especially if you can get him to play on his last year of his deal, which is going to be at somewhere between $3.5 and $7 million remaining on his deal, depending on when you trade for him. Derek Nelson, if only the league just quit with these soft calls and let the grown man play football. Defense is down now because they don't let the teams play anymore. If only the league just quit with these soft calls and let the grown man play football. I agree, Derek. I'd like to see the league let guys just go more often at it. The ticky-tack calls, the inconsistent calls at times, it's a little bit infuriating. It gets a little bit old. It'd be nice if they could just let them play. It wasn't bad today in our Colts game. I felt like they kind of let them roll. I thought it was a pretty well-officiated game overall. But there's certainly some fans around the league right now that are a little bit annoyed. I think Vikings fans are a little bit annoyed about some tackle. I haven't seen anything deep on it, but they're annoyed about some tackle situation where one thing was called a tackle that wasn't, and one was called a fumble that shouldn't have been. That was a guy down. Zap916 says, I think Russ has the it factor. Rodgers doesn't. I could kind of maybe say that. I think the place where Russ really separates himself from Rodgers, and Rodgers got the pretty football he throws and the great release and the quick release, and he can throw with velocity and make any throw in the book. The one place I think Russ has got him a little bit is in a little bit of that, fight through tough adversity. Things going wrong and you find a way through. I think Russ has got that in spades. I think Russ has got that in his DNA. And I don't know that Rodgers has that in his DNA. Rodgers is a little bit of a guy to me that folds when things start looking a little bit bad. He's the first guy who's looking to run to the exit a little bit rather than, put the hard hat and just double back down and knuckle under, just find a way. I don't know, maybe that might be unfair to Aaron Rodgers a little bit, but that's just my general feeling of it. Yakima, the Palm Springs of Washington. Oh my God. Nathaniel Parks, with Rashad Penny out, sign another running back. Rumor is he has a concussion. Oh my God, he got concussed today on top of a knee thing. I think you might be thinking it's Penny Hart, Nathaniel, because Penny Hart got concussed and Rashad Penny had a calf. So I think you're just confusing the pennies on that, which is easy to do. How many teams have two pennies on their team at one time? But I think it's just he's got a calf strain. And you do have Alex Collins on this game. You have Alex Collins there as well to come in as a backup. So we're still doing okay. I don't think we've got to sign anybody quite yet. Juice, I'm a little worried about the center position, but other than that, I'm pretty happy with everything I've seen today for the most part. Same, Juice. Same and same. Same and same. Randall says Bosick got bullied by Buckner badly. Yeah, give him a little of that swipe move, man. Just give him the over arm over move on him, and man, he was just Bosick barely got his hands on him. It was kind of brutal. Nas says, I know it's week 1, but if the Bears offense is running on the Rams like that, imagine what Chris Carson will do. Yeah. Yeah, and I want to say, even going back, Nas, to last year's playoff game against the Rams in that game, Chris Carson ran the ball actually really well in that game to the tune of, I think, 4.8 yards per average, consistent on all his runs. We just didn't really stay committed to the running game in that playoff game, if I'm remembering correctly. And so it's a little bit with the Rams about staying in that commitment. I think the Packers and how they beat them in the playoffs last year also, if I'm remembering correctly, it was a true, real commitment to running the football in that game and not getting too much falling in love with trying to throw the ball over the football field. Rip Travis, we do play the Lions. We do, Rip. I had forgotten about that game. But no, I'm not more worried by them coming back. I think the Niners took their foot off the gas in that game. And when you look at that first half and when the Niners kind of dominated them, I would expect more probably of seeing something somewhat similar to that when Seattle plays them. I think that game's in Seattle too. Juice says, I love our tight ends. Everett and Disley are a money duo. They are a money duo with two different types of skill sets, which I like as well. You can mix and match. You can get those guys up in the right get those guys up against mismatches, especially Gerald Everett and the way he plays. But yeah, fantastic duo. And we get Colby Parkinson still coming back into play. We might even have a little bit of a deadly 3 tight end look eventually down the road. Ian Nichols says, last season reminded me of 2012 versus the Atlanta Falcons. Was that the Marshawn Lynch game where he went for like 140 yards in that game, and we had the trick play touchdown throw there where Marshawn threw it back to Russ and then Russ threw the bomb, Nichols? Am I remembering that one? You're obviously not referencing the playoff game, of course. It's okay. I'm gonna get the webcam chat person out of here permanently after this live stream. So enjoy your webcam chat guy. Enjoy your spamming now because your days are about to be over with. Green was looking good, says Juice, though through preseason, and now looking to carry that into the regular season. About damn time. Agreed, Juice. Agreed. And I think the fact that we could kind of see this with preseason, you don't get too hyped up over preseason performance, obviously. But when you get to see a guy, there's 3 preseason games, and in every preseason game, he's looking consistent. He's generating consistent pass rush. He's looking like that light bulb is starting to come on. This is, again, why we can see this and extrapolate this a little bit further. We can say this is not only something that he can do today in the now, but we can see this working as we go forward too. And so I think that he's finally has that point where the light bulb has come on. I think he's tapping into that potential. He's got to keep it consistent. Let's see it now. Now let's see it in back-to-back games. We saw your best game performance. It doesn't have to be exactly this every week, but let's see a similar performance next week now. Show us the same thing into next week. And on a team in Tennessee that was having a hard time protecting their quarterback today, you should be able to go out there and do it again. So love seeing this in Rasheem Jones. We should get hyped by this. We needed, as we talked about this, especially when we let go of Aldon Smith, we needed a couple of these pass rushers, not just one. We need like 2 of them to step forward, to take that next step forward. And there's been some indications that that's just what we're seeing now. Thanks, Randall, for kicking that guy out of the chat. Appreciate it. Seahawks Rain, what could we have done better today? I guess a good question on that point. I think the one thing you could have done is stay a little more aggressive into the third quarter rather than taking your foot a little off the gas and trying to just get conservative and we'll try to shorten this game and bleed the clock. Keep your foot down on the gas and stay aggressive. Don't let teams have a chance to think that they can have a chance to get back in the football game. Because the thing that I can go back to Coach Carroll and look at throughout his time, and at moments this comes up into play at times, where he can get a lead, a substantial lead, and we don't often see this a lot because so often our team is in very close games near the end of football games. But when we do get that 10 to 14 point lead in a third quarter, there is a little bit of that, I'm going to get conservative with this from Carroll's standpoint. I'm going to have more of my control in this game. I'm going to trust in my fact to be able to, into my skills to manage this game now. So I would have liked to have maybe seen a little bit more of let's just put the pedal to the floor and let's go. Let's keep forcing this. Let's keep pushing the issue a little bit on them. Let's just put them down into the dirt and shut this out. Now, they got pretty close to doing it. By that touchdown to DK was pretty much you put the dick in the dirt at that point. They were done. So you did basically do that, but it would have been nice to see a little more aggressiveness into that third quarter, into the start of the fourth. But very small little nitpick to pick at. I'm really happy with the win. I can't really knock much about this victory. Kyle Mulkey says, just now in here. Great game today. Good to have you in here, Kyle. Our defense looked better than it had in years. I'm excited to face the Titans. Let's go. And I missed a super chat. I'm so sorry. A couple super chats. Roxanne Roll. Thank you for the $20 donation, Roxanne. You always come in hot with the donos. Thank you so much. You're a member as well to the channel. You do a lot to support this channel. I do appreciate you. Next big purchase we're going to be doing, folks, is I'm going to be getting a new updated microphone here to sound even better so you guys can get some of my soft, dulcet tones coming on through. So these donations will be going to that here as this course of the season comes along. I'm going to get a little mixer board as well. So thank you, Roxanne, for the $20 donations. She says, Hawks Nest, the lines were solid today. Russ was solid. And I believe I witnessed Russ making pre-snap reads. Oh my God, look out. Russ is making pre-snap reads. Agreed. There was only one real time that I think that he got caught missing stuff pre-snap. off the blitz that they had, where they had a free rusher coming. Russ should probably be aware of the free rusher coming and get that out to his hot route. But that's the only play of his that I could pick on from this game. And when I look at Russ in recent history, there's usually about 3 or 4 or 5 plays where you didn't see this blitz coming. You missed this one over here. You didn't get it out to your hot route. You held on to the ball when you had a full house blitz coming in your face. Just couldn't do that today, Roxanne. Just couldn't. He was making the appropriate decisions at the right time, protecting the ball and still being lethal with it. Still attacking downhill at the right moments. Just strategically sprinkling them in as opposed to needing 6, 7, 8 deep shots to get 3. Very efficient in that respect. But yes, he was excellent with his pre-snap reads. Also excellent with throwing with anticipation today. 2 things that I've definitely beat up a little bit with Russ on, but things that he turned around a bit today and was very encouraging to see. And thank you so much, Roxanne, for that $20 donation. You are awesome. Jeff Rhines coming in with a $10 donation. Jeff, you are also awesome. And another long-time contributor here on the Hawks Nest. Thank you, Jeff. He says, a little more towards your awesome channel, Brandon. Keep being you. I'm interested how we fare over the next 5 or 6 games or so. It was great to see the defensive line keep creating pressure on Wentz. It's going to be fun to watch this team come forward over this next couple of games to see, is this what we're going to see as a blueprint going forward? Is this the new model for our Seattle Seahawks? Is this the new way they win the game? Is it less about the can't win in the first, can't win the second, can't win in the third, but you can win in the fourth? Is it less of that? And oh no, we're just going to win this in the second quarter. Oh no, we're just going to win this with 5 minutes in starting into the game. We're just going to put you down and put our hand on your throat, and we're not going to let you up the whole game. And we might start to see that now as a model. I don't know that that's what we're going to see, but you saw it today, and you haven't seen it very often in Seahawks victories over the last couple of years. And you did it against a good team. You did it against a playoff caliber team. All these things are going to make me feel encouraged. All these things, there's one of the reasons that it's hard to pick up anything out in this win. Hard to say, do this better. Oh, God, you didn't do that right. I mean, it's good to have the win, but there's this. And I could have done a lot of that last year. Both at the first half of the 8 games last year when Russ was cooking to the back half of the 8 games when the defense was cooking. Kyle Mulkey says, sorry, Kyle, Noah, with the arms race in the NFC West, which team do you expect to implode, rebuild first, considering the lack of picks coming in the drafts for all the teams? I can't see the Rams doing it, Noah, because they don't get a first-round pick until the year 2036. So they're, with the money that they've put on their cap, with getting Stafford in there, who's an aging quarterback, with where the roster is with guys like Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey, right now, I mean, Donald's getting into the end of his prime. Ramsey's probably right in the middle of his prime. That's not a team that's going to be in any point of rebuild mode anytime soon, in my opinion. Cardinals have a coach right now who's playing for his job. They're going to be a team that's just trying to give some kind of good returns off the last couple of years, and specifically getting into the playoffs would be a huge victory for them. So likewise, I don't see them being a team rebuild. Now, we talk about the Niners. And I know we got a Niner fan in the chat here, and I'm sorry to say this to you, but that's where I could see them making that move in that direction. They just lost a corner right now. Raheem Mostert went down to an injury in this game. I don't know if it's a major injury, but that weakens down their running back room, and they're very reliant on the running backs being very good. If they were to dial it back, if they were to find themselves fourth in this division halfway into the year, I think in a lot of respects they made that Trey Lance pick with an eye towards the future. And that while they're still looking to compete this year, while they're still going to be a good team this year, while they're still a team that I've predicted should make the playoffs this year, they are a team who could be in that mode if things go sideways a little bit, if they're just sort of muddling through to say, the pick for Lance was anyway for next year and the year beyond. So let's offload what we need to do now and look to that next year's point. Let's get a high pick and we'll roll this up next year. I could see that. Only problem is then they got to pay Nick Bosa $30 million coming into this offseason. So while they do have a cheap quarterback, then their cap's going to be topped out. Aaron Hockey, Seattle needs to look a lot better, but I'll take the win. I mean, Aaron, you're going against a playoff team there in Indianapolis. You're playing on the road in a 10 a.m. game, and you won by 12 points. I don't know, man. First game of the season, you're not going to expect, especially the fact that you rested basically half your roster through all of preseason. Hard to think that this team was going to come in with everybody hitting the ground running in lieu of that. But hard for me to say I think they need to look a lot better. Maybe a little better, but they look pretty good. That was a pretty solid win, end to end. Wheeler says, I did not like the Packers game. I've got Rodgers and Aaron Jones in fantasy. They gave me a combined 5 points. Brutal, man. I know Aaron Rodgers has broken a lot of hearts in fantasy over the years when he has his up and down play at times, year to year. Randall McDaniel says, Chris Everett, just don't say that to his face, Randall. Just don't say that to his face in an interview. Jay says, I was doing some editing for a thumbnail. What'd I miss? You didn't miss nothing but a lot of reveling, Jace. Reveling in this victory. Reveling in the opening season victory. Reveling in a little bit of watching the haters out there, watching some of the pundits out there have to sort of trip over their words this week as they now have to kind of start to admit a little bit, like, maybe the Seahawks team is a little bit better than we thought. Maybe we shouldn't have left them for dead. Maybe we shouldn't have said and proclaimed and projected that they were going to have the worst year of the 10-year run of Coach Carroll and Russell Wilson. Maybe we shouldn't have said that. Jew says, I hope Jamal will continue to prove me wrong. He was doing that today. I might be on board if this keeps up this season. I liked what I saw from him, Juice, and again, I think he's going to give you more dominant play where it shows up in the splash plays, right? A forced fumble, sack where he forces the fumble, and a game-changing play on a quarterback. Those things are going to come up over the course of the game, but over the course of the season. But this game, just solid, steady, on point, on task, doing what he should have done. And I still do maintain, Juice, that I think that fumble that Wentz had on the fourth down snap was caused by Jamal Adams doing his Troy Polamalu and speeding up the clock of Wentz in that play, where Wentz starts to go a little bit forward before the snap's got into his hands, and so it looks like a mishandled snap, but it was him trying to get a jump on Jamal, who if he gets the ball there at the time that Ryan Kelly's trying to snap it, I think Jamal gets his hands on Wentz at that point. But Wentz tried to speed that up a little bit, and that's a great play that I don't think a lot of people will be talking about with Jamal over the course of this week. But he very well may have caused that fumble with his instincts and his just willingness to do. He just went for it. He just launched himself over the top of the pile, lands basically on his back, just going for it. That guy's all in. That guy's all about winning. I don't question whether or not he's going to lay it on the line. I don't question whether or not he got paid and now he's going to dial it back a little bit. Not a chance, in my opinion. D Nugget says, yuck, this division that wins all their games. Yeah. Only division in football, we go 4-0. You hear these people out there, oh, no, AFC West the best division in football. Oh, the AFC North are the Steelers and the Ravens and the Browns. This is the bit. No. Don't get it twisted, folks. Don't get it twisted. This is the best division in football. This one. And it's been the best division in football now for multiple years. Get with it, rest of the NFL. Up your game. Don't let us run this show out in the West, because we're running it. Evan Stylis, I know you haven't dived into the film, but with what you saw, did you notice the Seahawks, Waldron, did you notice the adjustments Waldron made after stalling a bit in the third quarter? I can't speak to too much of that yet, Evan. That's the stuff I'm usually going to get on a good second viewing. And one of the reasons I got the NFL replay deal, where you can go back and watch all the NFL games, is I wanted to have a chance this year to be able to, hopefully they have the coaching copy eventually that they post out there so I can see that too, because that'll give me even more information. I didn't see anything necessarily that jumped out at me, so I can't speak to anything exactly. You definitely attacked, I think, a little bit more on the sideline routes, on throws, on that drive, where it seemed like early on in the game and over the course of the game, you were maybe attacking a little bit underneath and over the middle, where you went a little bit more to the sticks and to the outside. I think a little bit of their balance and their unpredictability offensively was throwing the Colts off, where they were trying to guess a little bit defensively, and you caught them guessing on a few points. You get the DK Metcalf catch where he drives up the field, the corner's freaked out about his speed, he's running backwards almost 10 yards off of DK, trying to give him so much cushion. DK just sits down in the zone. It's like a 17, 18, 20-yard completion. They didn't do a lot of those type of throws to DK in this game, so they were just maybe holding that one to attack at the right moment. So maybe some of it was like they were sitting on certain plays they knew were being successful, but they didn't have to bring them out until that really given point in the game. Just my guess on it, Evan, but I will take a closer look, specifically as I'm looking back at the film, and I'll give you a report on Wednesday when we're doing our next live stream show. Wheeler says, not sure how well the two tight end sets are working for the Pats. They both looked pretty awful today. It's a little bit of the part that was surprising for me, Wheeler, when they went with Mac Jones over Cam Newton. I know that Mac Jones is a guy that's going to run that offense more of how they want to run it. A lot of the option routes, a lot of the short passing game, get the ball out of your hands in 2-3 seconds, as opposed to Cam, who's going to hold it for a while, is going to do a lot more scrambling around. And certainly Cam didn't light the world on fire last year as a quarterback. That's true. But I thought if we're talking about Cam giving them the best opportunity this year to be successful and the Patriots even to maybe push towards the Buffalo Bills in that division, I don't think they were going to win the division, but just kind of push them a little bit. That was their best, to me, angle, and I'm not even a big Cam Newton guy. But they went with the young kid. That's going to bring mixed results, in my opinion. I wasn't a big Mac Jones guy anyway. I know he played pretty well in the preseason, but he's not. I wasn't super high on this guy. I saw him as a Kirk Cousins type dude, and a Kirk Cousins in his rookie year, there's only so much he's going to give you. As well as this is two new tight ends into a new scheme. It's going to take a while for them to adapt and get it to work. But I think they'll eventually figure it out with those two guys. Both Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry are pretty good tight ends, and they should find a way to make it work for those guys. Wheeler says, not sure how well tight end sets. Ethan Chamberlain says tight ends are the best athletes on the field, on the football field. Just kidding. I guess it depends on the team, right, Ethan? Depends on the team. Yeah, they really don't get called that, do they, Ethan? You'll hear like a defensive end be called that, or you'll hear, wide receiver be called that, or a running back be called that. But you never hear them say the tight ends are the best athletes on the field. That's a little bit to the old school, that Frankenstein model of tight end, or just, he's just lumbering his way up the football field. D-Nugget says the days of Eddie Lacy, Blair Walsh, and Jimmy Graham are gone. Hello, New Hawks. Hello, New Hawks. And bye-bye, Sebastian Janikowski, as Randall said. Ethan Chamberlain says Green is a poor man's J.J. Watt. I love it, Ethan. What a great comparison. Because, yeah, you were popping Green into that 3-tech on times in the cheetah package. So you did get Green kicked inside at moments. He wasn't just doing everything from the outside. And we got ourselves a little bit of a poor man's J.J. Watt here. It may be a real poor man's J.J. Watt, It might be a little bit of it might be a welfare J.J. Watt. It might go a little welfare J.J. But, hey, that's still pretty good. Juice, I was hoping to see a little more Alton Robinson. It comes down to it, Juice, is that when you're effective as a defense, that means there's not a lot of drives. The offense is going to be able to move the ball up on you on. That means there's less plays, less snaps. We saw with Seattle, and they're wanting to run the ball and commit to that. And then Indianapolis on the other side of the ball committing to the short passing game and running. And this game got really shortened really quick. You look at the number of plays in this game, and then let's say go look at the number of plays in one of these other games where there's 30 points being scored by either team. It's like those games might have double the plays of what our plays have. I bet you almost have double the plays in the Cincinnati Bengal Viking game than this particular game of what we played. So within that, what's happened there, Juice, is that you end up at a spot where there's less opportunities, and you only have so many snaps to give around at that point. So I think Alton's still going to get a chance to flash in there. It's tough for him. He's sort of drawing the short end of the stick because of Rasheem taking that step forward in his development. And Seattle liking right now Rasheem just a little bit more than what they're getting out of Alton Robinson. But it's Alton's still going to get his chance, I think, at some point this year to get on the football field and show out. So I don't think he's going to be the low man on the totem pole all the way around. Nerdword says Monet and Puna were great today too. I barely watched any of Puna today, Nerdword. I actually probably watched a little more of Brian Monet at moments. But, Brian looked great. He moves so well for a man that size. He really does. Usually guys that are that big can't move that well. Wheeler says, Brandon, 10 sacks a year is elite. There's probably not 10 defensive ends in the league that put up those stats every year. Very true, Wheeler. Very true. I always got to be careful because I just know if I start to overstate stuff too much, people will start to roll their eyes in the chat and I get a lot of pushback. So I always am trying to very much be very nuanced in what I'm saying about a player and getting very specific on it. But you're right. 10 sacks is going to put you into the probably top 10. You're right on the outside marker. Maybe you're right in there. But it's been harder to get to the quarterback with these short passing attacks. It's harder to generate pressure with the quarterbacks getting the balls out of their hands with these spread formations and the air raid systems you got out there. Solid point, Wheeler. Solid point. PP, Taylor is the truth. Dude is so raw, but he's going to be so good. Oh, he is. He's got a little bit of that Von Miller first step to the bend, doesn't he? He's not going to be Von Miller. He's not as talented as Von Miller. He's never going to be a defensive player of the year candidate, in my opinion. But that little skill of the first step quickness to the bend, very Von Miller-esque coming off the ball. And it's going to freak tackles out across the league. Nobody's going to want to deal with that when you got a guy with that speed, and especially the speed with a little bit of physicality that he can bring with it too. Because if you can be a little bit physical with that kind of speed and not just be the one-trick pony trying to get to the outside every time, that's where you get to that next level in your development. And that ceiling starts to raise on Taylor, to your point, BP. That ceiling starts to go higher and higher. 312 says people need to stop acting like the Bucs are unbeatable. Their secondary is their glaring weakness. Oh, man, look, Dak sliced and diced them up in this last game. And the thing the Bucs do great in defensively is they stop the run, right? 312. So, I mean, they didn't give Ezekiel Elliott any chances in that game. They shut down the run. But they got carved up a bit in the passing attack and all over the place. I think they also, if I'm not mistaken, Wheeler, they lost one of their corners in that game. I don't know if it was a major injury, but I think they lost somebody in that game on the corner, which starts to weaken their corner room just a little bit. But they're going to be tough. They're going to be tough. I don't think they're unbeatable, but I think they are one of the upper level teams right now in the NFC as they stand. Does it get all the way? Do they last that way through the whole year? We'll see. But I think they earned their mark being one of the top dogs up there in the NFC. D-Nugget says, I love Steve Rabel on the radio. Always mute TV and listen to him. That's a good way of doing it, D-Nugget. And Rabel is one of the best. No doubts about it. He Cranks, 1-0. Let's go. Michael, what's up, He Cranks? Long time no see, Michael. You got to get online with me and play. I'm back on COD a little bit, buddy. So we got to run a little bit on the COD stuff. So I hope Jadavian's doing good, man. I think he was out this week with something, but hope you guys have been killing it lately, man. Let's go. Let's go, Hawks. 1-0. Zap916, whoever said Seahawks were going 0-6 needs to be fired. Yeah, wasn't that ESPN simulator that said we're going 0-9? Wasn't that? Oh, wait, but it was just one simulation out of 200. But then didn't they have like a finite simulator that said we're going 5-12? Don't I remember that right? I feel like I'm remembering that right. SKR Woe. I don't know how to pronounce that. Skir Woe. Says Green has always been a baller. No one seems to notice. Well, I think he's had his flashes, right? Well, I mean, like I said, he did lead the team in sacks in 2019, but you do it with 4 sacks, and you had quite a few snaps to get to that 4 sacks. You had a lot of run on the football field to only accumulate 4 sacks, which no one's going to put at an elite level. When you look at last year, he came out the gate in the Falcon game, had a little bit of an injury right from the start. Just never seemed like he could quite get right all last year. And it just didn't seem like anything was really quite rolling. When he's on the football field, just wasn't able to do really all that much. But he's looked like a new player. I mean, to me, he's looked bigger this year. I don't know if he hit the weight room a little bit more, but in the preseason, he looked a little bit bigger, a little more stouter. It doesn't look like he's lost any quickness or speed to go with it. And he was an absolute force, in this game. An absolute force on the defensive line there, showing up all over the course of the football game. I hope he can do it. I hope he can be that guy. I hope he can be one of those upper-level defensive ends. Because you start to pair that now with what you've already built on this team, and that's when we start to get really excited. A couple of these guys like Taylor and Green can become sub-star status in this first year. Your defense goes to a next level. You become into that top 5, that top 3 state of things if you get that kind of development. It's going to rely on that, but you could get there. Nerdword says D-Nuggets Rabel is awesome. He is awesome. Nathaniel Parks, Kyle Fuller, and Posick were abused by DeForest Buckner. We need an upgraded center before anything else. Don't disagree with you, Nathaniel. It's all just a question of whether or not that upgrade exists. You have to have a team out there with a good center that they're willing to offload to you. Does that exist? And currently, as it stands right now, I'm not so sure that it does. Plagueis, I hope Eskridge is fine. Hopefully, it wasn't a serious injury. It looks like it was a concussion, Plagueis. Which is, I don't like head injuries are serious, but they are ones that you can tend to recover from reasonably quickly, as opposed to, pulled groin or a pulled hamstring or torn MCL. Skir Woe says, I'm just glad Freddie Swain wasn't out there today. Mark my words, he is not as good as people think he can be. I'm not a big guy on Freddie Swain. I think he's just another guy over there for your wide receiver. He was out there a little bit. They just didn't target him very often. I think he ran a fly sweep at one point. But I would certainly like to upgrade the receiver position. I mentioned center. Receiver might be right behind center as a position I would like to upgrade, is to get another guy in there. And I know they look good today. I know we looked fairly stacked today, especially with Eskridge, but just one more guy would make me feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy inside. Wheeler, do you think Rashad Penny will get cut after this season? I think he will, given DJ Dallas's usage, along with his recent calf injury. Wheeler, here's the deal with Rashad Penny. The Seattle Seahawks did not pick up his 5th-year option. And so first-round picks have a 5th-year option that you need to decide on at the end of their 4th year as to whether or not you're going to pick that up. Seattle Seahawks did not pick that up. So rather than being cut, Rashad Penny is actually going to be a de facto free agent at the end of this year. So Seattle doesn't have to do anything. He will just go in free agency. Do I expect them to let him go in free agency? Yes. You're already paying Chris Carson. You're not going to pay 2 running backs on this team. I think the team is probably pretty hesitant to even pay 1 running back. And they only brought Carson back at this point because he was coming in at a pretty heavy discount from what they thought he was probably going to be paid at the start of the season. Is it DJ Dallas who fills in at that role? I don't know, Wheeler. I don't know on that. I think they like to carve out DJ Dallas a role as a third down back specialist, and I'm sure they would bring in another running back in the draft. That's probably what you would see, and that other running back would compete with DJ for the number 2 role at that point. That would be my given instinct on this. Evan Stylis says, was the Cardinal offense that good or a product of the Titans offense? Well, this is going to be something I need to take a look at, Evan, when I look at their tape on this week, as we're prepping for the Titans, not to mention the Cardinals game in the future. But I will be taking a look at this week to get a good feel and an idea of what happened in this football game. Just looking from the outside in on it, it just looks like, the Cardinals went after the Titans secondary a bit. That's a secondary from the Titans that lost a couple cornerbacks this offseason quietly that were pretty solid for them. Adoree Jackson, though he's been a little injury prone in his career, has been a good corner for them. Malcolm Butler came over from the Patriots and kind of got another second wind to his career coming over there. Was he a upper level Pro Bowler type guy? Nobody was solid for them, and he could still be a guy with a good nose for the ball and get you an interception from time to time. They drafted that kid this year in the draft who had the back injuries, Caleb Farley, a lot of talent, but a really young guy. And they're relying on, I think, him to come in there and kind of go from the jump. They've got decent safeties, but I think that they got beat up a little bit in their secondary as far as their coverage ability goes. And then, offensively, they couldn't establish the run, just like what we did today against the Colts. You stop the run, you turn an offense into being a one-dimensional attack. If it's not an offense that wants to throw the ball all over the football field, you can then take advantage of them. Take advantage of them in pass protection, take advantage of them by causing turnovers, but take advantage. And it would look like that's what probably the Cardinals did in this game. And it's a little bit of what we got to do next week. You stop Henry first and foremost, force Tannehill to become a guy who's got to throw the ball over the football field. And even despite the fact you got A.J. Brown and Julio Jones out there, you can still at that point, kind of win the day. Wheeler says, Brandon, you should tell the Mariners not to trade players to division rivals. I don't know, Bert Wheeler. I wouldn't normally do it, but the Mariners won that trade with the Toro guy that they traded for the reliever. I mean, they did win that trade. Toro's been a great player for them since coming aboard. He's a guy that they're going to have club control beyond this year, which they only had 1 year of club control with that reliever. The bullpen has remained solid since he's left. I don't know. The Mariners' record, I think, since they've acquired Toro's been some of the best in baseball during that time period. I know he got knocked a lot for that trade when he did it, but to me, I will trade to a rival if I'm thinking I'm getting a steal. Which the Mariners, I feel like they thought they did. And that certainly looked good the other week when he hit like a game-winning home run off that same reliever with Houston. Jay says the media right now is sucking off the Rams after beating a leaky secondary in Andy Dalton. It's confirmation bias. It's confirming what they thought they were going to see this offseason. So I expect it. I would be surprised if we didn't see that this week. Oh, Nathaniel, thank you for reminding of that. Please do remember to drop a like button for me. Please drop a like button. Just hit that like button for me if you're watching this either live or even if you're watching it on replay. It might seem like replay. What's the benefit to me by hitting this like now? It is a benefit because it helps me show up on other Seahawks fans who are looking for YouTube channels. You do great by doing that like button. It helps me out a ton. So please do slam on that like button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. We're on the road to 10,000. We just crossed 5,000. We're already at 5,100. Let's roll. We got sponsorship. Come on. Merck CK, I was kind of confused why he played so much. Did I miss a comment there, Merck? Oh, Freddie Swain. Well, Freddie is it's going to be a time he's going to be on the field when Eskridge isn't, Merck, because Eskridge is an inside slot guy. I don't think Eskridge is going to play much on the outside with us as a football team, whereas Freddie is an outside guy. So there'll be times where he's on the football field, even in 3 wide receiver sets, where you might not see Eskridge out there, especially if you're going to kick Lockett into the slot in those moments, which on Lockett's first touchdown catch, he was operating out of the slot there. So there's going to be some times you're going to see that. And it might be frustrating for some folks seeing so much Freddie Swain, but all the more reason why I would sure like to get an upgrade out there, right? Because those snaps are going to exist for someone. All the more better that they exist for someone with a little more talent, a little more ability. Cat's caterwauling. I know it. It's okay. My goodness. You're okay. What's wrong? Jeez Louise. Scooter Woe says people in comment sections and some YouTube channels seem to think he has a lot of potential. Freddie Swain. I agree with you, Woe. There's been some folks. You're not speaking out of school. I've seen those same folks. I've talked to a lot of them in the chat. I know there's a lot of folks high. I do try to tap the brakes on it when I can. He's a guy's drafted in the 7th round. He went to the 7th round for a reason. 7th round receivers rarely do all that much good. He's had a couple moments. He's been okay. But this isn't a game changer at the wide receiver position. He's just a guy. He's a jag. Just a guy. But you're right. It's been spoken about out there. Zap 916. I'll see you later, Seahawks fans. Go Niners. Well, good luck to you guys, Zap. It's going to be a hell of a fight this year. Nathaniel Parks, the 49ers might try to pluck C.J. Henderson from the Jags. Really hope they don't, though. But Jags probably are going to try to hold on to him. They might. Hard for me to see the Jags trade and move on that trade so early after picking him in the top 10 in the first round. I don't know the last time that we've seen a trade like that for a player like that. But the Niners are going to get into a little bit of a desperate state, and they don't have a lot of pickings to look through. The other thing to consider with the Niners on this and making a trade is the Niners made a pretty nice little bet already in their future draft capital, being that they don't have a future first round pick in this upcoming draft. So how many picks do you want to move away? Especially for a team that's really, hitching their wagons to a young quarterback who I don't think even a Niner fan would tell me is going to be at his best this year. I don't know how much more of that draft capital they really want to sacrifice into the future to go for it in the now this year. Which, if you're talking about CJ at that point, you want to give up a second-round pick on top of already giving up a first-round pick in this last draft and doing it from a place of desperation? I wouldn't think so. Merck CK says Trey Flowers wasn't terrible and he still got beat. Probably the right way to put it, yeah. Wheeler says, I thought Brooks did really well when he slid to avoid hitting Carson Wentz on one of his scrambles. He easily would have got a flag for hitting him after Wentz gave himself up, but he was real disciplined. Agreed. I think Wentz also, who always kills himself by falling forward. Wentz doesn't do the feet first thing. So he's never going to get that call for him, and frankly, he's going to get injured again, as Jadeveon Clowney injured him in a playoff game not 2 years ago, because he always decides he has to fall forward. He's never learned how to slide as a quarterback. I don't know why Wentz still does this deep into his career, especially having been injured on it, doing it prior, but he continues to do it, and it's not doing Wentz any favors. But yes, good job by Brooks in that moment to, oh man, we get a lot of folks in the spam in the chat. Oh man, they coming in at 4.5 hours in, folks are dropping in. Okay, come on in, try to, we got mods in here, folks. You ain't going to get nothing done, so. Nothing's happening. And thank you, Jeff and Roxanne, for those donations. You guys are awesome. Appreciate it. Ivan Kadek, do you think that our defensive line would have been as disruptive with a healthy Colts offensive line? And considering that point, can we be sure that our defensive line is good enough to pressure other elite offenses? What a solid question, Ivan. And no, fantastic English. I got everything of what you were trying to say in that. No. If you have Eric Fisher at left tackle, if you have Quinn Nelson having been able to practice and not coming off foot surgery, if you have Ryan Kelly not going through the vid protocols, 10 days before the game, you're going to probably see a more cohesive offensive line unit up there. Specifically, Ivan, to take a look at the left tackle position. The left tackle is by far the most important, maybe not by far, but it is the most important offensive line position. And coming into this game, you're down your starter. Because remember, this offseason, the Colts had Anthony Costanzo retire. So they went out and signed Fisher, who they knew wasn't going to be ready for week 1, but then they went out and signed Sam Tevy to be the backup, but then Sam Tevy tore his ACL, so now you're to the third stringer. And once you get to a third stringer left tackle in the NFL, as we in Seattle have seen at times when we've reached that point before Dwayne Brown came aboard, things can get really ugly really quickly. And so, no, you wouldn't have been as good if you have all of those guys out there. The thing I'll say, Ivan, is that the Colts have a very strong claim to potentially make as being the best offensive line in football when they've got Fisher out there healthy with all of the rest of the guys. So you're going against essentially what is at that point probably the best or a top 3 offensive line in the entire sport at that point. Ezra Bimborn. Sorry, Ezra, for mispronouncing your name, but thank you for subscribing. You were awesome. So I'm putting that in perspective a little bit, Ivan, in your question in respect of, are you going to play against top 3 offensive line units on average when they're at full strength? Not very often. That's not you're not drawing that as often as a short card. So I think yes, they're not going to be necessarily as good against elite offenses, but we also are going to have to see a little bit more too. We're going to see how it has to play out. The one thing I'll say about this as well, Ivan, and this is to my initial point, offensive line and pass protection in the NFL are a problem for more teams than they are for other teams. It's not like you have the majority of teams in the NFL have a good, solid, capable offensive line. Everybody's kind of trying to figure it out. There's about 5 that are really good, and everybody else is sort of trying to figure it out. So more often than not, you are facing lines that are probably similar to what you're facing today in total talent across the board. A good center, a good left tackle, dodgy here over at left guard, a little dodgy at right tackle, pretty good at right guard. You know, that you're going to see probably that more on average than you're going to see the elite offensive lines. So I do expect them to not be as good against those elite offensive lines when they deal with them, but they'll probably give up, if they give up 23 points instead of 16, getting gnashed a little bit, I'm still going to feel like my offense can put up 30 points and you're going to win most of those football games even in that case. But welcome on in from Germany, Ivan. We got a few folks who pop on in here from Germany. It's always good to see, and I always like to say, Ivan, is that the Hawks Nest is worldwide. Alex Bremeyer says, I think if we can stop the run and just try to minimize the big plays from the Titans, we can win pretty easily. It's the early key I would put on this game, Alex. Can you get your 8th man in the box and Jamal Adams while still keeping things clean up over the top with those 2 wide receivers on the side? Because ideally at that point that you're going to see a little bit, theoretically, more cover 3 in this game to get that extra man up into the box. And that's going to be probably the key to stopping them offensively is get the man in the box, but then don't get gashed over the top with the play action game. And it will be key. It will be very much a huge key to that game. D Nugget says this season's motto for Russ is Russ kneeling down each game instead of last minute comebacks. A kneeling down Russ at the end of football games is a beautiful sight to see. There's nothing like the victory formation, D Nugget. Nothing like it. Randall McDaniel says prediction: we win the Super Bowl this year. Seahawks Twitter will say Pete wasted 3 rings by not bringing in a new offense earlier. People can't just be happy. It probably could go that way. I would see that. But I wouldn't care. I'd be smiling and be too happy to even listen to him anymore. Yeah. We won the Super Bowl. Pete Carroll says, in the second half when the Colts... What's up, Pete Carroll? Good to have you in here. In the second half when the Colts adjusted their defense, how would you evaluate the offensive response to those adjustments? I would be probably a little bit more worried about it, but for 2 things. You got stifled initially at the start of the third quarter and looked like you had kind of lost your momentum. You weren't efficient and as effective, couldn't quite run as well, couldn't quite pass as well, looked a little bit discombobulated. But then you found your feet back again later on that third quarter. And then by that point, after you score, you're up over 2 touchdowns on the team. You're late into the third quarter. And then our head coach, in my opinion, Pete Carroll, not to knock you on this, but you took your foot off the gas a little bit. So it's really that drive for the touchdown that is the thing that I take as the marker. Whereas if you got through that third quarter, you got stifled, and then your offense was able to do nothing moving through the rest of that game, I'd be worried and concerned, but I'm not, because you did put that scoring drive together. And I look at this through the lens of previous seasons where, as I've said, our offense over the last 3 or 4 years, even when it's at its most dynamic state, it's usually good for about a quarter. Through 3 quarters, it can be pretty darn ugly. And sometimes that one good quarter comes in the fourth quarter. Sometimes half of it comes in the second quarter and half of it comes in the fourth quarter. Sometimes half of it's in the first part of this first quarter and then the back of the fourth quarter. But it's basically 1 quarter of good offensive play has been basically the hallmark of Coach Carroll teams recently. Today, you got 3 of 4 quarters of good offense, in my opinion, about overall. So I look at it as a good. I look at it as that adjustment that you made to what the Colts were doing to you in their adjustment at the start of the half when you weren't able to do much. You kind of had almost a 3-and-out. You had 1 first down and then a quick punt to start things off in the third quarter. And then I think a 3-and-out after that. So you did find your way through, which is good to see. And you did it on the back of kind of Target and DK, which is always a good, when things are going wrong, it's always good to come back to DK. I'd put down in my notes for this game that you had 1 target to DK Metcalf through 3 quarters. That's one thing that I would like to see a little bit more of them concentrating on manufacturing some touches for him. He's one of the great wide receivers in this game. Should not be at 1 touch through 3 quarters, even with the Colts doubling him like they were. Tommy Eaton says, nobody cheered harder for Tyler's touchdowns than DK. Even when he wasn't getting targeted and plays for him were aborted, his attitude was great. He was patient. Nice change from last year. Agreed, Tommy. I didn't see and again, I've said this before at this thing. If DK's got a tiny bit of deviant in him, if he's got some wildness to him, I'll take it. For what he brings to the football field, for the menace that he can be as a wide receiver, for the bully that he can be as a wide receiver out there. If there's a little bit of I'm gonna have a price for a penalty every once in a while, I ain't gonna have a problem with that myself. Maybe I'm alone on that boat. Maybe I'm alone on that boat in the middle of the ocean, but that's a boat that I'll just keep on rowing. You know? Nathaniel Parks, his thoughts on our trade acquisition of Gabe Jackson. To my eyes, and I didn't concentrate a super ton on Gabe in this game, Nathaniel, but I thought one of the reasons you look a little bit better in pass protection in this game was that's his bread and butter, Gabe, his pass protection over being a good, really upper level run blocker. He's probably a lot better of a pass protector. And I thought he showed you that today. It was a fantastic move on their part to make, I thought, in that you're bringing a guy who's upgrading your position and you're doing it for a 5th round pick and you're not giving a substantial amount of money to get it done. I liked all those aspects of it. Would I have liked to have been able to do it by going out and getting that guy as a left guard rather than having to move Damian Lewis to left guard and making that kind of how this has to roll? I would have been a little bit happier seeing it go a different direction than that. But it's an upgrade over last year's offensive line, in my opinion. Even if it's just a marginal upgrade, it is an upgrade. And that offensive line through that first 8 games of the season last year was a top 5 unit. And you've upgraded that unit. The reason it fell off is the injuries hit. Mike Iupati's Elmer glue ankles started to kind of shatter. Your backups got broken down. Jamarco Jones, Cedric Abuja, Brant Shell wore down. Ethan Bosa got injured. Hopefully that won't be the case this year. Tommy Eaton says the division seems like it's going to be a dogfight. Arizona may be vastly improved. I kind of like it though. Going to be fun to watch. There is not going to be any boring games between these division foes. And as we know, all of them play each other really hard. I mean, it is a dogfight every game between everybody in this division. No doubt about it. No doubt. And there's a part of you I like at times, Tommy. It's nice. We get to kind of puff our chest out and say we're the best division in football. You know, you get all these East Coast folks out there that thinks the sun and rises and sets over there. And they sort of forget about us a little bit. You know, the Southern Alaska references. Well, not bad for the West Coast for being all like they say we're soft and finesse out here. Not bad. We dominate the rest of you pretty good. Skiers Woe says DK stays looking for people to run over when he gets the ball, though. Yeah, DK's got attitude, man. He's got that attitude that I need in my football players on the football field. And maybe it's got a little bit of an edge, and maybe you don't always like it when he's yapping and talking and being demonstrative. But I want players with emotion. I want players playing with a little bit of chip. I want players with a little bit of edge. And if I can stack a team of those guys up, you look out. Ain't nobody going to want to play that team week in and week out. That's the type of team that can bully ball teams. So I'm not going to knock DK for it. I got no problems. No problems with it whatsoever. Maxwell Stern says, I think the Seahawks cut LJ for Geno Atkins. What you will do, Maxwell, in that case is what you'll do is you'll put him to IR. You'll say, LJ, we love you, but you got like this dodgy injury. We're going to put you on IR. You get your whole salary. They're not going to eat the $4 million that it would take to bring on Geno. I just can't see them doing that for Geno. If you're going to pay LJ, it's just keep it, hold him on the roster, and find space from somewhere else. Wheeler says, I think the Seahawks are at best will split with everyone in the division. They're all just too good this year. I could see that going to Wheeler. I've got it at 4-2, but if it slid from 4-2 to 3-3, it wouldn't blow me away in shock. Randall says, let's pump the brakes on AZ. One game. It is one game, Randall. It is one game. But man, they beat up. That's a playoff team they went out there and beat. That's a good, solidly coached football team, and they did it in Tennessee, 10 a.m. It's a good game, man, but you're right. I think on all these things, it's a tapping of the brakes in all respects after this win. We feel great, be encouraged, be hyped, understand a little bit more clear why I made that Super Bowl prediction a couple weeks ago for the Seattle Seahawks team, but it is still just one game. We need a little bit more. Nathaniel, unfortunately, I see us going 3-3 in the division and losing to the pack to finish 13-4. I think the NFC West is in its entirety goes 3-3 in the division. I can see it. I can see it's going to be hard for any one of these teams to dominate the others. Is there any one team really is going to separate from the other? I don't know on that. UE2K says, where was it I saw a center available for our Seahawks? Oh, yes, it was the damn draft, and his name was Creed Humphrey. One of the dumbest decisions the front office has made, and they've made a lot. UE2K, no arguments for me on that, man. No arguments for me on that. I'm going to be, when I look this week at the scores coming out of the Pro Football Focus of this game and our guys, one of the first guys I'm going to go take a look at on other teams is going to be Creed Humphrey and how he played in this last week for the Chiefs. So I'm very interested to see that, and I'm with you on it, man. You do wonder on that, don't you? You do kind of wonder on that and go, is a good way to put it. Especially if you get caught in the state, UE, of there not being a center available at the trade deadline. If you know that you need to upgrade it, if you have the money to upgrade it, if you have the draft capital to upgrade it, but there just literally is not the player to go get at that time. That's when it will become even extra frustrating. Jeff Ryan says that the Saints keep up how they played today, and the Hawks also continue to rise. When I'm at the game in October, I'll be at it in the end of October. It could be a knockdown, drag-out fight. The Saints could end up becoming one of those surprise teams to push for that number 1 seed this year. Or they could be that team that game is a game that ends up being one where we thought the Packers-Seahawks game would be the game to decide that, but it may end up becoming that Saint game, Jeff, later on the year that decides who it is that's going to go into that first-round bye. Who's going to be that one? And as we saw Jameis with Tampa Bay a couple years ago come in there in the CenturyLink and Lumen, he did pretty good. He did pretty well in there. He had no problems throwing the rock in that stadium. He had a couple interceptions, but he threw the ball all around the field too. Wheeler says the Patriots are going to be a bottom 5 team. Their offense barely functions, and they have no defense without Gilmore. Could be. And they spent a lot of money, Wheeler, this offseason. The one thing we've learned about free agency in recent past is that those big money spenders in free agency, every couple of years you get one of these teams that comes out and there's this big headline that they spent $300 million in free agency. But we rarely ever get to see really the returns of all those spending. It's not the best of ways to fill out your football team to be that reliant on free agency to put you back over that hump. The only team that's recently been able to really pull it off with a lot of successes, in my opinion, been the recent Denver Bronco team that won that Super Bowl with Peyton Manning and his arm turned to a noodle and Brock Osweiler. But they had assembled such a stout team, and they'd added a couple guys like T.J. Ward and DeMarcus Ware. Just a couple of real key signings there to sort of fill that roster out in that way. But the Patriots tried to do it this year. They tried to buy themselves some wins this offseason. And recent history has told us that that's not the way to get to winning winning football team. That you don't win, you're not going to win trying to win it in April and May. It just doesn't work. Skier Woe says, hopefully we can carry that chip on our shoulder from all these sports analysts saying we're going to finish 3rd or 4th in the division. Well, if Coach Carroll needs any, locker room material, post, there's going to be plenty there of the post at any given time from this offseason. So I hope so too. I like us operating from that underdog standpoint. I really do. And Will says we could go 6-0 in division games. It's going to be hard to do that. Hard to do that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I can see that. That's a toughie. GoHawks 2021 says, do you see the Niners going after Gilmore? Very interesting question. And yes, I absolutely could see them going after him. He can play that man-based stuff that they want to do in the blitz-heavy attack. It makes a lot of sense for them to take a look at him. He is the one guy available at that point. And certainly they might be willing to throw that second-round pick to the Patriots, which is probably with the asking price of what they're going to want for Gilmore. The one thing is, though, is that he's on the PUP until week 8. So even if the Niners do trade for Gilmore, you're not getting him until halfway into the year. But that would certainly be a guy that they would take a look at. No doubt about it. Colton Young says some of the refs looked old as hell, like geriatric. They were having a hard time keeping up. I've often wondered why they don't go a little bit more to the younger officials in the NFL because of that. You got guys that got to be in shape and run around, and if you see some of these older guys, you go, man, this got to be rough on them. Because you got to go up and down that field fast, especially these up-tempo offense, running hurry up. I mean, you're running, setting the ball, running, setting the ball, looking around, running. I mean, it's a lot. UE2K says Rodgers quit today. He didn't want to be there. His heart just ain't in it. It's a little bit of, I'm not trying to label a guy too hard. I know we got some Packer fans who come in here too, but there's a little bit of a front runner mentality with Aaron Rodgers. When everything's good, when everything's right, he's happy, everything's good. But when things are tough, when it isn't easy, when he's really fighting through, when stuff's just a grind, it just kind of folds up a little bit. He doesn't have that just, I'm going to keep fighting to my last inch. Like Russell will never give up. I don't ever feel like that in Russ. I don't ever feel like there's a defeatist mentality ever that comes into play with Russ, but I do feel that with Aaron at times. And this is that type of game. You saw it last year in the game against Tampa Bay, right? Same kind of game where they got the doors blown off him in that game last year, and Rodgers just went right into the tank in that game. It's one of the reasons why you want to get up on Green Bay. You want to get him get Rodgers into his, sulkiness as quickly as you possibly can. Randall says, going to bed? Nice week 1, 16 more to go. Great stream. Go Hawks. Well, Randall, thank you for your donation today. And yes, sir. Great win. 16 more to go. I'm so hyped. Love it. Love it. Love it. Mantis Toboggan says, Hawks fans who don't recognize Arizona this year are in denial. Mantis, I don't think that there's been a single person in the chat who, after reaction to this game, who's not, kind of going, well, that's an impressive win. I'll admit, Mantis, I short sold a little bit Arizona this year, and I didn't have them, being a dominant team, being a playoff team. That wasn't because I didn't think they were still a decent team, but I've acknowledged this is the toughest division in football. It's just that the division of football is so tough, and I felt like the other teams ahead of them in this division were just that much better. Very reliant, Mantis, on some older guys continuing to perform. And if those guys can and stay on the field, you guys are going to be a problem. It's going to be an issue. But that's going to be a little bit of the key to Arizona is when you have an older team, A.J. Green, J.J. Watt, Chandler Jones, some of these key positions where if you lose a Chandler Jones and you got only J.J. Watt as your only pass rusher at that point, it's going to be a little rough, right? It's going to be a little bit rough probably for you. But look, they look good today. That's a big-time win, Mantis. Big-time win. D-Nugger says, if Penny Hart, Rashad Penny married each other, would we get Penny Penny? No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Tommy says, I want to see Arizona do it for a few games. And not sure if the Titans are just way worse than expected yet or if Arizona can be consistent. Yeah, I want to see a little bit more from Arizona. And look, Kyler's been putting up statistically for his first 2 years as a quarterback, Kyler's is right there historically with just about anybody from a statistical standpoint. He is a threat. He is a problem out there, especially with his legs. And if AJ Green, who came out the gate today, caught like a 26-yarder for them right out the jump, if he can be a good number 2 there opposite what they have in Hopkins, who still looks good in this game as well, they could be dangerous. They can be dangerous. They've got just enough to be difficult to deal with. But we do need to see a little bit more. Y2KHA says, my favorite part of the offense was just how it had a purpose and a plan. Never was worried about a delay of game. Plays went rushed. Plays weren't rushed. Play to play was smooth. Yeah, everything was in control. There wasn't a lot of eating up a lot of time clock. You saw Russell out there having a lot of time to adjust things at the line of scrimmage because they were getting up to snap the ball with a lot of time. Part of that being the up tempo and that giving Russell then the time to look over the defense thoroughly and not being rushed to make the call to get the snap called off because the offensive coordinator was taking 3 years to figure out the right play that he wanted to call. But very good, a very astute point, Y2K, and I think all of us felt similarly. It just looked a little different today. Just looked a little bit different. Tommy says that Will Disley stiff arm was hilarious. It was. It's a little baby stiff arm. That's a linebacker there he's throwing around, That ain't just a corner he's tossing around. But Disley's so big, and he doesn't often look as big because he's not one of those guys with big cut muscles. He's just, this guy, former defensive tackle in college football. He's just a big boy. He's a big man. He's all of 6'4" and all of it in width and girth. Drew Lawson, the offense was off to a great start. I hope and believe Waldron will be better than Shoddy at adjusting once the defenses start to figure some of our schemes out. That was the downfall last year. It was the downfall, Drew, and probably the downfall that you would associate in general to Schottenheimer in his play calling. A good plan A guy, not a guy with much of as far as a plan B, a plan C. And I think your plan B came into place. at the start of that third quarter. Because you get the Colts get a couple of stops by Seattle. We look like our momentum's been halted offensively, like we've kind of lost our feel for things. And then they establish a drive, get right back up the football field and score. I thought that was a good indication there, Drew, that maybe Waldron's got a little bit more in the adjustment column than what we saw prior from Schottenheimer. It's only one game, but it is an adjustment that happens into the third quarter after you started to get stopped, after your offense looked at its worst on the day. You found a way through your play calling to feel it through there and get yourself up the football field. And with some really good, easy completions on that drive too, Drew. It was needing to be a try-hard effort from your offense where they're having to overcome a lack of good play calling, but actually good play calling helping the offense to kind of self-start itself, get that engine kicked to going, you know. Skiers of Woe says Pete Carroll said at best Shane Waldron was the most impressive today. Go Hawks! Very impressive by Waldron. Woe, and part of the reason, again, I've said is, with Waldron, he was the biggest addition this offseason. We made a lot of signings. Gerald Everett, Keely Witherspoon, you just trade away. Re-signing Chris Carson. Kerry Hyder Jr., re-signing Dunlap. But the biggest addition you brought to this team was Waldron because of what he was going to do to the offense. And he's going to take you from that 1980s approach, that shoddy ball approach, to a modernized offense. Modernized offense. I mean, look at the 1980s, folks. That's a long time ago. That's 30 years ago. You were using that offense. You were using that offense with bubble screens and read option. That was your only new wrinkles you had really added into play. And now you're going to a modernized offense. Just one of the reasons why I thought we would see some of the instant results come to play. We weren't going to have to wait a year down the line to see some of the benefits of going to a new offense like this. There were going to be some immediate returns. Merck CK says, yep, no, we know DK probably won't have 1,900 yards. Yeah, you're not going to get enough touches to DK to probably get him ever into that 17, 18, 1,900 yard range as a wide receiver. It's just not going to. But can he get to 1,500 yards? Can he get to 1,400 yards? Get 15, 16 touchdowns? Can he be just really efficient? Yeah. And if it's coming on the heels, Merck, of a Super Bowl win, then I don't think anybody's worried that maybe that we could get 300 more yards if we really press this guy, right? If we're doing it that way, I think we're all happy with it. GoHawks05 says super dark horse pit to pick up at the trade deadline. Danielle Hunter. Ooh, sexy pick there. I love it, man. I love it, Go Hawks. That is awesome. That is awesome. Very insightful. You saw the Minnesota Vikings come out in this game, lose to the Cincinnati Bengals to start their season off. If they aren't as strong as what they thought they were going to be, if they're starting to fall off a little bit in that division, do they start to look to move on with a guy with Hunter where there's been a little bit of friction between those two parties here over the last couple of years? And Hunter's a freak show rusher, man. I mean, he is. It's possible. It's possible that they take a look at him. Danielle Hunter on one side, Dunlap on the other. Then you got Rasheem Green and Daryl Taylor as your rotational guys. Pretty good. T1 says maybe we should have kept Witherspoon. Trey Brown isn't going to cut it. Trey Flowers, you meant, T1. Maybe not. We'll see how it plays out. Give a little bit more time on this one. Give a little more time. And again, T1, hard to argue with the fact, before you gave Wentz 30 yards of garbage yards passing at the end of the game on that last drive. He had basically 210 yards. You gave up 16 points in this game. It's hard in this type of game when you look at the way the quarterback played statistically to look at this game and point at it and say, man, our corners weren't good enough today. If Wentz has 325 yards and he does it efficiently and there's no interceptions and there's 3 touchdown passes and they're great in the red zone, I might be able to be more on board T1 a little bit more with that sentiment. But that wasn't the case. You shut their passing offense down today. They had one play that they hit with the one big chunk play that they hit all game, and that was pretty much it in the passing game. I think they did pretty okay. Not great, not Pro Bowl level corner play, but fine. They did just fine. Juice says it's nice not to be so damn predictable for once. Agreed, Juice. There's been times in recent years that I could sit there and play after play, call the snap prior to it. Oh, running game, we're going to run that to the left. Oh, this is a play action. Oh, you could just see by what we were doing. It was no surprise to me when you heard defenses having such an easy time preparing for our offense formerly. And I think there was multiple times today I caught myself going, this looks like a run. It looks like a run set. That's my pre-snap read would tell me that. Oh, play action. Or they would run it on a play where I'm like, oh, this is a throw. So they kept it off balance a little bit, kept it unpredictable. Drew Lawson says, very nitpicky improvement, but we had a bit of trouble on some of the halfback screens. Defense was still fantastic, though. Well, not surprised, Drew, because you lost your screen whisperer this offseason, didn't you? You lost your whisperer, that KJ Wright. So you've over 10 years, you've had the screen whisperer here. You know, the guy that smells him out before the snap. And now that's gone. So we got hit with a little bit on it. Not surprising. I expected it because KJ was so good at that stuff. It sounds like I'm overstating it a little bit, Drew, but I'm not. I mean, every time any team tried to run any screen against us, there's KJ Wright to lay a lick on the running back. But yep, a little bit of tough parts with the screen. Our defense was just trying to get upfield. Those ears were starting to get pinned back a bit, Drew, where they were sensing that there was some blood in the wire there with Carson in the pass rush as it goes. But we'll see. We'll see if it tends to be more of a problem as we go forward. UE2K says, even when they suck, Seahawks always drop at least one game to the Cardinals. This year won't be any different. As for Kyler, we must break him. Oh, sorry, UE, let me do this right. So UE says, as for Kyler, we must break you. They must break him. That's my best Drogo voice. It gets hard to do the Drogo voice 5 hours in, UE, so give me some space on this one. But that's my best Drogo voice. But yeah, we need to get it done here with it. So got to break Kyler, got to hit him. We did last year. We got some hits on him in one of those games, which I felt threw him off a little bit as a passer as he was going forward. He was on a scramble and we kind of hit him hard. But Kyler's looking good, man. And I agree with you. They always play us hard. Everybody in this division, there's one game plays us hard. One game we can kind of maybe get up on them. I would not be surprised to see this 3-3, 4-2. It's going to be a tough division. Nabornos says it's a longer season. Take the foot off the gas when you can. Won't be often, I'm sure. I'm not, and somebody was asking, it's definitely, the only reason I point to it, Nabornos, I'm not upset by it. I understand why they did it. And again, I trust in Carroll doing it than I trust in a guy like Holmgren doing it. Because I think Carroll understands a little bit better of how to do it from a standpoint of, he really gets into the bleeding the clock and knowing how many possessions a team's going to have if the clock's at this spot or if the clock's at that spot, be it in a given point in the game and where he is from a lead standpoint. Because he can trust that his defense is going to make an offense earn its way up the field. He can say, for instance, based on how I'm looking at this and judging this, I know I can make an offense take 4 minutes to get up the football field on me. I can build that into how I'm going to scheme this up through the rest of the game. I would be the least bit surprised to see that Carroll looks at it that way. Pete Carroll says, Brandon, imagine this division comes down to which team's best handles Arizona. Ties don't count. Please explain how our Hawks defense stacks up against Kyler Murray. The main thing that you got to do with Kyler Murray is a little bit of what he embraced last year to me that Lamar Jackson's fully embraced from day one with the Baltimore Ravens. I will be a runner as a quarterback. I will be willing to eat up yards. If I got to have a game where I got to put up 100 yards as a running back rushing the ball, I'll do so. So you've got to have guys in your secondary who can get up and tackle him in space and have the quickness and speed to stay with him. Seattle has two guys that are going to be key on that. First guy is going to be Jordan Brooks. If you go back to Jordan Brooks' tape in college, you can find a highlight of him doing just that with Kyler. Kyler's back there scrambling around, starts to get past the line of scrimmage. Jordan Brooks, who starts out in coverage, comes up with his nasty speed, meets him right at the line of scrimmage. Kyler doesn't even get a foot forward. That type of stuff is something you're going to need. Also, Jamal Adams being the other guy. Both of those two guys are sort of your quarterback spy types who could be able to maybe take away a little bit of that part of Kyler Murray's game. The thing you've got to do with Kyler, I think, is he's a guy that does give you a throw or two a game. He makes some big-time throws every game, but he'll also give you a throw or two. You got to pick it off when he gives you the chance. You got to give him, Wentz is a little bit like that, and Wentz didn't give us any chances today to really pick any balls off. But Kyler can be a little bit of that way. But I think stopping him in his running ability, turning him only into a passer, that's really the key with him in the best way to handle him. And I think you've got the guys to get that done. Tommy says offense looked ahead of schedule. Special teams and defense looked like they picked up where they left off last year instead of where they started the season. Good signs. Very good signs. Yep. Everything looked really good. And I agree, Tommy. You looked like your defense was building off of what they started last year through the back half of the year. Special teams is great. Special teams is great. Sean Harker says, going to find out about this D next week against legit wide receivers. Very much, Sean. Very much. If the corner plays as bad as some folks are saying here in the chat a little bit, you're going to see these guys exposed next week. I don't think you will. I think they'll play pretty good. They're going to give up some catches, but I think they're going to play pretty well overall. Christopher Standard Time. Neat. I didn't know you could block people in the chat. It's nicer in here now. Yeah, we're a little, sometimes my mods are on it. My mods are awesome. So I'm not surprised. We're going to get mods. It's going to be hot and heavy this year. We're going to get times with 200 people in the chat, and that means usually sometimes 2 to 3 trolls. So mods are going to earn the money that I don't pay them this year. So I hope you mods are ready, man. I'm going to have to maybe add a couple extra mods because it's going to get wacky. Lars, what's up, Lars? Hey, buddy. Good to see you on in here. Lars says, smash that like button. Finally, Seahawks Super Bowl season is underway. Celebrate on the Hawks Nest after every game. That's right, Lars. Do celebrate here. I'm going to be here for every post game. We're going to be here for every Wednesday stream as well, Wednesdays and Sundays. I'm going live talking Hawks all year long. So thank you for mentioning that, Lars. And do please hit that like button. If you're liking what you're listening to, if you're enjoying this, hit the like button. Helps me show up on other Seahawks fan channels. Helps this channel grow. Good to see you, Lars. Hope you're doing well. Danny McCormick, we're one above average corner away from a deep playoff run. Gilmore is on the IR till week 7. Is he worth it? Or who else do you have in mind? Gilmore would be the best of any addition that you could make to the corner room, Danny. Now, to your point, you got to wait till after week 7 to make it happen because he is on the PUP. But there's no guy out there that's going to give you the same level of talent out there at the corner position, I don't think, who will be made available. Unless there's just one of these surprise contending teams with a really good corner who ends up falling off, which I just don't think that that's going to really happen. He would be the best option. He'd be a plug-and-play guy in the respect of he can play man, he can play zone. He's kind of one of those rare corners who can do both. It is a rarity. Usually one guy can only do one or can do the other. He's going to suck if he tries to do something else. Gilmore can do both, which would fit in well with us. With a defense that's trying to blitz a little bit more here and there than it has over the past 8-9 years here in Seattle, that could fit. And I wouldn't imagine, Danny, the cost would be very high. So you're probably looking about a 3rd or a 4th rounder at this point for him. Unless a team like San Francisco is competing for his services, and then they'll push it up to a 2. Skizzer Woe says, can we give a notable mention to Jameis Winston staying with his meal plan, just eating up them W's? Yeah, folks, if you ever want to see just a crazy tape of what the hell is he doing, go watch Jameis Winston's pregame hype of the Saints. I think it was last year, and he starts licking his fingers. We're gonna get this W, and he ends up with like a W like this. And he's like, "Look at this W. We're gonna eat this. We're gonna eat this W. We're gonna eat this W." And he's got all these guys crowd around him, and every guy's got the same look on their face, which is this. It's basically them just looking like, "What the hell is this guy on?" But hey, man, he ate that dub up today. Well, he ate that up big time today. I think he'll be celebrating with some crab legs tonight. JDM, looking forward to next week's game. Obviously, they'll have to keep Henry at bay and from keeping him bay from breaking into the secondary. Also, send no more than an occasional situational 5 to 6 man blitz. Well, one of the beaters of a blitz can be the running game because you get everybody running upfield and they'll run right past a running back, and he's got a lot of open field at that point to run through. I wouldn't expect them to do a lot of blitzing in this football game, especially with how much play action that the Tennessee Titans run. That can definitely give you a little bit of hesitancy with that, just a bit. But yeah, I mean, this is the blueprint for the defense. It doesn't matter whether it's Carson Wentz or Indianapolis Colts with Henry or any team across the board. First and foremost, Seattle's going to want to stop the run. Stop the run. We're not going to give you anything in running the football, and then we're going to turn you into a one-dimensional attack. So it's all the more important this week playing a team like the Tennessee Titans who do want to run the ball as fervently as they want to run it. But all that being said, it doesn't matter whether it's them or anybody else. That's how we play defense. That is the way we want to play. That's the first place we start defensively, is stopping the run. Sean Arker says Jameis is a baller. Jameis is a baller. The only key with him is just, can he keep his turnovers down? Can he keep from giving the opposition the football the other side, be it fumbles or be it interceptions? Worked today in this game. Didn't have to throw as much because his running game was so good, defense was so good, but that is the key with him. Devin Schultz says, you think the Seahawks sign Geno Atkins this week? Devin, I can give you my bold prediction, which would be sure. I think it's going to happen because I think Geno's going to want to play this year. And what I've expected with this, Devin, is that when it comes to veteran players, if you sign them and you have them on the field in week 1, the whole part of their contract, even if it's on a 1-year deal, becomes guaranteed through all the rest of the season. If you wait till after week 2 to sign them, then at that point, it's a week-to-week deal minus the bonus money that you give them, meaning that you can eventually cut them at any point in time if they get injured or something happens, so you're not on the hook for the full allotment of their salary. I would not be the least bit surprised if Schneider had told Geno, we love what we see from you. We'll pay what you want to be paid. You can come here and play with your former teammate Carlos Dunlap. You can come be on a Super Bowl contending team. The only thing that we ask of you is that you wait 1 week so that we can protect ourselves from having to sign you for the full complement of the whole season at that point. I don't know if that's the conversation that went down, but that's what I would guess. Sean Archer said, what happened to Puna? Sean, it looked like he had a little bit of a back thing. So he's going down the tackle, and it looked like he kind of got twisted up a little bit with his back on the deal. I don't know. It looked like he did get back out on the football field a little bit, but it'll be something to monitor. Juice says, I'm happy except that, damn, the rush was coming right through the center. But I think the new offense helped by getting the ball out quick. I'm worried about Wilson's health if center doesn't improve. Well, center is my biggest concern right now, Juice, on this football team. So I'm with you on that. Short passing will help that. The one thing is with the center that's nice is that they don't tend to have to be on one-on-one blocking situations very often, like we saw Posick against DeForest Buckner. Normally, most of the time, they're double-teaming guys. So having a little bit of a weakness there isn't necessarily awful. But yes, it is a concern. It is a concern. Danny McCormick, Kyle Fuller looked better than Posick. If Posick is out, I'd like to see Shepley and Fuller compete. Well, certainly the more Shepley can learn this offense on the fly, the more he will be in on the mix because your center position isn't strong. So he's going to get himself a chance. It's going to be hard for Shepley. He's coming in and trying to learn a very intricate offense on the fly. That's not easy to do, and especially to do it at a late hour. No training camp, no offseason, coming in at the 25th hour to try to do it. That's going to be tough. Might do it. He might be able to pull it off. Tommy Eden says Carson was a machine today. Not enough credit for how he ran the ball. Fumble was just a great play on the defense. IMO, he had it high and tight. Well, he had the arms out wide. High and tight's arm's going to be into the ribs is where you really want that ball there. And when you get it out here, that's when the ball's exposed. And then even if he had his second hand on the ball like this here, if you can watch the screen. But when your hand's up like this, what happens? You still have an opening underneath you. So when a person hits it down, that ball's going through. Whereas when you have it high and tight like this, and then you have the second hand, you got the second hand on top of the ball like this, it's darn near impossible to generate a fumble like that. You know? Tim Jobs coming in hot, huh, Tim? What's going on, buddy? Tim, how are you going to mention Richard Sherman arrested for domestic burglary and not understand that? Hasn't he been playing for your team the last couple of years? Not the greatest. Is that an example of your team or our team at that point? And Tim, I can only wonder if you're coming in here maybe a little worried right now because your Niners struggled against our Lions. They came back and almost got you guys, whereas we had this nice, comfortable win against a playoff team. So I can understand you having a little bit of concern. I can understand. Chase Starr, we miss Doug Baldwin, Jermaine Kearse duo. We got a pretty good duo right now. If I got to choose between Doug Baldwin and Jermaine Kearse and DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, I'm picking DK and Tyler every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Big Mac, man, Lockett busted it. He should be rated a superstar. Those catches were amazing. Lockett looked great today, man. Earning every bit of that penny, every bit of that contract extension this offseason he signed. I had a little bit of worry about him with this new offense, whether or not he'd be able to be a true fit for this offense and what it was going to ask receivers to do. But he was great today. And frankly, he got open on that third play where he got it deep up the field. He did a little bit of a wheel route, and he was wide open. Russ just couldn't step into the throw and get it really down the football field, or it would have been a third touchdown of the day for Tyler. Jay Starr says, I think Will Disley Everett as a tight end is a key for this offense. It's going to be one of the keys. Definitely one of the big keys is having good play at the tight end position because you need that in this offense. You're going to utilize tight ends in this offense. GoWalks05 says Rodgers had a worse passer rating than if he had thrown every ball in the dirt. Not a good look for Mr. Rodgers today. That's a tough opening game for him. Very tough opening game. Juice says, I hope the media eats crap on their predictions of the Seahawks this year. I love it when they doubt us. I love yelling at my TV. Me too, man. Me too. Juice says, the media doesn't research Seattle at all. They need to do their homework. They do. Tim Jobs, do not besmirch Larchin in any way, shape, or form. You'll be sent out of here on a rail by having done so. Don't you talk down about my Largent. Don't you never talk about my Largent. Don't you never be talking about him. Chase Starr, on the defensive side of the ball, Carlos Dunlap, Jamal Adams, Bobby Wagner will be the key. On offense, I think we're looking good. Shane's doing a fantastic job. Agreed, Chase. Well put. Well said. I agree. Drew Garcia says moonball is a good day. Any day with a moonball is a good day, isn't it, Drew Garcia? Any day with a moonball is a good day, especially a Russ moonball. And Chase, yep, you're right. Shane Waldron's using the tight ends a lot more, even out the gate, even out for game one. You can see it. He's going to acclimate these guys into the offense. You're going to see them more often used than they have prior. Tommy says, big change with Shane. Russ looked like he had somewhere to go with the ball most snaps, unlike last year. Very much so. The offense puts the quarterback in a position to give him easy throws, to give him a certain place to go with the ball if he sees a certain look from the defense. Things should almost be automatic, 1, 2, 3, you're going there. None of this, okay, I see the offense, I see the defense is that, then, it's this post-snap, and, let me think about what I want to do now. Let me scramble around. Let me try a pirouette. Let me spin around. Let me try to do something magical. It's going to be a lot less of that this year. And you saw that today. A lot more control. A lot more of a normalized offense than what you see across the rest of the league, quite frankly. Mike Skinner says, do you think this could be the best Seahawks offense ever? Absolutely, Mike. I mean, let's just look at let's look at what we've got as far as, allotment. The best offenses in Seahawks history are probably something in the neighborhood of like your 2005 Seahawks season with Alexander rushing for 1,800 yards and Hasselbeck being very efficient. You didn't have a lot of prolific offenses really in the 80s or 90s to pick from. And when we're looking at this, we're looking at the offense of Coach Carroll's era here, and no real given time has it ever been really an upper level offense. So yeah, this can absolutely be the best offense of all time in Seahawks history. Some of that's built on the fact that just from a history standpoint, you've probably been better defensively if you're looking at having some real good upper-level defensive teams in Seahawks history, as opposed to when you compare that to having a lot of upper-level offensive teams in Seahawks history. You've got the 92 Seahawks defense, for instance, which is just a great defense in Seahawks history. There's not that same type of offense that really stands out through that time period. So there's just not a lot of great offenses in our history to go off of, but this team's got it. You've got the best offensive line. I think that even with as bad as the center position is, I think this could still be the best offensive line that Wilson has, Coach Carroll, that Russell Wilson has had in his whole time here. He's got the most playmakers to throw to on the outside that he's ever had. We'll see where the running back room stacks out, but that's pretty darn close to what he's had at his best as well. We don't have a Marshawn Lynch, but we're going to have a pretty good crew back there. And yeah, the talent is there for them to do that. It's the most talented bunch, Mike, that you've seen here in years on that side of the ball. And absolutely, especially, Mike, when you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime slinging the rock. That can easily bring you to a state of having the best offense in your franchise history. Chase Starr says, did we trade Ethan Posick? That guy wasn't good. We didn't trade him. He's still here. He's still playing snaps, and he got injured once again in this game. I am a little bit behind on my donations. I'm sorry about that. Jonathan Dela Cruz coming in with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. You are awesome, and I do appreciate you doing that. It says, Pete said he thought Jamal was amazing today. Might be a little bit of an overstatement to say amazing, but I thought he was really good. And Jonathan, I thought he caused that first fumble by Carson Wentz. He's going to throw Palm all over the play. Wentz got rushed a little bit. You get a fumble. Jamal's not going to get a forced fumble in the stat column for that, but I think he caused that one. And I think he was just solid all the way across the board throughout. Good run stuffing, good enough in coverage. Didn't have to do a lot in coverage. Wasn't tested a lot in coverage, but good when he needed to be in that respect. So agreed. I thought he was good. I don't know if I go amazing. I want to hold off the amazing for when guys are truly amazing. Like Jamal in the first game against the Falcons last year was amazing. But this was really good. Really good performance on his part. Nerd Word, thank you for the $10 donation as well. I salute both of you guys and appreciate it. Says, well, good observations as usual, Brandon. Appreciate you, and go Hawks. Thank you, Nerd Word, and thank you for the $10 donation. You are very kind for giving that up. I appreciate it. Maybe a lot of donations here in the chat today. You guys are awesome for doing so. And thank you, man. Thanks. The chat's been awesome today. You guys have been keeping me thinking, keeping this rolling. So thank you so much. Elliot Clark coming in with a $5 donation as well. Australian $5, I believe that is, Elliot, if I've got that correct. Says, F yeah. Let's have it go. Want to know. I love it, Elliot. Coming in with that spicy energy here. We're 5 hours in the stream now. I need that. I need that kick in the pants. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Feeling good. That's a great opening win. It's what we wanted to see. Would be great to see 45-0. Yeah, but it's just good to see something that you can duplicate this again. You can take this model, this win, the way you want it, and you can apply that over and over, week in and week out, and that can beat anybody in this NFL. if you play like you played in this game. I don't care how good the team is. But thank you for the $5 donation, Elliot. I love the energy. I love the fire. I love the passion. Let's go. Let's go. Wheeler, Brandon, Malcolm Butler retired. He did retire. I was meaning that the Titans lost Malcolm Butler. So they had him. He was a starting corner for them last year, and then they lost him this offseason. Go Hawks 05. Hard to recognize Drew Brees on Sunday Night Football broadcast. Looks like he's got hair transplants. I've got a buddy who got hair transplants, and it's rough. When I've seen him and I see him and it's like his hairline went from being up here to like a half inch above his eyebrows, and it looks a little like doll hair, and I can't tell it to him. I know he's not listening to the stream, so it's a tough look, man. I feel for the guys that lose their hair. I get it, especially a guy like Drew. You're going to go on TV. You don't want that, but it's just, man, when you've seen it not there and then it's there. J-Star, you're not getting any likes, buddy. It's okay, man. I got 114 people in the chat right now, man. If they don't want to like it, they don't have to like it. But if they're watching, that's what makes me most happy and most content. So I'll take that and be plenty happy with it. Wheeler says, I could actually see the Jags trading Henderson because I think they're still in rebuild mode after losing to Houston, and Meyer clearly doesn't like him. They could, and if they can get some capital back that appeals to Meyer, they might just do it. If you look at the history of top 10 first-round picks in the NFL, very rare that you see them moved after one season. It's just so very, very, very rare. I don't know that I would be, I just don't know if I'm convinced that we're going to see that. Ethan Deckworld says, my favorite play was Daryl Taylor's sack. I shot up from my couch and was all fired up. My favorite thing about this offense is how we adjusted to what the defense gave us and played accordingly. Yeah, you didn't try to force the action offensively. You didn't say, this is what we're going to do. You know it's coming. We don't care if you know it's coming. We're just so good and we're such badasses that we're still going to get it done. Instead of doing that, you said, no, you want to take away the deep play? You want to play, a cover 2 shell over DK all this game? We'll hit you underneath. We'll hit you on the short stuff. We'll take advantage. Take what the defense gives you sometimes. Don't make the game harder than it has to be. And Daryl Taylor's stack should get you fired up, man. Should get you fired up. You don't have a talent like this on the roster in other places. Alden Robinson, Rasheem Green have some very similarities to their games. Similarities to their size, athleticism, builds, the way they go about their business a little bit. Daryl Taylor is a little more unique. He's a little more unicorn-like. Big Mac says, my baby disagrees. Freddie Swain has a bright future. I know there's a few folks out there love to sell some Freddie Swain, so I hear you. Garcia says, Gerald Everett and Jordan Brooks were nice. They were pretty good. Played it pretty good. TJ Wilborn says, can I get my mod back? Everyone knows I was a Sherman of the mods. I will get you back, TJ. I got to get you and Nathaniel Parks. I think I can get both of you guys back. So I'll look back on this stream after we're done, and I will try to get you guys added tonight. Put it in the comment section too, so I remember it. If you can remember, TJ, just put it in the comment section because sometimes I get lost on the chat and stuff. But I need to have you reference on the comments because then I can just highlight your name and right click it. Go Hawks 05. This team, I don't know how to describe it. It just feels different. It feels like a whole nother level. I love it, Go Hawks. I love it. I hope they're that. I feel like there's something special and unique in this team too. I think you put together on paper the best team in the last 5 or 6 years. I think there's a sense of urgency. I think you're striking at the right time, and you got Russell Wilson's prime and what you've assembled around him and where the defense is at. Things might just be a little different this year. AI says if Green, Robinson, and Taylor start contributing at a high level in addition to everyone else, our opponents better look out. Yeah, AI, you got the standard. You got the stuff that guys that can get out there and give you something. Betsy Mayo went out there, gave you a sack today. Carlos Dunlap basically gave you a sack on the 2-point conversion, provided some pressure at other moments. Kerry Hyder looked pretty good in little spots and moments. But if the young guys can develop in addition to that, if you can have your certainty and then add the uncertainty that becomes certainty, that's when you beef it up. That's when you get something that's not only a better league unit, an upper level league unit, but one of the best league units. And not by having the 1 or 2 front runners who are eating up all the sacks, but having it by a rotation. having it by keeping guys fresh and just coming at those offenses in waves of pass rushers. Here's our first unit. Oh, you think you tired them out? Here comes our second unit. Okay, first unit's back to being fresh. They're back out on the field. Here they come at you again now. Be great if they can do that. And AI, you saw the flashes of it in preseason. Rasheem Green looking good. Robinson looking good. Taylor in preseason looking good. And then in this game, Taylor just didn't get any snaps. Or Robinson didn't just get any snaps. But Green and Taylor look good. They look good. Chase Stern says, Tommy Eden, thanks for the heads up. I appreciate that. Oh, sorry. Ethan Deckworld, and I love the up-tempo modern-day offense. How about having a left receiving tight end lined up outside, and also watch the Rams game. Send in Carson and run it down their throat. Yeah, we got to attack the Rams in the running game. You see them in this game get hit a little bit by the Bears in the running game. You look at the playoff game last year where you started to have some success when you were running the ball, but you didn't stay committed to it. I think that Ram game, an early key here as we look at it, especially if we want to look at trying to keep Stafford off the field, is going to be running the ball and running the ball effectively. AI says no Alex Collins today. Nope, didn't look like we worked him in. They were going to try to go to Penny, and then when Penny got injured, they stayed with Carson. Kev Jackson, should we give up on Rashad Penny? Kev, I'm not there at this point quite yet. Maybe I'm just holding on for too long. Maybe I got to just put this dream to bed, put it to rest. But I will say this. I like him in this offense. I like him with outside zone runs. You weren't able to utilize it as much when he left the game. I felt like really you did a little bit with Carson, but you could have done even more with Penny. 2 carries for 8 yards, 4-yard average per carry to start this game off, and the couple times he got a chance to run here. No, let's just ride with these backs. Let's see where this goes this year, Kev. Let's just see where this goes this year. Run with the stable you got. Let's see how they can all do. You got a nice rotation of guys. You got a nice, decent amount of talent in there. Let's just see where it goes, in my opinion. Chase Starr says, this guy's selective who he wants to reply to on here. I try to reply to everyone if I can, Chase. I'm 5 hours and 30 minutes in, and I'm trying to also stay up with the chat, which I fall behind on. So sometimes I miss comments and stuff, but I try to get to everybody, man. I do. If I miss your comment, just repost it back in. The second says the Rams are looking suspect or looking sus. Yeah, they're a little bit. Struggle a little against the Bears. I got to look at the tape. I didn't get a chance to see him. I was doing the live stream, so I don't want to speak out of school until I take a look at him. Jay says, just demolished an apex. People go buried. Nice. Jay Starr says, on the defensive side of the ball, Carlos Dunlap, Jamal Adams, Bobby Wagner will be the key. On offense, I think we're looking good. Shane is doing a fantastic job. You're going to be top-heavy defensively, Chase. I mean, you are a little bit. I think we'll have a little bit of pass rushers that we can rotate in. That's going to be, to me, really the huge key. But those guys, we need those guys to be healthy and on the field, for everything to kind of work right. And we saw with Dunlap in his addition last year at the trade deadline and him bringing that pass rush together almost all on his own a little bit. It was a little bit like the Dwayne Brown addition a couple years ago with that offensive line, which was putrid. And then almost by Dwayne Brown's addition alone, it got up into sort of a league average-ish state or a top 20 state. Which was a big jump for them at that time. But all those guys, I think, are going to be very much key. And in any given one game throughout the course of the season, it's going to be kind of one of those guys' times to shine and be one of those hallmark players of that game who really brings it home. Yep, I agreed with you, man. And Shane is doing a fantastic job. Not bad for his first game calling a football game on the offensive coordinator job, right? Never called plays coming into this game. You call plays in this game and you put your quarterback with the best rating, probably tied for one of his best rated games ever as a quarterback in 10 years here. That's a pretty good opening start, as well as you were able to be consistent with running the ball and be effective running the ball. Pretty good. Pretty good. Mark joined late. Now that the week 1 is in the books, heard any rumors of any potential free agents that might get signed since contracts aren't guaranteed? Geno Atkins is the only guy that I've heard a little bit of rumors with this, Mark, but I have not heard it with anybody else. So uncertain, but that is something that's a valid point to pay attention to is once you get past that week 1, because the contracts aren't guaranteed, that does open that door wider than to make that veteran signing or whatnot. So it could come up, but I've not heard of anything as of yet up to this point. Big Mac, you think your foot off the gas, laughing out loud? You think you took your foot off the gas, laughing out loud? Wheeler, top 5 lines, Chiefs, Niners, Colts, Broncos, Titans. I know Jones had 5 sacks against 10, but I feel like he's just a different breed. maybe you could sub Eagles, Ravens in for the Titans. I wouldn't put the Eagles or Ravens in the top. I would probably honestly put Tampa Bay up there as another one of those teams. I would probably flip out. I would probably put the Colts ahead of the Niners, and I might flip out the Titans for. And the Saints might be a team that I put in there as well. I think the Saints, for instance, have a better offensive line than the Niners do. So I don't know. I don't know on that list, Wheeler. I might have a couple of those teams, but I might move a few in and out. I might have Tampa Bay and the Saints in there. Pete Carroll, respect. You are correct about the offense. Thank you for an honest evaluation. Oh, appreciate it, Pete Carroll. And big win today, man. Big win for you folks today. Mike Skinner says, I swear I saw Rasheem Green trying to run with a wide receiver in the game somewhere. No, you're not mistaken, Mike. It's one of the places that drives me crazy. We saw this in the preseason at one moment, right? Where we had Alton Robinson not only aligned on a receiver, but aligned in a receiver on the outside. And then the receiver runs a go route and the quarterback throws the easy completion. Likewise, in this game, you saw a receiver out on our defensive end. Wentz recognized it, went right to the player. You know, quarterbacks are programmed to attack those type of mismatches whenever they see them. I don't know why it is or what it is in the coach in our defensive schematics that leaves us with the defensive end lined up out against a wide receiver, but it is a mismatch, and quarterbacks are going to attack it every single time. It's kind of silly, frankly. I don't know what they're exactly doing with that, Mike, but it's kind of lame. Big Mac says DKs or divas. DK or diva, all good. DKs. Are diva all good? Yeah, I'm fine with him being that. If he's a diva, fine. I'm okay with it. Alexis Harrow, how do you stream for so long? Alexis, I don't know. I'm really not sure, Alexis. I just I get rolling. My eyes blink and 5 hours go by. That's the only way I can play it. That's why I love it so much. Is I barely glance and notice, and suddenly like so much time's passed, I'm not even aware of it. So it's amazing. It just goes through like that. The second says top 5 lines: Cowboys, Saints, Browns, Colts, Eagles. Yeah, I could go with that. I'd flip the Eagles out for probably Tampa Bay. I don't know if I've got the Cowboys as number 1 anymore. You lost Zach Frederick. I don't think Tyron Smith is going to be at the same place he's been recently. I don't know. They might have an argument there. Lolo Collins is pretty good. They still got a couple good guys. The second says Shine Schwartz. You got to make sure that he can reach down and touch his toes, because what we heard last is he couldn't even tie his shoes when we last heard about where Schwartz was with his rehab. So he's got to be cleaned up on that stance of things. Chase Starr says, main host of this YouTube said, laughing out loud, Ethan Posick, that guy is weak. Go Hawks 05. Brandon Shell quietly had a really good game. Every time I looked at the right side, he was winning his blocks. Yeah, Brandon looked good. And Brandon looked good through the first part of the year last year until he got beat up a little bit and a little injured and then tried to fight through those injuries. And there's times where if you're injured, you're not able to play at your peak performance. And he fell off a bit. Yeah, I don't know if did I say Ethan Posick was weak? I just don't think he's below average as a center. I think it's been proven out that that's pretty much been his performance level. Second says Stephon Gilmore away from the Legion of Boom. 2. That'd be a pretty good secondary, man. DJ Reed, Stephon Gilmore, Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs on the back end. That definitely has some Legion of Boom 2 type flavor to it, doesn't it? Chase says, yeah, I can't be DK. Lockett, that was last year, or maybe last year it made our offense obvious. That's why this year I think Russ is using more of his tight ends. Disley is healthy. I think Disley having Everett there too, Chase, that helps, right? Having a good move tight end. Gerald Everett over Hollister last year is a big upgrade, a big time upgrade. I don't know what you meant on the first part. Yeah, I can't be DK. Lockett, that was last year. It made our offense obvious. I didn't quite understand what you meant on the first part of your sentence on that. Shane Hafner says both pennies got hurt. Should have bought a nickel's worth. Rashad Penny is officially a bust. Move on. I get where you're coming from, Shane. You're not alone in that sentiment. So the guy's going to need to prove it if he's going to want to still remain ahead of Alex Collins, who kind of outperformed him in the preseason. So, Rashad's got to get this moving, man. Time is running out. Garcia says, Packers suck. Winston 5-0. MVP. Russ Winston, MVP race. Oh, bold prediction there, Garcia. Jay Stern says the second Stephon Gilmore would be lit. That would be lit. Wheeler, Creed Humphrey kind of saved the Chiefs at the end of that game. Highly doubt they'd trade him. No, I don't think they would. Jay Stern says Rashad Penny should have been traded long time ago. Maybe. Maybe we could make the argument too, just shouldn't have been picked in the first place in the first round. And that there should be a lesson to the Seahawks as far as where to draft running backs and how to build their running back room. I think that's the real big lesson to kind of take away from and learn from the Rashad Penny pick. The second says trade third and Penny for Stephon Gilmore. Maybe. I mean, look, the New England Patriots offloaded Sony Michel to the Los Angeles Rams partly because they like the depth so much of their running back room. So I don't know if they're going to look at the need of going for a guy like Rashad Penny right now with where their running backs are. I think they feel pretty good about their RBs. Plagueis says, honestly, I would have easily pulled the trigger on that. I don't know if the Patriots are looking to make that move, though. I don't know how much value Penny's got as far as in trade capital at this point. Shane Hafner says, Indy should have had only 10 points in the end. The refs tried keeping Indy in the game on that lame holding call on Reed on fourth down. Yeah, that was a BS holding call on DJ Reed on fourth down. I agree with you. Even the telecast was like, I don't know. Jonathan Salazar with another $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. Coming in double times hot. I appreciate you, bro. You're awesome. Says, today has me feeling good, but still not convinced. Well, you should never be convinced off of just one game, Jonathan. It should take a couple of games to get you feeling to that convinced state. That's the sign of a good, intelligent fan who's willing to be patient and not jump to conclusions off of just one game. It's a long season, all the more longer this year with the extra added game. So we should wait. And I've agreed with you on that. I've called it, and I think it's the place I come to on this as far as let's wrap this win into a bottom line. It's a great blueprint victory going forward. This is how you want to win moving forward. This is exactly the manner with which you'd like to go about your business. And this has provided me that as far as a victory goes. But we need some more proof. We need to see this replicated now over the course of a couple games to know we've got something truly special here this season. But a step in the right direction. And the second says, this is giving me 2013 vibes. And I love it, second. It should give you those kind of vibes. I'm getting those same kind of vibes. Maybe not to that level of dominance. But a Super Bowl contending team, oh yeah, you better believe it. You better believe it. Elliot Clark, everyone calm down about the Rams. They played the Bears. Like, please. Very true, Elliot. Very true. And I still hold to what I thought. And when I walked into the season, there's nothing after week one. In the NFC West, the only adjustment I would make is I'd say the Cardinals look like they'll be tougher than I thought they were going to be. But beyond that, everything held to what I thought would hold true through week one of this season. Niners look good, beat the Lions. The Rams look good, beat the Bears. They beat on lesser competition, as I would expect us to do as well, put into a similar situation. But I still see them as basically sub-playoff teams, 10, maybe 11 wins at their best of their best, but that is where I see them. Wheeler says, I don't think the Hawks should trade for Gilmore. Why would the Hawks trade for an aging corner coming off an injury? He wasn't even that great last year. Solid point. I think it's a matter of if they think he's an upgrade over what they have right now between Reed and Flowers. He's an upgrade over Flowers. I think you'd say that, Wheeler, is that even in Gilmore's maybe a little bit of his reduced state, this is a guy who's only 2 years coming removed from being a defensive player of the year at the cornerback position. I don't think he's fallen off that far and that completely in just 1 year. Probably would be an upgrade over what you have at corner right now, but that's more speaking to Wheeler, just a little bit of the deficiency that you're working with at the corner position. Shane After says D. Taylor had a bam cam hit on Wentz. Wentz will be feeling that in the morning. Oh, Wentz is going to be sore after this game. He got sacked only 4 times, but he must have taken about 10, 11, 12 quarterback hits, and they were legitimate hits. They weren't just soft, I'm going to push you down onto the ground. They were, I'm going to put my shoulder into your ribs, and I'm going to come full speed at you, as we saw with Daryl Taylor, as we saw with Brian Monet, as we saw with Rasheem Green in this game. Plagueis says, I feel like we need something else, some extra juice in this team. We're sitting in a lot of cap space. Plagueis, I'm there, and I'm predicting, it's my bold prediction for you. I think we add still 2 more players before the trade deadline. I don't know where those players come from, but I think they're going to be significant impacts, on par with recent Carlos Dunlap and Quandre Diggs deals that you've made over the last couple of years. I don't know if you'll get to quite that good of a player, but somewhere near in that realm. And can you imagine adding 2 of those player types to either on the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side of the ball, and what that could add on to already what we saw after week 1? This is where we start to get excited. This is where we start to get hyped up. And I think they're going to do it because, as you said, they're sitting on the cap space to get it done. Seahawks says the Rams looking scary. We got a little bit of a back and forth. Some not scared by him, some feeling a little bit worried by him. To me, I feel like I'm a little bit like Dennis Green in his press conference 10 years ago when the Cardinals let the Bears come back and beat them. They are who we thought they were, and they're back in it. And I think everyone is who I kind of thought they were here after week 1. MSR Rook says, I get it. I get it when people are mad about Flowers, but when people think we need to replace DJ Reed, I just don't get it. He has done nothing but ball out. Remember when he shut down Terry McLaurin last year in last year's game? Yeah, DJ Reed has been a great corner for us, and I thought both the corners today. It's a little bit of the head-scratching take that I hear from some fans on looking at the corner play in this game. You basically held Carson Wentz when the game mattered and it was on the line. You held him about 210 yards. He threw about 5 yards per attempt, right? 5 yards per completion versus Russell, who threw for 11 yards per completion. You gave up no big shots. I don't know how folks can look at this particular game. I know you can look at particular games with Trey Flowers and say, he struggled here. He doesn't look good here in recent years, and I'd agree with you. But I don't know how you can look at this particular game and say that the corners just struggled so badly here. They just looked so out of sorts here. We definitely need to upgrade this situation. This is horrible. I don't know that I saw that in this particular game. We may see it next week with Julio Jones and A.J. Brown, but I don't think we saw it this week. Chase Starr says, Seahawks versus the Chiefs, Super Bowl, book your ticket. Ooh, what a battle that'd be, Chase. What a battle that'd be. I wonder if the Chiefs are going to have enough defensively to get it done this year. I question and wonder if they'll have enough. Sean T says, I have a panoramic photo of October 6, 1986 Hawks versus Chargers, and it's nearly full Kingdom attendance. Can't wait until the 12s are behind the Hawks again. Sean T, it's a lot of people come on. We get especially 49er fans, Ram fans, looking, oh, you guys are bandwagon fans. Where were you guys at? Like, no, we were filling up the Kingdom when we were just barely good at times. We've supported this team from the jump here. From 76 onward, we filled that Kingdom up. One of the worst stadiums in the league, even at that time, a concrete jungle. And we filled it up, and we were loud then. We are a committed fan base here in Seattle. We love our football, and we are loyal. Don't let none of the young fans that hear those people try to say that, oh, you guys were all bandwagoners. You just jumped on with Carroll and Wilson came aboard. No, there may be some of those out there, but the majority of Seahawks fans are tried and true. They bleed blue. Seahawks, are the Seahawks going to the Super Bowl? Seahawks, I made this prediction 2 weeks ago in my prediction show. You can see it on my live stream shows, but I was predicting a Seahawks Super Bowl appearance. So I'm not jumping off that after this game. I'm not leaving now after this one. Flagus says, I forgot about Fetty. That guy stunk. Yeah, he did stink. Absolutely. And playing for the Bears now as a guard. Chase, okay. Chase, I think I understand a little bit what you're trying to say. So it can't be DK, like you can't be throwing to DK and Lockett all the time like it was last year. It made our offense obvious. Very true. That's why this year I think Russ is using more of his tight ends. Disley is healthy. I think it's a little bit of that. And on top of the tight ends, I'd probably say the running backs too, Chase, because you saw them working it to the running backs more often in this game than we've seen in recent past history. It's implementing the short passing game, which will be tight ends, which will be running backs, and remaining committed to it. Not just trying to go to it because the defense is forcing your hand by closing everything off deep, but actually utilizing it as a weapon. Sean T, Hawks have to get the Rams, Bucks, and Chiefs quarterbacks. Have to get to the Rams, Bucks, and Chiefs quarterbacks. Well, Sean T, I guess you're talking about with the Chiefs game being in the Super Bowl, we got to get to that quarterback. I agree. We get the Super Bowl, but let's get to the Super Bowl first. But once we get there, we're going to have to get to Mahomes and put pressure. It showed you last year with Tampa Bay in that game. Now, Plagueis, Daniel Hunter's a player, man. That'd be very interesting. I don't know if we'd have a need for it, but that'd be interesting. Team 24 Momo says, I'm very concerned about Rashad getting more reps than Alex. Well, if the injury stuff continues to prop up with Rashad and he can't stay healthy, then you're not going to see a lot of him out there. The one thing is that he's got an attribute and a skill set that the other running backs on this roster don't have. DJ Dallas doesn't have it, Chris Carson doesn't have it, and even Alex Collins doesn't have it. And that's speed. Speed from the running back position. And this new offensive scheme is built to take advantage of the outside zone run. You need a speedy running back to get that type of running play to have some success. This guy's got that. Can he stay healthy? Can he get out of the field? I don't know. But if he's out on the field, he will be effective in this offense. The question is, can he stay healthy? And again, I just don't know. EW2K says, where was it I saw a center for our Seahawks? Oh, yeah, it was 2 years ago in the draft. Tyler Bides. Badass. Now protects Dak instead of Russ. Taken in the 5th round, but hey, we got DJ. Yeah, man. I like Tyler a lot coming out of college, too. He was the big road grader for Jonathan Taylor at Wisconsin, man. I mean, Taylor ran only inside zone, basically off the A gap, all through Wisconsin and in his days there, and he was just gashing teams. And a lot of that was because they had a center who could drive guys off the ball one-on-one. I was a little bit awed by the fact that they didn't jump on that guy in that draft, especially when he dropped in, the 5th round, like you said. Jeff Ryan says, Brandon, yep, 2 years ago, that Tampa Bay general manager at home, we went into OT. It was one of those classics. We finally won. The 12s really messed with Winston being consistent late in the game. 12s brought it up for sure. Yeah, that was one of the more entertaining games in recent years. An absolute shootout in that game. Boy, Shaquille Griffin really got owned, I felt like, by Mike Evans in that particular game, too. He really made him eat his lunch. But it was a good game, and Winston can do it. He can sling it in that stadium. Mike says, Shane added that FAT Week 1 win to the cauldron. Oh, the Shane Waldron cauldron. It's bubbling, and it's a boiling, and it's a roiling boil. You better believe that. It's a roiling boil. Brian Koski says, damn, Brandon sure loves his job with stamina too. What's this, a 7-hour show? I love it. I love your Hawks Nest knowledge. 55,382 words spoken. Go Hawks. That's right, baby. I just keep it rolling. I just keep it going. The second says, Seattle's dropping 40 on the Titans. I love the confidence. Chase says, Nick Foles to me was a better quarterback than Wentz. Foles equals Super Bowl champ. Boy, I felt like Foles just got really hot at the right time. And Foles is a little bit like quarterback that's a little bit like Ryan Fitzpatrick. When not a lot's being counted on of him, when not being asked of him, when no one's thinking he's going to get anything done, that's when he really shines. When he's got that spotlight on him and he's the number one guy and he's expected to do something, it seems like he kind of shrinks a little bit. GoHawks05, any good nickname ideas for underappreciated Hawks players like Money Monet? We got to start thinking of some, I think. We're going to have to start coming up with some. Jonathan Salazar, 49ers look scary, though, but I think we'll split with everyone in the division. Hopefully I get to go to the Rams-Seahawks game this year. I think everybody in this division is looking scary right now, Jonathan. Everybody's looking like a tough out. And the 49ers did play as Classify said, they did play the Lions. I thought you were trying to be funny there, Classify. They did play the Lions, so we got to put that in perspective. And the Rams did play the Bears. We got to put that in perspective. Those are two teams that are not going to get anywhere near the playoffs this year. Two teams that are probably going to end up somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 4 wins at the end of the day. So putting that in perspective, they still are a scary team. Ethan Tech World. Oh, and I forgot, please excuse me, but man, it's good to have Seahawk football back. Oh, it feels so good. It feels so good. It's so nice. Yami! You got on, Yami. You got me here at the end. My goodness, my guy. 6 hours in. I've been holding on for you, Yami. I've been holding on. Says, hello, nice to see everybody. Really hyped how the defense played. Taylor might be the stud we need. He might just be that guy, Yami. Yami says, so sorry. No, sorry. The Niners looked really strong in the first half. Good for the Lions that they held on. Hey, good on the Lions to come back. Biting some kneecaps, getting back into that game. Good on them. Good on them. Jeff Ryans, if you end up needing more mods this season, I'd be happy to help if needing. It's all good either way. Jeff, I am. Let me get you Nathaniel and TJ added because I have a feeling that we're going to be dealing with a lot more trolls this year. So I'm going to need to back up the quotient of mods on this in the chat here because I know we're going to get our share of trolls. It's coming. It's only a matter of time. It's like Game of Thrones. Winter is coming. The trolls are coming. They are coming. June 32nd, all of this offseason, you've been talking about Daryl Taylor, and after today, I know why. I was very impressed with his speed. It was the thing I always thought with Taylor if he could get on the field. It was a little bit of what we saw with, frankly, Alton Robinson last year. The skill sets that they bring from college had something that should transition to the pros to give you some immediate returns as far as a pass rush. Does that mean Taylor becomes a 13 sack a year guy out the gate? No. Does that mean Alton Robinson does the same? No. But it doesn't mean that they can be effective pass rushers from the jump, because they have certain attributes that they provide that are attributes that you tend to either have to wait on, or that not all pass rushers come out the box have it. In Daryl's case, it's the get off and the bend. In Alton Robinson's case, it's his ability to be a technician as a pass rusher. Whereas, ability to use your hands as a pass rusher tends to be something that comes along late in the process. But that's what gives me that confidence in both those two guys when they're out there rushing. But with Taylor as well, the other thing we got to acknowledge June 32nd is when the Seattle Seahawks look in the second round at a defensive lineman, they tend to find pretty good players there. Frank Clark, Jaron Reed. I'm forgetting a couple guys here right off the top of my head, but they do pretty good there when they pick in that second round, when they target guys there. And I think they've done it here. So glad to hear we got you on board. Devin Schultz, how long into the season until Sidney Jones gets the start? Well, he's going to have to prove that he's going to be better than Flowers, and he's going to have to do that in practice. Predicting when that happens, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be able to outperform Trey Flowers in practice. Maybe he does. But again, he's not a guy necessarily who's been an all-world corner in this league through 4 seasons of his pro career. He's gotten a little bit better as he's gone along. He's never played at an elite level. It's not a no-brainer that he's going to overtake Trey Flowers for that number 1 role. He's got the chance, but it's just not a no-brainer at this point. Splash and Skills, LeBron reacted to Russ and DK on Twitter. Nice. Sean T, great that Wilson had more production today. It was good. He seemed like he got hit a lot less in this game than he has recently, Sean. I think some of that was holding on to the ball. I think a lot of it was him holding on to the ball way less amount of time than he has in recent past. He was getting it out of his hand, and I think that went a long way to helping it. Certainly being balanced and having a good running game where the defensive line's not just able to pin their ears back and attack when you're trying to throw the ball, that also helped. But, yep. It's certainly going to go a long way to helping Russell Wilson sustain his level of performance throughout the course of the year if we can get him beat up a little bit less. If he can have those accumulation injuries dial back just a little bit. Ethan Deckworld, wait, so what about the Seahawks ESPN prediction? So many high-scoring games in week 1. Are offenses just better these days, or is this the result of the rules preventing the D from playing hard-nosed style? I think this is a little bit of the accumulation of stuff that's gone over the last 10 years in football. Taking away hard hits, the targeting penalties that you see. This has removed guys getting punished now on throws over the middle. They know they're not getting whacked. That's just going to make quarterbacks much more willing to throw balls that if you're looking at 15, 20 years ago where he looked at that ball and he said, if I throw this ball, I'm going to get my receiver decapitated. I don't have to make that worry anymore. And then you've got rule changes that have gone along as well, where the NFL has really, really emphasized the no touching the receivers after you're 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. This has opened things up as well. I think you've seen with the college football programs where they've stopped running the ball as much, where there's a lot more spread formations and a lot more pass-happy approaches. Well, what does that do? That's going to open things up more to now trying to throw the ball over the football field. That's going to elongate games. You're going to get more plays because you have more incompletions, more times the clock's going to stop. There's been about a half a dozen things that have happened over the course of about the last 10 years that have just opened up the offensive side of the ball, and it's the way that the NFL wants it done. Fans and audiences want to see more scoring, and so the NFL is going to give them that. But yes, I think it has a lot to do with the fact that there's been the rules, there's been the more of the onus placed towards becoming more offensive heavy, and that you're going to see this go more and more in this trend. As well as too, Yami, it's warm out. It's the start of the season. Offenses have all their stuff up their sleeve. Defenses, I think, get better as the year goes along, as the elements start to come more into play. You're going to see defenses perform better. So I think there's a little bit of that too. Michael Wright says, yeah, the 49ers got 33 dumped on y'all by Detroit. Wheeler says, what do you think the Hawks need to do to beat the Titans? I think it becomes very clear here for me, and it starts for me defensively. I think you'll do enough offensively to score on them and put points on the board, but you got to first and foremost with this Titans team, stop the run. Stop the run. turn them into a one-dimensional attack like you did this week against the Colts. Now, is Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry? No, but he's still a great upper-level running back, and that's still a great upper-level offensive line, and you stopped the run today. You kept Jonathan Taylor to 3.3 yards per carry average. Yeah, you did that. So do that again this week. Get them into a one-dimensional mode. Put the game in Ryan Tannehill's hands. Get him into a point of forcing him to try to slice and dice you up all over the football field. I think that's the pathway to a victory this upcoming week. Big Mac, it looks like doll hair, laughing out loud. It does, man. When these guys get the hair stuff done, it's like, I know what you guys are trying to do. I get it. But you're not fooling anybody, and they always go too hard. It's always like the girl who goes and has her boobs done, right? And she's never going to go out there and just have them just like slightly upgraded. It's time to go get the torpedoes. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, kind of everybody can tell you had it done. You went a little overboard. You course correct. You over course corrected just a little bit. Dark RH, how you doing, man? Dark RH says Rams are going to the NFC Championship. It is gonna happen. I figured I'd see you with the confidence here. I mean, it is the Bears, Dark. It is the Bears. Seahawks played well against the Colts today as well. Both teams played well, Dark RH. Rams took care of business against the Bears. You should dominate them. You're a much better team, and you dominated them. And Matt Stafford looked phenomenal. Throwing dimes all over the football field. Eric Cotter says, is Rashad Penny out again? Yeah, Eric, unfortunately, Rashad Penny's got some sort of slight calf strain. I don't know if that holds him out for multiple weeks, but it got him out of this game after about the first quarter. Sean T says, laughing out loud. I love when the announcer said it wasn't fair when Wilson dropped the ball over the head of the defenders into Lockett's hands. I hate their blind spots when it comes to the Hawks. Yeah, well, it sometimes isn't fair because there ain't nothing they can do about it when Wilson's on. When Wilson's running, when he is locked in, he is unstoppable. He's not always in that state. Sometimes he's only in that state for one quarter at a time in a football game. But when he's locked in that state, it's the equivalent of Steph Curry, putting 3-pointers in. And it doesn't matter if you got a hand in his face. There's nothing you can do about it. So you do have a little bit of that feeling of helplessness if you're a defense at that point. So the announcer's just feeling bad for him. It's understandable. Michael Venzar says, man, you've been streaming 5 hours. I got here late, laughing out loud. Yeah, we're at 6 hours in, so we're definitely deep in on this one. It's the opening game of the season. You guys know I was going to be hyped. You know I was going long today. You know it. TJ Wilborn says, 2016 offense could have been the best we had, but no run is all we did. But no run is all we did. Could have been, but yeah, not quite, I think, to what this offense is going to be. FG Die says, how do you think the Chargers did today? It's good to see them start out the season winning. I didn't honestly get a chance to look at them too deeply, so I'm going to take a look at the highlights of that game. But look, they're a team that I think can challenge the Chiefs in that division. Derwin James has not been around for a couple years. He's a true game changer for you at the safety position. And Bosa's really been a force for them as a pass rusher. They're really relying on Bosa and Bosa alone. But I like Herbert. And I think he can take a step forward with what he's doing. So I think they're a second place team, if not a team that can push the Chiefs to be the first team in that division when it's all said and done. They may not have quite enough to get it done to overtake the Chiefs, but I think they're going to be right there down to the end of the line. I think the Chiefs get that division title locked up by week 11 or 12, for instance. I think it does go down to nearly the end of the season on that one. AJ Johnson, Seattle resident and fan. What's up, AJ? Good to have you on in here. The Hawks are not going to make the playoffs. All right, AJ, well, can you do me a favor and expand a little bit on how you came to that conclusion? You went on the road, a 10 a.m. game against a team that I believe made the playoffs last year in the Indianapolis Colts, and you kind of handily beat them. You kind of comfortably had this one by about midway into the third quarter. What is it you're seeing from this team and this out the gate that would make you think that? Jadon London. How are you doing, Jadon? 6th or 7th for Packers, tight end, wide receiver Alan Lazard. He could do everything required by a wide receiver and tight end in Waldron system, including sweeps. Lazard doesn't do a whole lot for me, Jadon. I'd like to go a little harder at it, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you go for a little bit more of a wide receiver? And you've got the guy to do the fly sweeps in Eskridge at this point. You need more of a guy on the outside if something happens injury-wise to Lockett or DK. You need a guy that's an improvement over what you have in Freddie Swain over there on the outside. Eric Cotter, I feel like that strong side defensive end stable will keep some pressure off of our rather weak cornerbacks. I agree, Eric. That's been my contention for a while now, is that good defensive end, good defensive line play, good pass rush, can clean up average to sub-average cornerback play. And I think they did today, and I think they will do moving forward. Wheeler, I'm actually pretty concerned for when we play the Rams because McVay should know how to shut down our offense better than anybody. Maybe. I mean, look, our offense hasn't done very well against the Rams recently in past years, so it's hard to see them doing much worse than they've done in the last couple of times that we've played them. But we'll see. It'll be a fun matchup to watch. Nerd word. Well, I got to get up tomorrow, so check it out. See you. Go Hawks. Oh, and go Hawks. 1-0. More to go. 1-0 and more to go. That's right, Nerd word. And thank you for your donation. Thank you for checking out the stream, and you have a great night of sleep. Hope it's a good week of work. Paul Domingo, go Hawks. Go Hawks. Pablo, how you doing? Chosen One. Love seeing the two tight ends out there ready to catch passes. Yeah, Chosen One, you're going to work the tight ends this year in more than you have in recent past. That's a big part of this scheme, and especially the two tight end sets. But those guys were solid. They didn't get a lot of chances out there. They didn't get a lot of touches, right? Not a lot of targets. But the targets they had, they made the most of. Yummy. Also, can we just talk about the fact that Big Dixon energy was crazy good? Didn't he put all of his punts inside the 15 and most inside the 10? He did. Had a couple of inside the 20 shots. And then he had the one where, to me, the biggest play for him, Yami, was he drops the kick there for a second, fumbles the ball. A lot of punters in that moment, Yami, are going to fall on the ball, freak out, think they're going to get hit, so they're just going to drop and give up the play. Instead, he stays with it, picks the ball up, does what most punters need to do in that situation. You still got 10 yards between you and the pass rush getting there, and if the pass rush is not right in the face of you, you have an extra second or two to get that punt off. You just got to slide to your side a little bit and then kick the punt. And he did that. Really good job on his part. It was good to see Carroll dab him up for doing that. Sometimes you're going to have a drop punt. That stuff will happen from time to time. How you react to that, how you clean that up, was really, really good on Dixon's part. So I was almost more impressed by that than even the punts that he did to knock him inside the 20. Wheeler, Brandon, have you ever watched The Chiseled Adonis? He's a comedian who does football highlight commentary. I think you might like his channel. I'll take a look at him. I haven't heard of him, but I'll take a look at him. For sure, man. Thanks for the suggestion. Kona Pierce says Penny is Pro Size 2.0. It's starting to look like that, Kona. It's starting to look like that. And I'm a proponent of Penny, but I can't deny what we're seeing here. Joe Daniels, Wentz has always gotten hit hard against the Hawks. Well, we just play him hard. We play him good. There's certain quarterbacks that are bad matchups for teams. There's certain quarterbacks that are good matchups for teams. I've long said that I feel like Jimmy Garoppolo, for whatever reason, is just a good fit for our Hawks. When we get Garoppolo and we draw him as our card against the Niners, his skill set fits nicely against our defense. It's just we do well against him. On the same side of that, Wentz, same thing. He's in that mode as well, where just our defense seems well set up against him. I feel like he's a bit of a gunslinger. He's a bit of a guy that wants to be back there and let it rip. And we're the type of defense that's going to, kill gunslingers. The gunslingers come to our defense and they die out. It's more of the patient Paul, the dink and dunker type. That's the guy that's going to be more of a problematic for our defensive scheme. Big Mac says, I wish we would sign Richard Sherman. Well, we could still sign Richard Sherman, Big Mac, and I've long suspected that eventually, before the season ends, you will see Richard Sherman as a Seattle Seahawk. Now, the Niners are the direct competition, and they just lost their number one corner for the season. But I can see them maybe making a play now for Richard, having some familiarity with him. But I think he does end up with Seattle when it's all said and done. Conan Pierce says we should have signed Patrick Peterson in the offseason. He would have been an upgrade over Flowers. I don't know if Patrick would have been at this point in time in his career, Conan. And the thing with Patrick is that he's played in more of a man-on-man scheme throughout the course of his career. Would he have fit into our zone-based centric scheme? Was that a fit for his skill set? I don't know. I don't know that it is. Maybe. He didn't get a lot of money in Minnesota, and we'll see what his rating was coming off this game in Minnesota, where they gave up, I think, defensively 36 odd points. So I don't know. Christopher Standard Time. And there will always be new fans. We shouldn't hate them. We should welcome them. Oh no, I always welcome new fans. Christopher Standard, agreed. Conan Pierce, do you think John Brown would be a good signing for the number 3 wide receiver spot if Eskridge is out for a bit? He could be all right. He could work. He's a guy who can do some outside and inside stuff. He's got a little bit of flexibility. I don't know if he can do a lot of the fly sweep game stuff. I don't know if that's in his wheelhouse as much. Maybe, but I don't know. Martin Bendino, young fan here. What's up, Martin? Moved to the States and started watching football in 2014 season. My best friend is a Hawks fan and got me to cheer for them. We lost the Super Bowl that year, but I stuck around. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Martin. I'm glad to have a nice young new fan here, and you're getting to watch a lot of really good football here. You're getting a little bit spoiled on good upper level football that we're watching. I know we haven't been able to get a Super Bowl since you've been coming aboard, but this is the best era of Seahawks football that we've had. So definitely enjoy it. You're getting to watch the best quarterback play that we've had in our history. So you're definitely coming along at a good time to be able to watch this team. And we're about to go on a Super Bowl run here. So it's about to be a real good time to watch this team. Chase Stern says Jamal was in coverage basically all game and looked good. Where are the haters at? Where are the haters at, Chase? Where are they at, man? All those people said he couldn't cover. I bet you watching this game, the Pro Football Focus scores are going to say, oh, he looks pretty good in coverage. Oh, when he's not beat up with 4 different injuries, he's actually okay in coverage. Oh, when he's not having to cover Stephon Diggs or Julian Edelman or Cooper Kupp, as you would normally not ask any strong safety to do, he looks pretty good. Put him on running backs, put him on tight ends, have him keeping things clean over the top in the rare times you call a cover 2. Jamal can do that stuff. Jamal's got that in his game. Rams House says, I was so happy with Stafford's performance tonight. You should be happy, Rams. I mean, you've been told all off season, everything about our top end of this year is going to be improved upon and go to the next level off of this one player. And it's very rare in football that you're ever going to want to have that be the case. You're going to get a little bit worried when all of your hopes are going to ride on this one player addition being the thing that brings it all together for you. But indeed, going up against the Bears in the opening game of the week here against for you guys, he fulfilled all of that promise that was hopeful for Rams fans coming into this year. I talk about it being a blueprint step in the right direction for my team going up against this Colts in this game. It was also for the Rams, being that they were playing the Bears, but it was still a blueprint type win for what they want to see going through the rest of their year as well. Probably pretty much almost the whole NFC West could probably basically say that about their victories. Grim, Tim. It is only 1 week, but has the NFC North fallen apart? Are they in the running for Poop Mountain, or will the NFC East hold on to that title? I think the NFC East is going to look a little bit weaker in retrospect than a lot of people maybe had thought they would. Is the NFC North the worst? I think the Vikings will eventually get things turned to a decent place and at least be a middling team, and the Packers will get around to figuring it out. Though I do see the Lions and the Bears in 3 to 4 wins. I mean, that probably puts them at the worst. So they probably overtake it. They're probably there. NFC East-wise, Washington football team will be okay. Eagles and Cowboys will at least be competitive. Giants don't look good at all. So I don't know. Hard to say, man. There's some bad divisions on the side of it, man. Ugh. It's like chewing on something that doesn't taste good. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't like that. No. AGM Productions, torpedoes, laughing my ass off. You know it's true, AGM. Girl goes in, she tries to get herself a little upgrade. She ain't going for the small. I ain't going for my A cup to B cup, right? You're going A to D. You're going A to C, C large. D Nugget, Brandon, let's do a 24-hour stream-a-thon if we win it all. Oh, if we go Super Bowl, I will do a 24-hour stream. My promise to you, folks, if we do a Super Bowl win, I'm doing 24-hour streams of reveling and celebrating. You better believe it. Splash and Skills streams 6 hours straight. Perks living in Hawaii. I'm back in Washington, Splash and Skills. I'm back in Washington now. So it's late night here. TJ says 8-hour streams every other Saturday. OGS remember. OGs remember. That's right, man. OGs know what's up, TJ. These long streams are just old hat for me at this point. It's a walk in the park. Simple and easy. TJ says the Hawks won't make the playoffs is all they say. They don't explain why. They don't explain why, do they, TJ? They say general. They stay in real general terms. They speak in magnanimous terms. They speak in ultimates and absolutes. But they don't ever back anything up with any real good juice, do they? It's all emotional. It's all about a feeling or emotions. That's not the way to look at football from an analytic standpoint, in my opinion. Kona says, if Gordon can be reinstated, would you mind signing him to a 1-year deal for depth? 100%, Kona. I would be all on board with that. And I've mentioned before, I would love to see that. It is the thing that drives that, though. I'm not bringing Josh Gordon on if there's still some big question mark from the commissioner's office if they're truly going to let him back into the fold, like they did last year a little bit. I need to see some absolute, he's live action, he's active, you can bring him onto your team, there's no restrictions here. That's what we need to see at this point. But if that's the case, and if that becomes the reality, then yes. Brian Ingenis. Is Wentz 0-5 against the Hawks? I believe, Brian, I could be wrong. Chat, correct me on this. I think he's now up to 0-7, right? 0-6, 0-7, something like that. He's had a couple of times in seasons. He's played us twice, I believe. But yeah, we have had his number. Philip Champion. How you doing, Philip? Even though Eskridge didn't do much, I am excited about him. He looked like Percy Harvin out there. He had a whole new gear. Hope he's okay with his concussion. Me too, Philip. I do too. It sucks to see him in the first professional game get concussed like that, but I agree. He looked like shades of Harvin running that fly sweep, where there just comes a point, that fly sweep already is a little bit like I've called stealing candy from the baby. You know, it's free money. It's there every time. Now you get a player like that who's got that Harvin gear to get that quicker up to full speed, and his full speed is that much higher as a top end. That's where it becomes even that much more effective and that much more difficult to defend. He's got that in his game. It's the single part about what he could do with just the bubble screen and the fly sweep alone gets me super excited about him. I think he can do more as a receiver than that. But just that alone off his rookie year and what he can get out the gate, off the jump, that's going to be very vital to this offense. It's not going to be maybe one of those things where you see him rushing for 500 yards out of fly sweeps or catching 500 yards and bubble screens and short passes. But just like you saw today, when you go to utilize it, it's effective. Ian Harper says, do you think that DK will start making noise if we continue to not give him targets? Not necessarily. Not necessarily, Ian. Maybe, but I don't think so necessarily. If you're winning, if he's effective in the times where he is getting targeted, and this was a little bit what you saw last year at times, where there were times where he didn't get a ton of touches, there'll be other games where you have 35, 36, 37 attempts for Russell Wilson, and he gets targeted more. This just happened to be a game that you got up comfortably, and it didn't happen. It didn't have to happen. Ian Harper, what are some other Seahawks-related YouTube channels that you recommend we can check out? Ian, I just did a show this last week with Brendan Nelson, Seahawks Brendan Nelson over there. I think he does a great job of covering Seahawks content. In fact, he does a great job outside of stuff I do as far as covering day-to-day stuff, transactions, anything that comes down the track, he's on it, and he usually gets to a pretty good in-depth standpoint on those items when he touches on it. So he does a good job over there. Hawk Blogger folks do pretty good over there. I mean, they give you more of an assemblage of a variety of opinions on that standpoint of it. Sometimes it gets a little bit surfacey level at times with them on that stuff. Sometimes they get a little bit deeper into things, but they've certainly been committed at it for a really long time, and they do a good weekly wrap up show there. We've got some folks on my side as far as people who come in as far as mods go. We got Seahawks Network does a great job with Seahawks historical stuff. Jose Rodriguez, another guy that does a really good job of daily stuff, just getting in there talking Hawks daily. I know Team 12s is starting up his channel a little bit, getting him going. Sam Dog, the Infamous, has got his stuff going with the Hawks related stuff. So we got some guys out there that I would recommend as also. And then beyond that, I believe you got, Norb Cam. And I think that's about it. Not a lot of Hawk fan channels, but I think there's some new ones coming out too. Fort Knox is a new one I think I like. He's done some good 80s stuff. He's got some good little 80 tidbits of cut-ups that he's posted out there. Martin Bendito. Oh yeah, I'm sure I'm spoiled. I started watching when we had Wilson. Can't imagine when he retires or leaves. I look around the league and can't imagine my quarterback being Nick Foles or the likes. It was rough, Martin. I mean, we didn't have a real true franchise quarterback since Russell Wilson. I mean, you had some good quarterbacks. Dave Craig's a great quarterback. Van Hasselbeck's a good quarterback. At no point in time did anyone in the NFL say that's a top 5 quarterback when they're at their best of their best. Well, that guy right there, he's a top 5 quarterback in this league. You got that in Russell Wilson. So yeah, definitely do appreciate it, man. Do appreciate it. Austin McPherson Madrell. Yo, brother, Austin. How you doing, man? Flag Sabbath, what's happening, Flag? How you doing? Good to see you. Pretty good shot. Best team in the NFC North is Goff. Laughing my ass off. Best quarterback. Sorry. Maybe well so, man. He did take like 58 attempts to get to the 367 yards. So it's like if you're a quarterback, if you throw 60 times, you better throw for 350 in this league, in this modern NFL. But Gott's the guy I think that people were knocking on a little bit too hard this offseason. I don't think he's a great quarterback or an upper level one, but he's at least a league average dude to me. Some were trying to kind of paint him as like one of the worst in the NFL. Wheeler, Brandon, I think you're downplaying the team the Bears have. With a functional offense, they could easily be a wild card team. They made the playoffs last year and could sneak in with the Fields this year. Yeah, they could. Look, you got Roquan Smith, Mack. They've got a great safety, pretty good safety tandem back there. Where I sell a little bit light on them is I don't think they have enough playmakers on the outside to be much of a threat. Robinson's great, but you can double team him and then basically single up everybody else on the outside. You know, Jimmy Graham's really old as far as a tight end goes and be relying on him still. Cole Kmet is coming along for them a little bit, but I feel like a little bit of them getting the playoffs last year, Wheeler, had to do with a little bit of them playing a weaker schedule. I think the schedule is going to get a little tougher for them this year, having a playoff schedule. And I don't trust their offensive line to pass protect. I think that they're going to get whoever the quarterback is there beaten up a bit. So I just don't, I think they're okay. But again, I'd see them as a 4-win, 5-win team at the best case scenario this year. You know, I don't see them. That's kind of where I see them. And Flag says that win felt damn good, Jeff. Yeah, it did, didn't it, Flag? End-to-end victory, just a good, complete team win. Feels pretty good, huh? Jesus Padilla. It's always real brief with the Seahawks, too. Danny McCormick, damn, you still up? Gang. I had to leave earlier, and I wasn't here when you answered my question about what corner you would want if Gilmore isn't available at the trade deadline. Respect, brother. Thank you, Danny. Going strong, going hard. If it's not Stephon Gilmore, really, I'd probably lean to Richard Sherman. I don't know who the corner is available out there that you would look to target beyond that. Again, keeping in mind, you're not going to look for a man-on-man corner. You're going to look for a zone-based corner. And who's the guy that is available out there at that point to take a peek at? There's not a lot of dudes out there that jump to mind from those teams that'll be in that sell mode. We talked about the Lions or the Bears. Maybe not the Bears, but these teams, none of these teams have really corners that get me all that excited. So I don't know who there would really be beyond Gilmore or Sherman at this point. I'm trying to think if there's somebody else who would come to mind as far as the name goes, but I really just don't think that there's anybody that comes jumping out at me like, oh yeah, this guy for sure. I don't see it. Bean says 6-hour stream. Dang. I go strong here, man. TJ, Super Bowl win equals 24-hour stream. Hell yeah. You better believe it, TJ. I'll be so hyped. I'll be jacked to the tits. You know it's coming. Michael, how good does Eskridge have to be worth it over Creed? I actually think he'll get there. Well, it's kind of hard to say it as that kind of question, Michael, because like he could be good enough theoretically to be over Creed, but then you still get upended by the lack of not having Creed. I don't know, really, when it comes to that. It's going to be hard for him to do that because he's not going to be put in a position to be a wide receiver 1 or a wide receiver 2, which means that you're not going to get enough touches really at that point to shine enough, whereas Creed's going to get to start every single football game for the Kansas City Chiefs as their number 1 center. So just by that basis alone, Eskridge is going to look a little bit worse, right, Michael? Eskridge has got to be effective as a receiver. We've got to have him effective in the role that he's placed. And I've called him a little bit of the gadget receiver in this offense, but that's just because that's the role we need filled. If he can be a good gadget guy, and working in those fly sweeps, working in the bubble screens, we're going to run a short crosser with you, get the ball into your hands, get you moving up the field. If you can be good in that role, I can feel pretty okay about the situation. But at the end of the day, Michael, my evaluation doesn't change. Creed Humphrey, to me, is a better player to have here on this squad. You could have gotten a guy to do the thing that Eskridge does with the fly sweeps and the bubble screens from somewhere else. You weren't able to get that center position really from somewhere else. That's where my general stance is on it. So it'd be pretty damn hard for him to overtake me going with him over Creed in any way, shape, or form. Kona says, imagine if we would have had our 2005 offensive line with this current offense. Wilson would have thrown for 50-plus touchdowns. If Wilson gets to play behind the 2005 offensive line, Kona, I would say that Wilson throws for 60 touchdowns. You give him that type of offensive line with that type of time to sit back there and throw the ball, he is ungodly. Oh, thank you, Flag. You mentioned somebody else. Rob Stanton is also good. Thank you. That's another good one to take a look at. Rob Stanton does some great Rob Stanton does some great coverage of our Seahawks, also over there at the Seahawks draft blog. He also has it with a little more of an eye to the drafting aspect of things. But as Flag also says, if you can tolerate a little negativity, Rob definitely, he gets in his bag a little bit, and he definitely is not a believer in the way of the Seahawks as far as the way that they're constructing and going a little bit about their business right now. He goes hard, man. He goes hard in that direction. I give him respect. It's not easy being an analyst and look at the Seahawks and talking about it negatively. You take a lot of slings and arrows for it, and it speaks to him being, it's what he really believes in and thinks when he looks at the team. I always can give props because he's being honest in that respect. AGM says, I just came because the Seahawks fans are nice. We are nice, man. We're awesome. AGM, I'm a Bears fan, bro. You just nailed it in 50 seconds. Oh, thank you, AGM. And look, AGM, you guys finally got your quarterback of the future. I'm a little bit worried because of the offensive line worries that you have. I don't like going and getting first the quarterback, and then you're trying to build the offensive line around them. You saw that preseason snap where Fields gets just about decapitated on that play, and you're going, man, I hope this doesn't become a common theme. And that's the one worry I have with them. But you got to give the Bears props in the respect of they finally went out and got a quarterback. They stopped short selling it, which they have been doing for years. You can go back into the 80s where they had some success there with your McMahon and Harbaughs, but never really just going at it and really getting that dude, that guy. And you look at the Mitchell Trubisky pick a couple years ago and going past the better quarterbacks that were ahead, the Deshaun Watson, the Patrick Mahomes. So glad they went and got their quarterback, AGM. You guys got to be patient, man. It's going to take a little bit of time to get this right, but you got your guy there. He was my third favorite quarterback coming out of this draft. I think he's a guy who's going to be a player for you guys moving down the road. Might take a little bit of time there, but you guys, look, Rodgers is about to head out of that division. Lions are nowhere to be seen. The Vikings look like they might be taking a step back. As we move forward the next 2 to 3 years here, it might be a division the Bears can take advantage of at that point, especially if they can make just the right little moves around Fields and get things set up for him. Become a little more offensive-centric than defensive-centric as they've been in throughout really the Chicago Bears history. Philip Champion, Lockett is so underrated. That over-the-head touchdown basket catch was sick. Lockett has some of the surest hands in the NFL. I don't ever recall him making a bad drop. Love Tyler Lockett, one of my fave Hawks. And it says something too about him, Philip, with him, and just to piggyback onto your point. It's really hard as a receiver to be great when you have small hands. It's really hard as a receiver to be as great at catching the ball when you got a little bit shorter arms. You got a little bit of you're going uphill a little bit, because your catch radius is reduced by quite a bit. When you got those bigger hands, speaking to it, I'm a guy with bigger hands. And when I go and catch a football, I can go out in the one-handed ball because I got these nice big mitts to do it. When you have the tiny hands, you got to be more reliant on the two hands. You see that with Lockett where he really gets those two hands together and really widens out his grip to get those catches. But he's got fantastic hands, good catch. Just like you said, you can't hardly ever remember him having a bad drop. And I want to say, too, there's a stat out there that he has never dropped a pass in the end zone. This is one of those odd stats that's out there. Tyler Lockett, in his whole playing career, has never dropped a pass in the end zone. Isn't that amazing? For a guy that's had as many touchdown catches as he's had, probably 50, 60 touchdown catches and not one drop. Pretty amazing. Ian Harper, how did our offensive line do? How was Gabe Jackson for us? Offensive line-wise, very well, Ian. They were aided by a little bit of the short passing and quick passing attack that we were embracing in this game. To my eyes, the two guards, both Gabe Jackson and Damian Lewis, looked pretty solid in this game in both standpoints of creating relatively good rushing holes for our running backs and then being very good in pass protection. Admittedly, I didn't concentrate on them as deeply. I'm going to go back and watch this game again here in the next day or two and get another look at things to see how it all played out. But to my eyes, on initial first viewing, everything looked good. Flag Sabbath says Rab's not entirely wrong. No, he's not. And he looks at it I liked Rob for a long time. So I don't mind a little negativity, Flag. You know that about me. So I think he gets a little strong in that direction of things, where he gets a little married to it. Let's just say that. But I think Rob tries to be honest in his opinions and really look at the team with as unbiased eyes as you can. And that's all you can look at by anybody that looks at their team that they're a fan of. Sean T says, I feel like we need to be at 3 scores ahead in the playoffs when playing the Chiefs or the Rams and watch Flags. Well, it'd be good to get up on those teams by those points, because then you're able to start really like leaning on the running game, forcing them to be one-dimensional where they just have to throw the ball, and that's when good things will happen, in my opinion. I don't know if it's wholly reliant on that we got to get up by 3 scores on those teams. The Chiefs came in with Mahomes into St. Lumen Field a couple of years ago. We won that game. The Rams have had our number a little bit recently, but they haven't seen us with this new offense. We'll see how that plays out. Ian Harper, aside from Gilmore, what midseason trade could you see possibly happening? A couple I would mention too would be this, Ian. Obviously, the Eagles are one that stands out to me. I know they won this week, but if they were to fall back a little bit and lose the next couple of games, guys like Fletcher Cox or Jason Kelsey or Zach Ertz, all 3 of those guys would look interesting, especially if you were to potentially get a little bit of an injury at your tight end situation. And so any of those 3 guys would be guys I'd jump out at. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Stephon Gilmore. Another guy that I've looked at who I thought's been a little bit of an interesting cat would be Brandon Cooks. He carries coming into the season about a $5.5 million salary cap hit. If you were to trade for him around the trade deadline, he'd only cost about $2.5 million for the rest of the season. I think that would be a guy that I'd also look at and say, that guy could maybe work as another wide receiver here. I like his career. I know he's got some concussion issues, but he would be interesting. He would be another guy I would take a look at. It's a little hard to make a prediction past this, and part of what I've referenced with this is that we got to have a couple of these teams that are contenders fall away. You've got 3/4 of the league that all think they're a contending team right now. We need that to come down to about half the teams in the league that are thinking they're contenders. Because I look at the non-contenders right now, when I look at Atlanta or Detroit, maybe Chicago, we'll see with them, the New York Giants, there's not a lot of guys out there that I look at that get me all that excited. I mean, maybe Saquon Barkley from the Giants, Evan Ingram if you need another tight end, if the tight end room gets a little weakened. But there's not a lot of guys quite yet, because we got to wait on the situation to play out just a little bit more to see who truly is going to be available. I think that's really more the key. Danny McCormick says Shanahan was talking about Sherman today. It wouldn't surprise me if they signed him tomorrow. Is Byron Maxwell or Jeremy Lane awake? Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me if the Niners did it. They're in a tough situation right now, Danny. They are in a really, really tough situation. So wouldn't shock me in the least if that's where this goes from this standpoint of things. There's not a lot of options, as we've talked about, on the corner market right now. You don't have 5 or 6 names to pick through. It's very lean. And the Niners are going to have to do something with it. The thing that would make me a little bit wondering on the Shanahan looking at Sherman thing, Danny, though, is that according to Last Second Sports, when I went on the 49ers channel about a month ago, he was talking about the Niners going to much more of a blitz-heavy look and putting their corners out on islands and man more often than not. If you're bringing in Richard Sherman, you're not going to put him out there on man. That would mean that they'd have to almost wholly change their scheme schematically to fit Richard Sherman into it at that point. It just that they would have to. They'd have to change up what they're wanting to do. That would add a little bit of skepticism on my part to them signing Richard, if that's what they were looking to do. Philip says, what would you say is the biggest concern for the Hawks after the season opener? Center, Philip. Center depth, center quality of center. So both depth of center and also as far as the performative level of play. That is the weakest link on our offensive line right now, by far. Flag says, if we're going to get Sherman, we better move quickly before the Niners get him. So this is as I was thinking this through, and I'm just doing this live on the fly, I don't think the Niners do it because of the fact that they're on more of a man-on-man scheme, because they're trying to go more blitz heavy this season. So I don't think they make that move. You would not put Richard Sherman in a man-based scheme at this point. There's no way you would do that. He doesn't have the skill set. He didn't have the skill set and speed to do that in his prime. You're not going to do it as he's now at the end of his prime. Sean T says at least 3 scores in the 4th. Maybe. I'm glad we're in agreement, AGM. I do like the fact you guys got the quarterback. That's the thing that's driven me crazy about your Bears. It drove me crazy when you drafted Mitchell Trubisky after one good season at North Carolina. When there were other more established guys out there, you finally did it this year. You didn't overthink it. You made the smart move on their part. Once you get your quarterback, that fixes a lot of other things that are broken. I can attest to that. Danny McCormick says Gabe Jackson was locks on Buckner all day. Posick, not so much. Wheeler says also, what happened to Ugo Amadi? I never saw him in the game. Well, Seattle, much like they were doing at their center position, and much like they were doing at their will linebacker position in this game, flipping between Jordan Brooks and Cody Barton, they were also doing the same with their slot corner. So I thought that Ugo had won the slot role, that he was your slot de facto starter there, and he wasn't going to move off of it, but they were mixing in Ugo and Marquise Blair. Both of them were, to my eyes, getting a pretty equivalent number of snaps in this game. Interesting to see. I don't know if that they want to have both of them out there and mix and match them a bit, but they definitely want to get Marquise Blair on the football field, and they found a way to do it early. But it was a little weird how many rotations you're going with this in a game, as the games count. This isn't preseason. It's live action, and you've got 3 positions that you're rotating through mid-game all the time. It's not traditional. I'll say that. TJ, Tyler Lockett is trying to get in the Seahawks Ring of Honor. He might force his way into that, TJ, when it's all said and done. And like I said, he's pushing his way into being like the second best receiver in Seahawks history here. He's forcing his way into that conversation right now with his level of play. Paul III says, I think you missed my last comments. I mentioned how dominant the NFC West teams were. Cards, Rams, and even Niners, who were up 38-10 when Verrett was hurt. Apparently, they pulled some starters after that. Oh, Paul, no, it was dominant. I mean, we thought we would have the toughest division in football. I had thought maybe this year would be the year finally a little bit of that would fall off, because when you tend to have the toughest division in football, it tends to be a title that sort of flips between different divisions year in and year out. But it seems like the NFC West has been the best division in football for going on like about 3 years straight now. It does. And so it's just one more in a year now where it's going to continue to be, it seems like, the case. And yeah, I mean, the Niners on that game against the Lions, I'm not going to knock the Lions coming back into that game a little bit. It's human nature. You see this in football a lot. Team gets up by another team 33-7 or whatever, and then the other team starts to get into it because that team dials it back and starts to kind of go through the motions a bit. It's you'd like to tell your team stay on your toes, stay sharp, stay frosty. It's easier said than done. But absolutely, we've got the best division in football. Not only do we have the best division in football, let's face it, we got the best division in football by far. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, I know we are Seahawks fans, but I just got back from the Rams game. That stadium is beautiful. Well, it should be. It's brand spanking new, isn't it? Any thoughts on the game, Jose? Was it you blown away by Stafford? Gohawks 2021, I never knew Lockett has never dropped a pass in the end zone. Wow. Why do we never hear about such stats? That's fantastic. I know when it caught me, I heard it this offseason and it blew me away. I was like, why haven't we heard about this more? That's an amazing stat. It's not a guy who's got like 20 touchdown catches. He's literally got probably 50, 55 touchdown catches in his career. Pretty amazing. And some tough touchdown catches, right? Some tough ones. Not a lot of, you got some tough, nothing easy about it. So awesome on his part. Hunter says, what's your opinion on Trey Flowers today? Hunter, I think the fan base to certain degrees and elements have got their hankles up when it comes to Trey Flowers, and that they're on the lookout for anything that's going to show them that he's not a good corner, and that they're going to gravitate towards that, and they're going to hammer on that. And I see it in my chat quite a lot. I don't tend to hold to that same level of opinion on him. I'm not ever expecting this guy to be a star or be upper level at the cornerback position. I just need him to be league average, Hunter. And I think he was league average today. And I think DJ Hunter was league average today. And I think if our front four and if our pass rush can generate the kind of pressure they generated today with just the front four doing that, I think that them being league average will be just fine. We could be a top 10, top 5 even defense with league average corner play. We're more reliant on the front four generating pass rush than we're relying on our corners being upper level. That's where my stance is on it. So I think he was fine today. I don't think he got beat like a drum. The thing I've mentioned over and over again on this, Hunter, is this. When you look at Carson Wentz, a guy at one point or another, not 2 years ago, was an MVP candidate, certainly has fallen off quite a bit, but playing behind again now, one of the best offensive lines he's had to play behind. And you held that guy through the majority of this game to basically, by the final drive, he got like 30 garbage yards at the end of the game. But up until that point, you held him to about 210 yards passing. He averaged 6 yards per completion, right? And about 210 yards. So, like, how do we knock the corners on a game like that? How do we look at our corners and say you guys didn't hold up the snuff? In a modern passing league, where throwing for 300 yards sometimes is like breathing. So I just can't bang on our corners like some are doing a little bit in the chat here. I'm just not there. I think they did fine today. They performed out about what I would expect from these corners. League average play. DJ can play a little bit above league average probably on a good given day. But I thought they were fine. D-Boy! What's up, D-Boy? Good to see you on here, my guy. How you doing? What's up, everyone? Good game today. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, D-Boy. Great game today. Feeling good. I think everybody's super positive. Lance Graham, DK Metcalf, and Lockett are two of the best wide receivers in the NFL. Oh, you better believe it, Lance. And maybe the best, one of the best combinations out there. They've got an argument to be made. I mean, there's some solid duos out there. There are. But they've got their name in there. They got their name in there right along with everybody else. Fantastic pair. And they really work well off of each other, I feel like. They really do. Michael YT, I remember Lockett, the catch he had in the end zone against the Cards in 2016 when he broke his foot. Wasn't that a drop? I might be wrong. I forgot about it. Micah, he actually caught that ball. Can you believe it? The man broke his leg and severely broke his leg on the play, and he caught the ball. Caught the ball. Nope. Even when he breaks his leg, not one drop in the end zone. Philip Champion, one thing I really don't like about the DK is he's too much of a me player. Last year in the playoffs, his whining about not getting enough targets directly led to an INT. Could you see him being unhappy today too? I can't speak for whether or not it's enough for DK to get basically 5 targets in a game. I'd certainly like to target him more over the course of a game than once deep into the third quarter where he was at in this game. I'd expect Seattle to make an adjustment with that to find a way to get the ball in his hands a little more often. When it comes to last year in the Rams playoff game, I don't land in the stance of people saying that DK going off caused the interception. The interception was caused because Freddie Swain decided to not block his man. I mean, that's why you have that interception, Philip. The interception happened because DK didn't come back to the ball like you need to do on that play as you feel the guy breaking on you. The corner's breaking hard on the route, come back to the ball. Don't wait for the ball to arrive to you like he kind of did on that play. So DK does have a little bit of a, I knock him on that given play, but I'm not knocking him on the sidelines for saying, hey, get me the ball. There's a couple of times last year in 2 different games specifically that I referenced with this, Philip. The Cardinals game, the first Cardinal game, and then I think the first Rams game, where Russell just didn't even target DK. He basically just kind of ignored him through a whole game. And there was times where the football copy would show you overhead shots of DK getting wide open in those moments. And these were in games where the offense struggled at times in those games. I think that when you're a guy as good as DK and you go through a course of a football game and your quarterback doesn't even target you but once or twice, if I'm a receiver and I consider myself one of the best receivers in the sport and he's showing himself to be that over the first 2 years of his career, I'm going to be in his quarterback. I'm going to be in my quarterback's ear. I'm going to be a little demonstrative. I'm going to say, what's going on here, Russ? I'm wide open. Why aren't you even targeting me? And frankly, that's something that you see with a lot of receivers and even great wide receivers. I've seen it with Jerry Rice pull that move when he was with the Niners. Do this same type of thing. We're talking about saying diva. I've seen your Terrell Owens and your Randy Mosses and there's been a variety of great receivers. Hell, we saw it last year with Devontae Adams in the playoffs in the Packer game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, visibly showing frustration on the sideline. Did anybody go at Devontae Adams at that point and call him a diva? And, oh, look, he's not getting catches now. You're getting catches all through the season. Now, the first moment you don't get catches and you're throwing a little hissy fit. No, but nobody, Philip, seems to give DK much of that same benefit of the doubt. I will. I do. I just don't see it in that same way. You're not alone, Philip. There are folks out there who see it that way, that see DK as a little bit of a diva and a problem in this element of it. I don't sit there in that same spot. Now, not getting enough targets, yes. If you're going to get a guy, as he said, you got halfway through the third quarter in this game, he had 1 target. If that duplicates itself over and over the course of the season, that might end up becoming a little bit of an issue, especially as we're looking at a guy who is going to be signing a contract extension after this year. But I don't expect it to be a problem at the end of the day. TJ says, was Brooks your most pissed off pick? No, because at least the upside on with him was you're going to get an upper level middle linebacker who'll struggle a little bit in coverage, which is fine. LJ Collier was the most pissed off pick because I knew that one was going to fail from the jump. I called him a bust on draft night. My video is there online. You can see I've got posted on my channel my last 3. I combined them, the last 3 reactions to the first pick of the draft for our Seahawks of the last 3 years. And LJ was just an awful pick then. It's an awful pick now. It didn't make any sense then, and it absolutely doesn't make any sense now. Hunter says, how do you think Eskridge will be? Do you think Eskridge will be good next week? Hunter, it's really hard with the concussions. Sometimes the concussion can be really serious, and the guy keeps having the post-concussion symptoms, headaches. difficulty with dealing with bright lights. The other thing is when you get a concussion, it's very easy to get another concussion right on the heels of that as you're recovering from it. So sometimes you want to give him the extra week to rest on that. It'll be all dependent on how he goes through the concussion protocols, how he looks as far as their tests on him go. Hunter says also, are you nervous for the Titans game next week at all? Yes, Hunter. Yeah, I know they got beat up today, but I think that they're going to be fighting mad next week. I don't think that we're going to get the same Titan team that the Cardinals got this week. They're going to look a lot different. Truth is, I know it says Andy Dalton looks terrible. He used to be average. Very much. Well, you saw last year with Andy Dalton when he went to the Cowboys and he had all those playmakers on the outside to throw to, and he still didn't look very good. That pretty much was an indicator of where Andy was in his pro career, in my opinion. John S. says, who's the team in our division that worries you the most? Probably the Rams, because they've been the team that's been the team that's been the toughest. They played us the toughest. They've had the most consistent success recently. And whether or not I think one acquisition makes your team over anything else, they did make the biggest player acquisition in our division, bringing Stafford onto their team. So they're the most, but not by a wide margin. Cardinals and 49ers are right there with them. Major sport timelines. What are your thoughts on the Titans game? Titans have taken some hits in recent years as far as their personnel goes. They lost Jack Conklin to the Cleveland Browns, a really good right tackle for them. Their backup right tackle they left, who took over for Conklin, basically left this offseason. They let him go. Obviously, they had Isaiah Wilson. They were out of Georgia, who flamed out for them as quickly as Malik McDowell flamed out for us, basically. So their right tackle position is a question mark. Taylor Lewan's coming off a torn ACL. Probably still getting back up to speed. That offensive line's getting older in other parts like Roger Saffold. Maybe it's not as much of a strength as it's recently been. Their secondary also took some hits. Wasn't a surprise to see them get dinged over the top in this game. Adoree Jackson, Malcolm Butler losing them this offseason and not having really good gameful replacements on point for them at that point. I think maybe you got them see them beat up a little bit in that respect. But they're still a very good team. This is still a team that's going to compete to get in the playoffs in the AFC. I think the running game is going to bounce back here in soon. And they're still a dangerous team with those two guys they've got on the outside at the wide receiver position. So I'm not overlooking them at all. Wheeler, I liked seeing Blair in the nickel role. He held it down really well. He looked solid out there. Both him and Ugo looked pretty good in the nickel role. I thought they both did pretty well in this game when they played. Lance Graham says, can the Seahawks beat the Titans? You better believe the Seahawks can beat the Titans, Lance. I do think it's going to be a tough game. I do think the Titans are going to give you their best punch. They're going to get their biggest swing this next game, coming off being beat at home in the opening game of the year. But with that said, we get to play this game at home. And we get to play this game at home with our fans back in the stadium. And that's a good benefit to us, a good little boon. So still feel good about it. Think we can beat them. It's going to be a tight game, though. I don't think it's going to be like this game this week where it's as comfortable. Danny says, you missed my last comment. What about Kyle Fuller from Denver? Oh, the quarterback from Denver. Sorry, I probably thought it was that. Maybe. He looked a little bit done by the year going on through last year. Denver does have a little bit of they're a little stacked at the cornerback room, so they may have a little bit of extra assets that they can offload to us. Yeah, he's played in some zone-based stuff. He could probably fill out pretty well, Danny, overall, if you had to make a move like that for him. I think the Denver's going to like him, though, quite a bit over there. They might just hold on to him. And Denver did win today, so they might be a team that considers themselves a contender, whether we believe so or not. Stephen Weston, are you tired of Flowers? I'm not. There's a lot of the Seahawks fan base that is Stephen, but I don't remain one of them. I only need him to play league average. League average has always got to play out there, and league average corners are going to give up completions over the course of a game. League average, don't get burned over the top, and you'll do just fine in this defense. Brando2345, is it fair to say Tyler Lockett is the best receiver on the team? I think he's still ahead of Metcalf personally. Lockett just has much more to his game at this point in his career. Maybe. I don't know if I go that route. I think that in this game, for instance, if you were to look at Brando this game and look at how the Colts were playing Tyler Lockett and first play how they were playing DK Metcalf and see who was getting double teamed more often, the Colts were indicating to you that they were double teaming DK more often than they're double teaming Tyler. They were considering DK more of a threat. They were considering Tyler a threat, who was getting a lot more single coverage in this game. So Tyler went out and hunted against single coverage, just like you would hope DK to do if they were to roll the double coverage over to Tyler. But no, I still put DK probably as I know I'm saying Tyler's right now the second best receiver in Seahawks history. That's on production, but I think DK still has a better trajectory, and I don't know though. It's they're both probably close, but I'm still probably giving DK a little bit of an edge. I know that might not make sense calling Tyler the second best receiver in Seahawks history, but I think DK's right there right now where he's at. Lance says, I can't believe how much the Packers suck today. I can't believe either. I would never have seen a game where I would have projected this out as being 38-3. That was a surprise. That was unusual. I did not see that one coming. Not at all. A tough loss by the Packers. But maybe this is the year that they do take a little bit of a step back. Debo says, everyone hit that like button, please. Seahawks won today, so hit that like button. Let's go Hawks. Yes, please do. If you're watching this live or you're watching this on replay, either way, please do hit that like button if you would for me, please. It helps this channel out quite a bit. I know it seems like a small, silly thing, but you do help this channel. Wheeler, how do you feel about the Green Bay at Lambeau today? I saw the Hawks put him in a... How did you feel about... Oh, sorry. How did you feel about Rasheem Green at defensive tackle today? I saw the Hawks put him in at Sam a couple times. Or linebacker today, sorry. It looked okay with it. I didn't notice it as cleanly as you did, Wheeler. So I'll try to concentrate a little bit more on when I do the replay with it. But they want to get that guy in at the Sam to give him a de facto fifth down defensive line. And then what that's going to allow you to do, having a big body down there, is stop the run first and foremost. You're putting basically a de facto 5-man down line of scrimmage. That's going to clog a lot of things up in the running game. So it should help in stopping the run that much more when you do so. You might put them out in coverage a couple times with that, though, Wheeler. That's the downside of it, is that you can get those guys then targeted in the passing game, which we saw as well on the other side of it, specifically when Rasheem got matched up against a wide receiver, I think Michael Pittman in coverage, and Wentz went right after him. But, yeah, it looked okay to me. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, I'm now scared of Matt Stafford. Well, he put up a pretty scary performance, it sounds like. GoHawks 2021 says, what do you think of the 7-man blitz? Personally, I think that will put too much on the cornerbacks. I don't think you need to blitz a whole lot when you got the front four generating pressure like they were in this game, GoHawks. The less we blitz, the better when the front four is generating this kind of pressure, because you don't have to do it. You're creating holes in the secondary that you don't need to create. It's Jam Kronos. Thank you. It's Jam Kronos for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you. Lance Graham, thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. You both are awesome for having done so, and I do appreciate it. Super awesome for doing so. We're on the road to 10,000 here. Truth as I know it says, why does DK Metcalf only have 2 rushes for his career? How many rushes are appropriate for this season? I don't know that you're going to want to have DK rushing the ball a whole lot. The 6'4" guys, if you look across the league, there's not a lot of guys at 6'4" that are running fly sweeps. You don't see that very often. And what is the big thing of DK that he got knocked for coming out of college? The short shuttle. Well, when you're having the guy run the fly sweep, he's coming around full speed, but then he's got to sort of stop on a dime and get upfield and cut it upfield when he sees a hole. Well, that's going to challenge a little bit of your lateral ability to move side to side, which isn't necessarily the biggest part of his game. It doesn't have to be. So I just don't think he's a player that it fits as well to run that fly sweep stuff, even though he is a fast guy like Eskridge is. The thing that DK is, he's a fast guy, and he's quick, and he's sudden. He can stop and start on a dime kind of thing, whereas DK takes a little bit of time to get up to full speed. Danny McCormick says, y'all don't remember Doug Baldwin swearing at the coaches and Russ about not getting the ball. Yeah, Doug definitely has his moments on the sideline saying, get me the ball. I'm a playmaker. Let's go. Let's go. Lance Graham, what is it with these NFL players wearing expensive watches and necklaces and earrings in a game? Lance, you explain that one to me when I get it as well. Now, on the first standpoint of it, you go, why would you do this as far as adding that kind of extra weight? Gold is heavy. Titanium's heavy. I mean, even if you're adding an extra, half pound of weight or 4 ounces of weight, why would you want to slow yourself down like that? For what benefit? No one can see your damn necklace. No one cares. Everybody's rich in the NFL. You don't got much more swag than somebody else has it. And then you've got the other aspect of it, Lance, of when they actually get them like the Michael Crabtree necklace where it got broken and ripped out on the field by Aqib Talib a couple years ago. There was one game where a guy lost I think an earring on the field, and they had the poor trainers out there trying to look for it. Logan McSwain, thank you for subscribing. Got a little bit of a subscriber train going on here. So it's Jamar Kronos and Stephon Weston and Logan McSwain. You're awesome. And Stephen Weston, thank you. Appreciate you. You guys are awesome for subscribing. I do appreciate it. I love subscriber trains. I love it. I love it. So I don't understand that either. I heard that story though at one point, a guy lost his like $50,000 diamond studded earring a couple years ago, and they had the trainers out on their hands and knees trying to find it on a football field. How about you just don't wear it? You don't need to wear it. Just wait till after the game. You're wearing a helmet most of the time. Nobody can see it. Nobody cares. Stefan Weston, do you think Seattle should pick up John Brown? I'm open to it, Stefan. I'm open to it. Steven, sorry, calling you Stefan. Steven, I'm open to it, Steven. Nice thing about now doing the week 2 signings onward is a guy like John Brown, you're signing to a veteran minimum deal. You're signing him at a contract that's not guaranteed. So if you have to just bring him in for a couple weeks and have him just do some specialized stuff, you can do that. I don't think, though, that it's likely they do sign him, though. So though I'd be open to it, I don't think it's probably likely that it does happen. Paul Third says, does Aaron Rodgers have the worst week 1 performance by a previous MVP ever? QBR 13.5. He was benched for Jordan Love. Has 0 chance of repeating now. The early attention's important. Yeah, he's not going to repeat with a performance like that. Almost 1 game alone, that'll get you knocked out. That's got to be probably the worst coming off from MVP performance. Yeah, probably doesn't get worse than that, Paul. I mean, it's bad. I don't know if he's just maybe he's in his bag. Maybe he's just a little bit in his feelings because of the way the Packers went about this offseason and not letting him move on. But he certainly wasn't showing it in this game, man. Didn't show it from the first one. That's as bad a performance as we've seen from Aaron Rodgers at any point in time in his entire pro career. Jeff, Chanman, the Lions put up 33 points against the 49ers. How do you feel about that? Someone's a little bit on the garbage time of things. I mean, they brought it back and made it interesting against the Niners, no doubt about it. The Niners are paper thin at the cornerback. And when they lost Jason Verrett, that's when the Lions started to be able to really start to eat up their cornerbacks. I mean, they don't have a lot there. Goff took like 57 attempts to throw for 360 yards. I don't take as much away from that. I think they got up on him. They beat him up pretty good right from the start. I would take more from that on the front end of the Niners and they're winning that than I would take off the back end, frankly. So I don't take a lot, but they did put up 33 points on the Niners. I mean, Lions are not a team that's going to probably put up 33 points on very many teams this season. And everybody's telling us that this 49er defense is the same type of defensive team that went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. I didn't buy it, mainly because of that secondary depth, but that's what people have been telling us. That's what the pundits have been telling us. And certainly that's not that type of performance you put up giving up 33 points. But they're still a very good team, still very solid and excellent offensively. Philip, yeah, you made some really good points about DK. He's nowhere near the level of diva as some of the other elite receivers, but I just feel like Russ needs to go through his reads naturally. He does need to go through his reads naturally, Philip. I agree with you there. I don't want to force feed DK necessarily. But with that said, I also don't want to end up halfway into the third quarter with DK only having 1 target. And in that 1 target, he made the catch, right? Find a way to get him a couple targets throughout the course of the game. That's not force feeding him. That is, utilizing one of your best offensive options. And I think they would be smart to do that. Now, with that said, Philip, if you're going to get a defense that's going to double team DK on every snap and there's easier ground to cover in other places, then go get the easier covered ground. Don't make the game hard on yourself just to force feed a guy. I think that was a little bit of what was going on in the course of this game. Again, without seeing all the copy to see if he was getting doubled as much as it was feeling like he was. Wheeler, do you think Trey Brown will play this season? Yep. He'll probably get back off the knee. I think he's got just a little bit of a sore knee at this point. I don't think it's a torn ACL, but it's probably going to take him a couple weeks to get back up to snuff. That's why probably the Seahawks have really been going through a little bit of a carousel with corners coming in and out. John Reed, Blesson Austin, Sidney Jones, Achille Witherspoon, you in, you out, you in, you out. It's probably a little bit having that to do with the fact of Trey Brown and that knee health. Philip, our defensive line looks really strong, man. Who would you say our top 5 defensive line rushers are? Mayowa, Dunlap, Hyder, Rasheem Green, Robinson? Or do you think we have a top 5 rush by the end of the year? Top 5 defensive line rushers. Our top 5 defensive line rushers would probably be Carlos Dunlap, probably Carlos Dunlap at that point. Looks like Rasheem Green might be our number 2. Then you would probably go Mayowa, Hyder, Robinson. And Robinson might be better than Hyder and Mayowa. He just may not get the opportunities, and those guys be maybe too veteran-y in getting their snaps over Robinson. But Robinson might be even better than those 2 guys. He just might not get the opportunities. Flag Sabbath, it was great to see Aaron Rodgers fizzle out. Oh, especially was when he's walking in the stadium and he's wearing the sunglasses inside and you're going, okay, all right, Aaron. Okay. All right, buddy. Sure. But yeah, I'm not going to hate if we don't have to deal with Aaron Rodgers being elite this year. I'm not going to be sad about that. Wheeler says, I think the Trey Flowers situation is similar to when Jeremy Lane won the corner number 2 spot in 2015. Everybody hated it, but he really didn't do that bad. Yeah, there's for some reason, I don't know what it is exactly with Trey Flowers, Wheeler, but in my opinion, he's just got a little bit unfairly beaten up by the Seahawks fan base. And there's been those in the fan base that are very much just on that track of this guy's horrible, get him out of town. I hate this guy. I hate him. Get him gone. And I get where they're coming from. He's had some rough patches and moments. He's not always looked great, but there's been some times he's looked good too. It's been a bit of both. And there is some upside with this guy. And this guy can give you league average play. And he can give you the occasional pick. And he can be strong as a tackler in the run game. That's the part people kind of don't remember about him as much. But you saw it in this game a little bit at times where Trey Flowers came down and was good stopping the run, coming in, making a tackle. You know, he can give that to us. He can give that to your game a little bit. So I'm just a little bit, I think, higher than other folks are. But even in my little higher, it's not Pro Bowl level higher, just a little higher. Philip says, after watching game 1, what would be your new adjusted prediction for our final record and result in the playoffs? Philip, I'm not going to leave off of my prediction from 2 weeks ago. Nothing I saw off this game led me to believe any differently of what I think I'm going to eventually see from this season for my team this year. And maybe I'm being a homer. Maybe I'm being biased. Maybe. But I think this is the best team you put together in 5 or 6 years. You've been a perennial playoff team over that last 5 or 6 years. You were the most injured team in the league in 2019, still made the playoffs, still won a playoff game, took Packers to the brink in Lambeau. Then the night last year, you were the 5th most injured team, still got to the playoffs, still won the division. And injuries tend to be something that fluctuates. It doesn't tend to be that you're going to be the most injured team in the league, the top 5 most injured team in the NFL for 3 years straight. So you're a little healthier, schedule's a little easier, best offense you put together in recent years, best defense you put together in recent years, and you have maybe the best special teams unit in the entire NFL. That lands me at 13-4. Lands me about 13-4. So I still stand on that prediction, Philip. And yeah, I think that 13-4, I still think you're getting to the Super Bowl. Maybe it's my Super Bowl prediction. Maybe it's my homer prediction, but it is my prediction. And that's where I see him going. Philip Champion says, are you a Seattle native born and raised? What city are you from, if I may ask? Philip, I wasn't originally born in Seattle, but I spent all of my childhood and upbringing in the local Seattle area. I was a North End kid. So I went to high school in Mukilteo at Kamiak. And I am a guy that went to, I lived all around the Northern Corridor. So Everett, lived in Marysville, Edmonds, lived in Seattle, Shoreline, Bothell, lived in, Woodinville. Yeah, I've lived all over on that west side. Lolo says, Daryl Taylor looks really interesting, bursty and fresh. Oh yeah, Lolo, bursty is exactly what he's got. I mean, he's got a twitchiness to him, like I've said, we don't have on the roster in any other pass rusher. And they're very hard to find these guys like this kind of twitchiness. That's why you had to give trade a 3rd round pick to move up in the 2nd round to go get this guy, because somebody else was going to jump on that skill set earlier if you didn't, probably. Looking good, Lolo. Looking really good and well put. Yogi Polywall. I hope Ponu's okay. We have the same birthday. Oh, I do too as well. Hopefully, it looks like he was able to get back out there, but man, when it's those back injuries, you always get worried. So if you get a little bit of a fracture in that back, it's like, oh, that's a 6 to 8 weeker at that point. Hopefully, he's not dealing with that. Carroll didn't mention any major injuries to Pona in his press conference. He might have just forgotten it. But hopefully, that guy can come back. I hope so too. JDM says, after today's showing, I like our chances against the Titans secondary. Good play calling by Shane Waldron today and execution by the players. Very well put, JDM, and I agree. I very much agree. I think we can take advantage of them in that secondary. That's absolutely where we can attack. Stopping the run, attacking that deprived secondary of the Titans is going to be the way that to go about is maybe our blueprint for this next week's win. Jason Tudor, holy crap, you're still on. I literally left 3 hours ago to run my D&D game, and I come back to watch the rest, and somehow, awesome. Hey, man, I'm rolling, baby. I'm rolling. It's the first week of the year, first win. I'm riding high. I'm on my cloud 9. I'm feeling it, baby. I'm feeling it. Lance Graham, I heard the Rams and the 49ers are the favorite to win the NFC West. Not in this channel. Not in this chat. Not where I stand. We are the champions. We are the returning champions. They got to take our belt away. I don't see it yet. Logan McSwain, thank you for the $5 donation, Logan. You are super awesome, and I do appreciate it, sir, and I salute you. Thank you, man. He says, hey, man, should have subbed a while ago. Well, thank you for subbing. Keep up the great work. Do the Titans losing look like they did today make you less worried about next Sunday? No, I probably have about the same amount of fear, Logan, and thank you for that $5 donation. I really do appreciate the support. But I really look at this game in much of the same way I would have looked at this in June, where I see that game against the Cardinals, and while I go, well, there's some things you're obviously going to be able to look at on tape and attack like the Cardinals were able to attack, right? You're gonna see those, and hell, they did this here, we're going to do that there. But the thing I go back to in the NFL is when you have a team like this that really gets embarrassed like this, a team that a lot of people feel is going to be a good football team, a team with a coach tough as nails and who's going to spit fire and who's going to just be screaming at those players all week about, do you care about football? Do you care about being a professional? Do you want to get embarrassed every week? Because that was embarrassing. You hear that tends to make those guys try extra hard the next week after that. So we're going to get the Titans' best punch. We're going to get their biggest swing. We're going to get a team that's going to try to come out and be out physical us on both lines of scrimmage. How do we answer against that? How do we weather that initial storm? And if you can weather it and fight through that, then you can go out there and you can win that football game. But if you get overwhelmed by it out the jump, it could be a little bit of a tougher game for us to find a way to win this one. And I did see in these first 3 games of the season, I saw initially a 1 loss in these first 3 games because you're going up against 3 really quality opponents to start the season off. We'll see how it goes, and 2 of them being on the road. But no, I think the Titans are going to be, as I've related, Logan, I've sort of made the relation in this chat to it being like you've got a feral animal that you've cornered in your house who's snuck into your house. And he's in the middle of the corner, and he's obviously got rabies. He's foaming at the mouth. He's looking wild, screaming at you. And you've got to find a way with your bare hands to get him out the door, back out and back out into the front yard, and not get scratched and not get bit. So we got a little bit of that I think we're going to be dealing with in this upcoming game. But it's winnable. You're playing at home. We got the 12s back in the house. That's got to help. So I still think we got a good chance to go out there and figure it out. Lolo says ESPN had the Hawks going 0-9 to start out. That's going well so far. Yeah, Lolo, I mentioned ESPN. If your simulator has our Seahawks going 0-9 in any, I don't care if you run 200 simulations. There's no simulation that should have found our Seahawks going 0-9. And if the ESPN NFL simulator had that happening, they needed to trash their simulator and redesign that sucker because something is really broken. And it only took 1 week for it to be proven out true. But yeah, that was a silly simulator. I trust the Madden simulation over that ESPN simulator. Hawk HNL says, Lockett mentioned they're going to run the offense to whatever the defense gives them. Won't force anything and do too much. Love the offensive mentality. Yeah, it makes the game easier on you, right? Hawks HNL. There's a little bit of that old school mentality in Coach Carroll of this. We're going to show you what we're going to do. Yeah, it's going to happen. So you look at the defensive side of the ball, right? Carroll wants to tend to be vanilla. We'll show you the front 4. We're going to rush with just a front 4 and drop everybody in the zone. We're not going to do a lot of exotic things in our secondary. What you see is what you get. Good luck. And we do the same thing offensively prior to this year. We're going to hammer the ball up in the middle runs, in the A-gap runs, hammer, and then we're going to try to take our deep shot the second we catch you leaning forward. Very simplistic, but the NFL and the modern NFL game is not about simplicity. It's about complexity. It's about nuance and details. And that's what you have now. And it's really good to see. And it's really needed, frankly, for this offense to take this next step in its development. Not just a Lockett or DK, but a Russell Wilson as well. I love to see it. Shervin's SFO says, Darius Leonard said the Colts were unable to adjust to our cover 2 beaters. Love to hear that because because Shoddy couldn't scheme against cover 2. Laughing out loud. Yeah. So you saw obviously the Colts did with a lot of that is they came in this game going, look, Seahawks struggled with cover 2 last year. Let's try to unveil this out the gate. I know they've got this new offense, but let's see with what worked last year if it will work again this year. Oh, but you have an offense that can beat cover 2 now. You have an offense well put together to beat those cover 2s. So nice little tidbit by Darius mentioning that. And interesting. Sherman says Waldron seems a lot more creative, a whole lot more creative. There was at least 6 or 7 plays on this that had just sublime design, absolutely sublime design. Guys running this way, getting the defense looking this way, you come back that way, getting extra blockers into space in the screen game on that Everett screen, for instance, just beautifully set up, beautifully put together. Go Hawks 2021, thank you for your membership and thank you for your donation. Coming in with a $6 donation. Go Hawks 2021, you are awesome. It says, what a great day. Thanks for your input and knowledge. Be safe. Well, thank you, Go Hawks 2021. Everyone was very kind here in the chat today with the donations. Thank you to all of you for that. I really do appreciate it. Like I said, these donations are going to go next to me getting a microphone and a mixer board. That's what I got on Trek here. So that's going to be my next nice big purchase here. Get that nice deep baritone voice I can get on full display for you guys here. But thank you, Go Hawks 2021 and Logan McSwain. You guys are awesome. Michael Sicker. Everything looked balanced today. 12th man will be huge this season. Next game will be a good reference to see where we match up against the Cards. NFC West looks good this year. Yeah, you do get a nice kind of counter to see, okay, the Cardinals went against Tennessee and beat the brakes off them. How can you do against Tennessee now at home? So it does give you a little bit of a measure of comparative value. Good point on that, Michael. And I feel good about where we are. The balance is what we hoped we'd see, and we saw it. And man, to have the 12th man back in the building, we've got one of the best home field advantages in all of football, if not the best home field advantage in all of football. To get that returned again now, so nice to have. So beautiful to have. Sean T says, go Hawks, go Hawks. Wheeler says Spooner returned to the field to the play on the next defensive series after his injury, so probably nothing super bad broken at that point, right, Wheeler, if that's the case? Jason Tudor, that ESPN story is bogus. That one result with us was 1 in a million, and it was released to troll us. So I was told, Jason, that it was 200 simulations that was run, not a million, but 200 simulations. If I'm wrong on that, Jason, please do correct me on that. But I was told it was 200 simulations. If it's 1 million, maybe I can understand that a little more. But the 200 one, I was like, In 200 simulations, you see, we have this season play out 200 times. There's a season that plays out with the Seahawks going 0-9. That's the part where I couldn't quite see it. But you're right. They did a variety of simulations. It wasn't the only one. Though I thought that they had like the cumulative of all the simulations had the Seahawks at like 5-12 or something. Philip says, Pete is 70. How many more years do you give him as an NFL head coach? Pete has talked about taking this in a 3-year trek of things. I would say that you look at last year, he just signed a contract extension midway into last year. That would be an indicator to me that he's looking to go for at least an additional 3 years. He strikes me as that type of guy that you're going to have to, they say this about certain football players. They say, you're going to have to tear the jersey off me to get me to stop playing. You're going to have to force me off that field. I think Coach Carroll could very well end up becoming that same kind of coach where he just loves the sport that much. He knows this is it. He doesn't have any intention of embracing retirement or anything that retirement would provide him. And that he's a guy that you're going to have to tear that jersey off of him. You're going to have to rip that whistle off of his neck to get him to stop coaching. So probably at least another 3 years as we go forward. Lolo says, I'm heading to bed. Have a good one. See you next Sunday. Go Hawks. See you next Sunday, Lolo. And thank you for hopping on in the chat. Michael Sinker says, could every NFC West team make the playoffs? You could. You could see that. I was trying to do the math on this where, you've got 6, so you got 24 games within the division played. You can have 12 wins, 12 losses. If you end up with 12 losses between the 4 teams, you divide that up. So 12 losses between 4 teams essentially comes out to 4 losses. Right? Am I getting this right? I might be having, again, math, not my strong suit, 7 hours into the stream. But if you had 4 teams at 4 to 5 losses, right? 6 losses, you could sneak everyone in there. And when you look at the rest of the NFC, you're not going to get a wild card team coming out of the NFC East. You're probably not going to get a wild card team coming in and out of the NFC North. So that means only really it comes down to Tampa Bay and New Orleans Saints is that only other, 2 teams really that's going to press that at that point. So it could happen, Michael. It very well could happen. That would be just crazy to see, wouldn't it? Paul Third, Texans only unbeaten team, the AFC South team, and we're a top 3 in total offense. Very surprised. Very surprising by Paul the Third. And props to Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor's had a really tough career up until this point, not being always given the opportunities despite the fact that he plays pretty solidly. He had him with the Cleveland Browns a couple years ago when they drafted Baker, and he was going to be that fill-in guy, played pretty solidly, but then you had their head coach trying to play for You know, he was trying to coach for his livelihood at that point and keep his coaching job, so he put Baker in there. Then he goes to the Chargers last year. He has that weird situation happen where they got to give him a shot. He gets his lung penetrated by the shot. Justin Herbert takes over the job. He's supposed to be the starter for at least that 1 year. Herbert takes over and runs with the job, just doesn't get a chance. Now Tyrod Taylor's finally getting a chance. A guy who I thought's been a really good quarterback when he's had a chance. He's got a good, strong arm, throws a beautiful ball, and very, very mobile as well. And he's going to finally get that chance here with the Texans this year. And he's got some guys to go to there. I mean, they're not a great offense. That line's not the best, but he's got his left tackle in Tunsil. You got Brandon Cooks out there. A couple guys to throw to here and there. I mean, he might be okay for them. I'm still going to be on them as a team, probably not getting more than five wins or so. But props to the Texans. That was surprising today to see them do what they did against the Jaguars. Lance says Russell needs to learn to throw the ball away before he gets sacked. Yeah, he does, Lance. Part of one of the things that I've knocked on with Russell at times is that he's not always great pre-snap. He does not always recognize where the blitz is coming from, and the place you can really attack him at times is if you get a free pass rusher who's going to go unblocked. Russell's not always going to get targeted, his hot route receiver, to not take that hit and not take that sack. There was only one time in this game that he got hit by it on, that he got dinged by that. He was solid all the way the rest of the way through. So I'm going to feel like he's going to be pretty good with this when it's all said and done with this. At least he's going to be improved in this offense. The other thing that's going to help him, Lance, is that he's got more shorter routes diagrammed out there for him to go to now. And you need the short routes on the blitzes to be able to go to. If you're more leaning heavily to everything being the whole shot and needing a 7-yard drop and needing the receiver to have enough time to get up the field to throw that whole shot, well, that's that much more highly a likelihood that you're going to get hit as a quarterback. Those are going to be a little more. Those are going to be a little more removed out of the game plan going into it this year, and that's going to help. Philip Champion says, I just read that Pete goes through 15 pieces of Bubblicious per game. That's one piece every 12 minutes on average. Are you concerned for his dental health? Well, if you look at Pete, he's got those like horse gels coming off the side from all that gummy chews. So it just gives him that just hardened, grizzled coach look, right? That's all that does. And Chris Higgins, thank you for subscribing, Chris. You're awesome. A bunch of new subscribers here. Got some donations, new subscribers. It's all I can ask for. So welcome on in, Chris. Good to see you on in here, and thank you for subscribing. You are awesome for doing that. Awesome. But he loves his Bubblicious, Philip, and he loves it. And who doesn't? Bubblicious is very tasty for the first 20 bites. But let's face it with Bubblicious. After about the first 20 chews, that taste is pretty much gone. You're like a cow chewing on his udder at that point. So it's time to get a fresh slice in there. Shervins, I remember when DK went on that podcast and said all we did was run the ball, and go deep, and teams figured us out. Even the players knew our play calling was weak. Yeah, Shervins, it's what I've tried to harp on a little bit with this offseason. When you're DK say it, I was saying it before DK said it on the podcast. It became so obvious. It became, this is what forced Carroll's hand. He didn't want to go to a modernized offense. And believe me, Coach Carroll does not want to run a West Coast offense with up tempo. This is kryptonite to Coach Carroll and what he wants to do. But it's speaks to Coach Carroll realizing that a change needed to be made, that he needed to go harder than he did with the Schottenheimer hire prior. Harder than let's go with a boring vanilla offense that's going to be unimaginative. He had to go in an opposite direction, and he did so. But it was absolutely becoming predictable, Shervins. To the point you have a Colts in this game, knowing they're going up against a new offensive scheme, an offensive scheme that's going to try to hammer short passes, and they still went out and started this game out with playing the cover 2. Because they were still trying to beat the Seattle Seahawks team of 2020. Fed to bands. Seahawks defense surprised me today. Their defense was looking good. Where would you rank this defense? I'd put this defense right now as a top 10 defensive team, but right there at about 10, with upside. The upside is going to be relying on the young guys developing, on the young pass rushers specifically developing. If Rasheem Green and Daryl Taylor can give you what they gave you today to give what you already have in Dunlap, Mayoa, Hyder, then you can push even higher than that. But I put him about 10. GoHawks 2021 says, Night Man, on Thursday. GoHawks 2021, we're going to go live on probably Wednesday night for the game preview. But if I don't get a live on Wednesday, then I absolutely will be live on Thursday. But we're going to shoot for Wednesdays and Sundays are going to be my stream days during this year. Jeff says, tapping out for the evening, Brandon. Sleep, awesome win today. And thank you again for the stream tonight. Go Hawks, my guy. Have a good night of rest. Mask Temple, go Hawks. How do you do it? 7 hours. I don't know, Mass Temple. I'm a crazy man. I'm wild. I'm living on the edge. It's where I got to be. It keeps me sharp. You know what I mean? Keeps me sharp. Keeps me ready. But you guys keep me going, man. This chat keeps me lively. I've said it before. It sounds like I'm fluffing up my chat a bit, but it's an honestly where I standpoint. I think I've got the smartest, well thought out chat of anybody really out there in YouTube. Certainly anybody out there as far as NFL YouTube channels go. I see chats in those NFL channels, and it's just a bunch of everybody beating their chest talking about how great they are. But we have guys that talk about what our team does good and what our team does bad, and they try to look at it with a sober mind, as I try to do. And it's you guys in there that keep me going with it, because you keep me thinking. And it's that part that I love as part of this process, is the interaction backwards and forwards, where we really back and forth, where we really kind of get to, I think, the bottom line on stuff, and we really get into the heart of this stuff. We peel back the layers. I tell you, I say it again. It's like I start this stream, I hit go live, I blink, and I look up, and it says 7 hours have gone by. I don't know, man. I don't know why it's that way. It's because I think I love it. That's why it is that way. Shervin says Daryl Taylor looked like baby Frank Clark out there. John might have gotten one. Yeah, he might have just gotten one. And Frank Clark, another guy I was mentioning on those second rounders, they've done good in the past. The Jaron Reed pass rushers, they've done good on. Also did pretty good on second round Frank Clark, didn't they? Hit on that one pretty well, didn't you? So astute, some similarities there, Bill. This guy's a lot more sudden than Frank, I'll tell you that. He's even more sudden than what Frank can give you on the outside. As Shervin says, his first step is absolutely insane. It's an insane first step that Daryl Taylor has. The thing I've laughed about with him, when you watch Daryl Taylor, here's my little keynote point to my little Hawks Nest insight to give you guys something that nobody else will talk about. When you watch Daryl Taylor, notice him off the snap. He's always the last guy off the snap of the defensive lineman on the line of scrimmage. But then he makes up that speed real quick. He makes up that loss of speed real fast. And when he can learn to time the snap count, when he gets that part of his game down, look out. Look out. Lance Graham, will people ever forget the Super Bowl when the Seahawks should have gave the ball to Marshawn and they just threw it for an interception? Well, Lance, here's why you're coming in here again. This is why you're on my channel, is I go in more depth on things. I always will try to dive in on more depth than I do surface level. Let's go back to that Super Bowl play, okay, Lance? That final Super Bowl play. First and foremost, one game never comes down to one game, one play. Never does. A game is made up of usually 70, 80, 90 plays. It's the accumulation of all those plays. When you look at that Super Bowl loss, really at the end of the day, Lance, the Super Bowl loss came down to one true thing at the end of the day. Your Legion of Boom was beat to hell. And they were trying to fight through those injuries. Richard Sherman had a snapped ligament in his arm. Earl Thomas had a separated shoulder. Cam Chancellor, the night before the game, tore an MCL in the final practice before the Super Bowl. And then Jeremy Lane, after he picks Tom Brady off in the first quarter and returns the ball back, gets his ACL and his arm broken. His ACL torn, his arm broken by Julian Edelman. When your Legion of Boom defense got that debilitated, they gave up a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. That's why you lost that game. But if we want to look at that play about giving the ball to Marshawn and whether you should have given that ball to Marshawn or not given that ball to Marshawn, let's look at that play. Throughout the course of that year, when you're an offensive coordinator and you're determining what's the best play to call on the goal line, you're going to look at the data you have over the course of that season when you're in the Super Bowl. And when you looked at the data of that season and you looked at Marshawn, when he was at the goal line in third and short, or essentially from the 1 yard line, and he was going up against a stacked front, a heavy front. That means 5 defensive linemen, and the Patriots brought out a heavy front on that given play. Marshawn had about 5-6 attempts that year, didn't make it in one time. Didn't make it in one time in that type of similar situation. Conversely, Seattle had run that pick play at the goal line about 7 times that season, and they had completed a touchdown every time they had ran it. So the data from the offensive coordinator standpoint told him to go to that throw. Do I agree with it? Would I have done more of a rollout in space and given Russell an opportunity to throw the ball away so you could come back to Marshawn for at least one attempt at that point, even if they bring the stacked front? Sure. There would have been a better call-up play there. But it wasn't necessarily a guarantee that going to Marshawn in that case was going to bring out a different result either. That's the one thing that I would push back just a little bit on. Music Kingdom, if we were to pull a trade, would you prefer Jason Kelce or Stephon Gilmore? Jason Kelce all day, Music Kingdom. Jason Kelce all day. His impact would be even larger than what you'd get from Stephon Gilmore. Both of them would improve the team, but I think Kelce would give you a little bit more. Larissa Phillips says, I wonder if Russell Wilson will finally win the MVP. Larissa, unfortunate news for you. A lot of those East Coast voters, and the majority of voters for the MVP are going to be journalists. The majority of those journalists are going to be on the East Coast. to Midwest. I would gather a lot of them don't even watch all of Russell Wilson's games, which they should do. But the fact that he's not even gotten one MVP vote up until this point in his entire career, and with the career that he's put together, leads me to believe that our best hope for him is to be top 5 in MVP voting. That he'll never be given that kind of respect here in Seattle, even if he balled out that hard all year long. Maybe this is the year he finally could get that respect. But I tend to be that I just don't think, for whatever reason, be it maybe there's just those people out there that can never get outside of their head of Russell Wilson not being just a game manager type, because he had to hold that label for like 6 years. And it's just it was hard enough for them to get out of that lane. Getting them into the lane of looking at him as an MVP type level talent is just too big of a stretch for them. Shervin's SFO, Gilmore's a man corner. Yeah, the Patriots do a lot of more man stuff and blitz heavy stuff than they do zone stuff, but they do a lot of Belichick will do a multitude of stuff. He doesn't just ask his guys to stay in man. He does do some zone stuff too. So I've seen Gilmore operate in zone, and he did operate in, I think, a lot more of a zone stuff in Buffalo too, to a degree. Admittedly, on both those two teams, I didn't study them, but that's, as I understand it, the case. Lance Graham says, if we were to get Earl Thomas back, would the Seahawks even look his way? If we were to, you might have to elaborate on that, Lance, on what you mean on that a little bit more. Wheeler, man corners translate well into the Seahawks defense. Even though Richard Sherman predominantly played zone, he started out as a man corner with Gus Bradley. No. We never played man. At any predominant level, we've been a zone-centric corner team throughout the time. There are little times that you'll get us playing man, as we saw Trey Flowers get beat on man on that touchdown this game, for instance. But we are a much more highly centric, zone-centric team. Like we've been as a devout, a zone-centric team for the 10, 11 years of Coach Carroll being here as any team in the NFL. Phillips Champion says, "Who's your favorite Seahawk right now? What do you like about him?" I kind of lean a little bit on DK's lane of this. It's as much as the attitude he brings out there. I think for all of the reasons that people will knock him about being a diva, I actually like if you're not getting targeted and you know you're getting open and your quarterback's not hitting you, getting in your quarterback's face. I like letting those small cornerbacks know you're going to dominate them and beat up on them and bully them and there ain't nothing they can do about it. I like that. He's probably the guy I lean a little bit towards in that respect. For being kind of my favorite. Russ is right there with him, of course, but probably those two guys. But I just like that attitude in football players. It's a man sport. This ain't basketball. This ain't baseball. This ain't a finesse sport. It's mano y mano, and it's easier said than done to have that mentality out there on the football field. Sherwin says pass rush took a hit when Averill went out too. That's right. Cliff Averill going out to the concussion that Super Bowl game also hurt. That was another loss. I mean, just your defense had too many parts and pieces that it lost in that particular game, and that was the reason as much as anything that you lost. That affected a multitude of plays over the course of that game rather than that last final one play. Wheeler says, okay, hear me out. Delayed QB draw with Russ wins Super Bowl 49. I love it. Hey, Wheeler, we saw Russ on a 4th down sneak in this game. We haven't often seen a lot of that with him, and he converted it. So if we can see that, maybe we can see that too. We can see the other side of it as well. Just tags. I'm joining real late, but I don't like how Ken Norton is still playing soft coverage. Not saying our corners played bad, just too many easy yards. Again, just tags. I've and I know you're new on this, but this has been a little bit of something that's come in the chat a bit on this today. I can't look at the defense in this game. You had Carson Wentz gathered about 30 garbage yards at the end of this game when he got him up to the 50-yard line at the end of the game in that final drive when you're playing basically prevent, which pretty much any NFL team in that scenario is going to play that same defense and probably give up that same yards. When it counted through the majority of this game, you basically held Carson Wentz to about 215 yards passing. He averaged about 6 yards per completion. Compare that to Russell averaging 11 yards per completion in this game. I don't know. I'm just not seeing it as much just tags as far as having a problem with the corner play or the soft zone. You held them to 16 points. I mean, all these are elite numbers across the board. Those are elite numbers across the board. Would it be great if they could dominate better than that? Sure. But I mean, this is a pass happy league. It is an offensive centric league, and it's been made more so with every successful year that's gone past here recently. So I can't land in that same place. You're going to see soft zones with this defense. The 4-3 under scheme that we play is a soft zone-based scheme. The key comes down to tags, really key. The real key part is red zone efficiency. So from an offensive standpoint, you had 2 times you were in the red zone, you got 2 touchdowns. The Colts had 4 times in the red zone, and guess what? They got 2 touchdowns. That will be more of what you want to look to. Are you keeping them to field goals? Are you generating turnovers? Are you keeping them out of the end zone? And that's what our defense did today. They fit to the designs of the defense. Music Kingdom, how do I feel about week 2 against the Titans? I think it's going to be a dogfight. It's going to be a tough game. It's probably going to come down to near the end. I'll give our Hawks a slight edge right now as we stand, being that the Titans didn't look good in that first opening week, and though I do think they're going to fight, I think some of that not looking opening good in the opening week had to do a little bit with maybe a lack of talent, maybe a lack of that offensive line not being as strong as it's been over the last 3-4 years there since Vrabel's got there as a head coach. So I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a tighter game, but I think that it's going to be the same thing we did today defensively and offensively. Be balanced, run the ball, mix in the pass, be lethal when you do throw, stop the run first and foremost, turn them into a one-dimensional attack. That's the prerequisite to get back to a victory. Jason Tudor, best play of the game. First Lockett touchdown, second Lockett touchdown, Taylor sack, or Uncle Will Disley stiff arm. I'm going to go with Lockett's touchdown catch, Jason, because it's 2 players doing something great on the play. It's Russell throwing with great anticipation, also throwing Lockett open, which is what he did. That route is to go straight up the field as a 9 route. Russell threw it sort of skinny to the back end of the end zone, to the corner of the end zone a little bit, not the full corner, but more to the corner-ish. And then Lockett to make the Willie Mays, change of direction, to look back up over his other shoulder. I've seen so many receivers in recent years where the second they've got to readjust back to the other shoulder, lose track of the ball, and then have a drop. So I'm going to go with that being the best play from my standpoint, Jason. Conan Pierce says, why do you think it took Pete so long to take Wilson off the leash? If he let him cook his rookie year, I can't imagine his numbers right now. Coach Carroll is going to be very hard-pressed to let a quarterback ever cook. You know, he's a guy that's going to be an old school minded defensive coaches, and these coaches fit into a little bit of a cliche, but the cliche is true. And that cliche stands as follows. I'm going to protect my defense by shortening the game by running the ball. I'm going to make sure my quarterback's not throwing all over the football field, so I lessen the amount of turnovers, while on the defensive side of the ball, I'm going to try to maximize the turnovers. So shorten the game, play defense, protect against the big play, make them earn everything, be efficient offensively. But it's very hard to get him out of that mindset to get him to now build a team around his quarterback, for instance. It's been something that I've harped on Coach Carroll a little bit, and I've knocked him a little bit for doing that. I thought it's a little bit silly that he's not embraced the fact that, look, I get that you started this whole thing out when you built this in Seattle and you said, I'm going to build a defensive first team. I'm going to be great special teams. I'm going to run the football. I'm not going to ask my quarterback to do too much. But you've now landed on a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. That landed in your lap. Take advantage of that like Bill Belichick took advantage of it, because Belichick's the same type of coach, does the same type of methodology. I want to run the ball. I want to shorten the game. I want to play great special teams. But then he realized I got Tom Brady. I got this Hall of Fame quarterback in my prime. You know what? I'm going to start bringing in the spread concepts. I'm going to start building more to the offensive side of the ball. And Coach Carroll, I think, has been really reticent to make that same type of transition when it's really more or less kind of being called upon. Paul Third says ESPN Simulator must apply a per-game average metric, which would be very generalized to have less than 2,890 result variations. They must have less than 10 performance markers per team. Lazy analysts. That's what I see in it, Paul. There's something in that doesn't have a layer of depth there that they're trying to, you sell me the simulator as having a layer of depth, but there's a layer of depth missing with that 0-9 result. That's a marker to me that there's something off with your simulator. Which you put a simulator together like that, you can already somewhat cook the books if you go in the wrong direction of how you have it looking at certain types of data. Shervin says, man, why does Ken Norton like dropping defensive ends into coverage? Shaking my head. I don't know, Shervins, because he won't even do it as like necessarily a zone drop, right? It'd be that you have that old blitz, zone blitz, Pittsburgh Steelers defensive scheme where they're bringing all these guys up to the line of scrimmage and then they drop a couple and you never know which ones they're dropping. Sometimes they just drop a guy out and show the quarterback right at the snap that you're going to have a defensive end here on a receiver. I don't get it either. It's very odd, very weird. Lance Graham says, do you have a favorite college football team? Yeah, probably the University of Washington, Lance. It's been tougher to follow them in recent years for me, but going back, that was my team growing up. Ninja Dragon, my final score was 31-16. I almost nailed it. Well done, Ninja Dragon. Awesome job. I just think people are sleeping on Seattle's defense. Well said, man. And it does appear so after week 1. I'll say that. I mean, hell, I'm having folks in here that I'm kind of debating back and forth with. They're telling me that the defense is a problem. I'm going, man, 240 yards for Wentz. You stopped Jonathan Taylor to 3.3 yards per carry, a guy that averaged 5 yards per carry last year as a rookie. I don't know. I take quite a bit from this as far as being encouraged by that defensive performance. Wheeler says also, thanks for the stream, Brandon. I'm going to bed because I have school later this morning, but I'm excited for the next stream on Wednesday. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Wheeler, and I appreciate it. Music Kingdom, very good content. Thank you, Music Kingdom. I appreciate it. Shervin says if Russ hit DK on that screen pass, he probably would have had 100-plus yards on the day in a game where he seemed like he didn't do much. Yeah, it's kind of like he did last year at times too, Sherman, when he had quiet 100 yards receiving. You go, wow, he had 100 yards in this game? It felt like they barely got the ball over to him. But yeah, I think Russ got a little bit jumpy on that play. They're up by a lot of points there. Russ is probably thinking at the forefront of his mind, don't throw an interception, don't throw a stupid interception, don't throw a stupid interception. And I think that was just a little bit at the front of him. I want to rewatch that play a little bit to see what happened there, because Russ definitely kind of just gave up on it quick and then sort of seemed to realize right after he did, like, oh, I should have tried to get that in there. I shouldn't have gotten so jumpy. But yeah, he caught that ball, according to the telecast, he was due to go up the field for another 60 yards. Shervin says, give that guy 10 targets and he's going for 200. I agree, man. I agree. Benelli says, damn, Brandon's still going strong. Oh, you know it. You know it. And Nacho E says, NFC West is still the NFC best. You better believe it, Nacho E. And by far, right? Right, Nacho? By far. By far. All right, well, I think we have finally fully gotten to the end of the chat. It only took me 7.5 hours. How about that? Setting time records today. All right, well, I want to just mention one more time, thank you very much to all of you in the chat. We had a great stream here. As again, I expected you guys to be hyped up. You were hyped up. As well as we got sponsorship on the show. Manscaped reached out to me, manscaped.com, said, hey, we want to sponsor you. We like your show. We're going to give you a specialized code. See if you can get your people to jump on that code. So if we can get 7 people here to take advantage of this code, NEST, which gets you 20% off your Manscaped order and free shipping when you go to manscaped.com. We get 7 folks this month who pop that spot, who use that code. I long-term lock down the sponsorship. We got a sponsor of the show. It just helps this show continue to grow. Gets me another foot forward towards getting to do this full time, being able to stream nearly every single day if I can pull that off, if my voice can take it. So thank you to all of your guys' support. You are part of what's helped us get to the point of getting sponsorship. It's you hitting that like button. It's you subscribing. It's you letting those sponsors know out here, hey, this is a cool channel. This is one you want to pay attention to. So thank you to all of you for helping me nail that down. Now let's just nail this thing down long term. And thank you, Manscaped, for supporting the show, as you guys are awesome as well. I appreciate all of my members out there. I appreciate all of you guys who were posted in the chat. We must have had damn near $140 in donations here on the chat today from a variety of different folks. Thank you to all of you guys for supporting me on that show. I swear to God, I say it once, I'm going to say it over and over. I've got the best YouTube community out there on YouTube. You guys blow me away every time I do this. You are what makes me go and do this, because I love doing it, just because of how much fun I have in here with you guys. It's always positive. It's always awesome. It's always thoughtful. It can't get said enough, and frankly, because you just see in other YouTube chats, not the same thing going on. We'll finish off with the last couple of questions here. Lance Graham, what do I think about Jamal Adams? Jamal Adams is a great player. I love the trade when we made it. Certainly, you had to give up a little bit extra in draft capital than I would have liked to have done. But at the end of the day, we weren't going to be picking high in the draft anytime soon. We hadn't been picking very well in the first round, at the back end of the first round. And you just brought in a guy who's on a Hall of Fame trajectory through the first couple of his years, which is hard to get. So I am completely still in favor of the trade. I love having Jamal Adams on this team. You've not yet seen the best yet from Jamal. There's more you're going to see on this guy that's really going to get you hyped up. You just wait. So love the move, love the deal. In utero, great job. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Cody Pierce, 100. Thank you. Shervins, appreciate you as well. Well, thank you to all of you guys. I do so much. I love you guys. You're my fam out there. We're on our way. We're on our rise. If you're watching this on replay, subscribe, like, all that good stuff. Hit that notification bell. We will be back Wednesdays. Wednesdays and Sundays are going to be our stream days on the channel. And then me and Brendan Nelson will try to see if we can pick something up on off stream as well to maybe even give you guys even a little bit more additional content if you want it. So we're going to try to keep amping this up if I can. I'm going to keep trying to just turn that dial up bit by bit, more. So thank you very much, all of you. And don't you guys ever forget, especially now, it's probably not hard to forget today after a nice dominating opening game win. But regardless, don't you forget even now as we got to take on this feisty, tough Titan team. And don't you forget now as you got to hear the pundits talk about how the greatness of Stafford has come into bloom. Don't you forget, because we're on a Super Bowl rise, baby. We're in our Super Bowl trajectory. We're ready to hit those heights. We're on the way. Hang in there. And don't you forget, never forget. Go Hawks.